Pillbox should be shut down. Yeah, somehow. I don't know. I mean, everyone's got freedom of speech, so. Yeah. Pillbox. Pillbox.
I would like to join you, Nadia, and you hang out, but I think Seamus has already got there and he's blocked me, so I won't be able to. But thanks anyway.
Alright, count.
Hey, tell Mark I'll unblock him. Tell him I'll unblock him.
Hey, Mark, he'll unblock you and reload. You can cross off between two hangouts to coordinate.
Okay. Cheers.
Yeah.
Alright, we'll see ya.
Yeah.
You send them to me too, Nadia?
I'm getting it sent. I did an internal invite, but you may not have heard it. So.
Alright, thanks.
I've got a cold or I'm just doing worse. But anyway. Oh shit, I heard the Peter Pan thing.
It's times like this where like I want to say something about these conspiracy theorists, but yeah, I don't know how helpful it is to sink down to their level, because some people they attract us. They want this negativity, so
Yeah.
I don't know how helpful it is.
Let's see. Okay, looks like the Shameless 99 account reloaded. Give a shot at joining. See if it works.
Okay, thank you. I'll catch you later.
Yeah, I don't know if there's a delay. That'd probably be the main thing.
All good.
Yeah, he should be on his way in if it. Yeah, it looks like it worked. Yeah, if you're ever like doing an ignore or whatever it is, always choose the block permanently. Because if it's blocked permanently, you can actually undo it.
Alright.
The other ones, you know, it's a 24-hour delay or something, which is ridiculous. I guess it's a little bit hypocritical, but the I guess community related or personal little chatter, you know, we'll get out now and then. Like ringing the doorbell. And if I weren't indisposed right now, basically two different ways, I'd be trying to answer that myself in case it's delivery.
Hey, Shameless.
Yeah.
Do you leave your yacht in the water through the winter, or you take it out and store it?
I've never had it. This is the first year, so I've never had one over the winter. So, but I think I'm just gonna leave it in the water because it doesn't. The marina that I'm docked at is very, very close to an ocean inlet, so the water's pretty salty. It won't freeze over, so I'll probably just leave it.
Yeah, I mean, that's nice if you can live on it, you know. I know a couple of people live on their boats.
Yeah, I don't live on mine, but I stay on it some weekends and stuff. But I kind of considered buying like a 30, 35 footer and maybe trying to live on it just because it's so nice out there.
Yeah. But I got my mother's foster parents. They own they live up in Fairhaven, Michigan, and they got they used to own a boat company. They sold it out, but they make boats like Chris Crafts, and they designed the boats and shaped every piece of wood, put every screw in. They actually built the boat from the ground up.
Wow, that's pretty awesome.
Yeah. I was over there the one time they were building this boat for this guy, real rich guy. I mean, he had Italian leather shipped in, brass from over there somewhere too, brass and tile. You know, he didn't spare any expense on this boat. I think it was 62 foot, all wood.
Wow, that's a big boat.
Yeah. And my one uncle, he built the cigar boats they used to use in up through Detroit, and when cigars were illegal and rum runners, they run it back and forth from Canada to Detroit. They had these little wooden boats. They call them cigar boats. He had a Keith Black 426 Hemi in there.
Holy crap, that's a lot of engine.
Yeah, the boat's only 17 foot long, maybe, or something like that.
Wow, that's a lot of power for such a small boat.
Yeah, all wood, yeah. But the one cousin, he lived in his boat in the canal, and but up there the canals would freeze over, so he had to have a bubbler running underneath it.
Oh, I see. Wow, they make something like that to keep it from freezing. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's basically all it is a pump. It keeps the air, you know, just pumps out air from outside underneath the boat. As long as you keep the water moving, it has a harder time freezing.
Oh, that makes sense.
I mean, he'd tell me sometimes, excuse me, sometimes though he'd have to get out there and he'd have to break it up and cut some ice away because, you know, depending on the winter, you know, you'll get spells like a couple years ago. You know, when we were getting 16 degree weather and all that up here. He said he was out there every couple of days cutting it with a chainsaw, breaking out the ice.
Damn.
Hello. Welcome, Sugar.
Hi. How are you?
Yeah, sure.
What's going on? Why is everybody so quiet?
I'm drinking.
Oh, you're drinking. Well, I'm sorry. It's daytime,
Friday!
right?
Friday!
Good man, good man.
Yeah.
I deserved it. Haven't been drinking for quite a while.
Like a drink too.
Yeah. So much as so many booze.
So I'm sorry you didn't get the memo, Sugar. I got a Patreon account, and you're supposed to deposit money before you can speak on Naughty's channel.
Is
Does
that
it?
true? I have to get a job first.
Hey Bob, do you accept dick pics?
Yeah, 'cause I got a ton of those. Pick your country, pick your religion.
Are you serious?
Are you kidding? More dick pics than I know what to do with.
Yeah, I've never. That doesn't interest me at all.
Yeah, it didn't really interest me either. Actually, what I did was I put up a wall of shame, a wall of fame, shame, or shame, fame, and I can't imagine that word spreads, but I think it's just coincidence. But the first couple people, I said, "Thank you. I'll be putting this up on the wall of shame," and it went up there, and then of course they took it down.
Yeah.
Who comes up with that idea in their head? Like, I'm gonna send a dick pic.
And they're
Who
often
does
unsolicited. I'll get one little bit of conversation. Hi, how are you? You like sexy time? Bim, dick.
that?
Whoa.
Who does that?
Hey Sugar,
Yes.
Oh, my
hi. Check your email.
Better not be. Normally when they do that, they stay on the line. I go, oh man, my kids were standing right here at the computer.
Oh my god.
Never hear from them again.
Yeah, for Hillbilly to see his, he's got to send himself a dick pic.
Oh, that's good. That's really good.
He just sends a photo of his face because he's a dick.
Oh my gosh. You know, I've taken now when the baby's screaming really, really loud, I go, did that Christian hillbilly make you mad? Did you have to listen to him? And she's all, wah! I think I'm going to YouTube that one of these days.
Yeah.
So what else is going on?
I'm drinking.
Yeah, okay. Honey, we said that. It's okay. You don't have
I
to
know.
do that.
I'm kidding. Well, no, I'm drinking, but not that much.
I'm not kidding. I am drinking, but all right. I went on Blab yesterday, and I actually did my first 2 blabs. So,
There's a limit, right? There can only be 4 people on a camera, and you have to have a camera.
yeah,
That's right.
yeah.
That's shitty.
There are some people that actually though will like stand up and have their head cut off, you know. So, but I don't think they take too kindly to it. I didn't speak about God I didn't say the word God or anything even relating to this for like 5 hours. It's ridiculous.
So wait, you just only need a camera feed, right? You don't have to show your face or anything, right?
They really like it, but yeah.
Wait, who's they?
Well, I mean, it depends on who's moderating the room. I suppose you could, you know, I suppose you could do that. You could do that like face thing, you know, like Spellbinder 00 used to do with the little kitty face. You could do that.
Okay, so... Oh, okay, so I can have the 3D graphic, right? So if I make my own room, I don't have to require people to go on cam, actually.
That I don't know if it's a requirement or if it's just a preference. Ermine is on there, and you know she rarely comes out from behind the camera for us, and she's always out. She's never behind her avatar there. So then in the last hour or 2, I was sitting there, and what did they do? Oh, they brought me a pastor.
Oh.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it was.
Wait, whose room was that?
I don't know, some guy named Samuel Baumgarten or whatever. It was like a political. It was more of the stuff that I used to do when I was at Facebook. So it was kind of more my thing, you know.
Hey guys, could you broadcast Palm Jam? I cannot go off. Does anybody have mods?
Excellent. Yes. But it's not the same.
Yeah, I'm surprised there aren't any other services like Google Hangouts. I mean,
There's one other called you want no. Shoot, I wrote it down somewhere. I don't remember. But there's another one. I'll figure out what it is. It's like YouTube, but it's something else. And it's a single feed. What's it called?
Ustream.
Yeah, that's it. Ustream. Well, no, there's Ustream. No, there's another one. It's not.
Blip TV?
Yeah, I don't know. There's Meerkat. There's Periscope. There's Blab. They're all just single. We have the live stream as well, though. We can do that. We can live stream from YouTube.
Hey guys, I just found out that playing first-person shooters like Counter-Strike while you're drunk doesn't increase your performance. In fact, it makes you look like a noob.
You gotta do a driving game. That's your problem. You're not playing the right game.
Oh, actually, I saw a video of somebody who actually was testing the effects of alcohol in driving using a truck driving simulator. I think it's Euro Truck. And after 4 beers, he was bumping into every car on the road.
Oh yeah, the Euro Truck. You get fined if you just hit even a small little scratch.
So your trucks like those tall ones, the tall thin ones, like they're made by Mercedes or.
Oh no, Euro Truck is a game. I think it's this was called.
Never mind.
Woman.
I know, sorry.
It's a truck simulator. You basically learn how to drive a truck.
Got it.
Yes.
If I can't figure that out, I'm not going to be driving any trucks.
Basically, you're doing everything that Bob is doing right now, except you're not getting paid.
Oh. That's all right. I'll get paid anyways.
The best thing about truck driving is when they made seatbelts mandatory.
That.
So the best thing about when they made the seatbelts mandatory.
Are you being facetious?
No, because where I sit up and look down at the other cars, a nice tight seatbelt pulls that shirt tight on the women.
Oh, I get it now.
Yeah, he's telling the truth. I think in my younger days, I might have known a girl that might have lifted her skirt up. I might have. I don't know.
Ooh.
I was very young, very stupid. Very
so is that your way? Is that your way of sending dick pics?
Yeah, right.
To others.
Only sans the dick, but it's same sentiment, right?
Yeah. I think it's like the same Pakistani or Afghan kids that get on here and like they flash their genitals to Nadia, like hey Nadia. Yeah.
Admiration everywhere.
Before the internet, they would just hire a pigeon or something, just pick a photo, a drawing of your penis, and just.
That's what I understand. The guys, we like pictures of naked women. That's what interests us. But women, see, I send pictures of cash, diamonds, gold. I don't send dick pics.
Oh, I think I'd rather have the dick pic than the cash and the gold.
And if you send actual cash and gold to her, I'm pretty sure she will change her mind.
Nope, I will take the pic every time.
What about a diamond-studded dildo?
No, I don't use those. But thank you, though. That's
best of both worlds. Come on,
man. That's what men
there
are
we
for.
go. Nadia's all perked up.
I know where to find those. Hang on.
I'm on dildo.
Last night in the lab, I had a gentleman who is a glass maker offer to make me a glass one. I said, no, thank you.
Oh, thank you. What do they call? I forget what they get when the pierce down there.
The what?
They get piercings down there.
Oh yeah. This would be so good.
It's like a Prince something or something like that.
It's the Prince Albert.
Yeah, Prince Albert.
Why is it called Prince Albert?
I think because he was the first to do it, and it pulled his foreskin back, so he would be fresh and tidy for milady.
Lady. Okay.
Yeah.
You think it'd chip her teeth, but
Ha! It's hysterical. Yeah. I used to have my nose pierced.
Yeah, I haven't worn my earrings. I got 3 holes in one ear on my left ear, and then I got 1 hole in the right ear. But I haven't worn them in 10 years, I think.
Yeah, you know, I don't even wear my earrings anymore. I can't be bothered. I can't wear cheap jewelry anyway, so it's like it's not even worth it. I'm just gonna lose it anyway, so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That other YouTuber, the lovely bitch, she got that crescent moon around her eye.
Who?
The lovely bitch.
Huh?
That lovely bitch. What's her name is Aubrey or something like that. Yeah, but she goes by that lovely bitch.
Uh huh.
Isn't she Christian?
Huh?
Isn't she Christian?
No, she's an atheist. She makes these little like 15-second Vine YouTube videos, and she's on with Pit Monks a lot. They do a lot of hangouts together.
So what's her gig?
I don't. It's just lately what I've seen on hers is she'll do these 10 or 15-second videos,
Oh,
you know, about Christianity. But she just got some new piercings done around her eye, and it's like a crescent moon shape. It's just like a half circle,
yeah.
and it looks really nice.
My daughter had those dermals done. You know what a dermal is?
No.
It's like almost like a flat piercing that can go. Hers were like on her collarbone, so they're just like someone embeds it like it looks like a diamond embedded in your skin. The back is just a flat back, and it's really kind of brutal, but worked its way out when she was pregnant.
Yeah, I've seen those.
Yeah.
They always come out.
Yeah, that's what they say.
Yeah.
A lot. A lot.
My one daughter, she had snake bites.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, the piercing on her upper lip on both sides. The other daughter had a bat bite. They were closer together. They haven't worn their lip piercings in a while. And my older one just got her tongue done. She got her belly button done. Then she's got her ear done, where she got the bar running from the top part of her ear towards the middle part of her ear.
That's rough. Yeah, that's a hard one. My daughter got her septum pierced, and she didn't tell me about it, and she was probably 16 and our cousin did it. They didn't tell me, and I was really sick one day, and I said, "Honey, you need to go to the store, grab me." She was with her boyfriend. Grab me a soda, like a 7-Up, because my stomach was upset. Well, I guess when she went out, she flipped it down, and then she came back up, running upstairs, and she didn't realize that it was still down. And I looked at her. I'm like, "What is that?" I said, "Just leave." She left.
I have to step out for a few seconds because I have to do dinner. So, but the Prince Albert thing is a myth. Prince Albert didn't have.
That's not true.
I knew it.
No, but they call it Prince Albert, though.
It was based. It came from the rumor that Prince Albert apparently had such a large penis he needed to tame it inside his trousers by attaching it to a chain and a ring, because that was the popular thing at the time, tight trousers. So that was the legend that Prince Albert had it done, but there's no evidence of that. There's no proof. No, it was just a rumor.
Okay, that's freaking me out. Okay.
But it just got nicknamed the Prince Albert because he was believed to have one. But yeah.
Yeah, I never even thought of why they gave it that name, but
yeah, just he was supposedly so well endowed that he needed to chain it down or something.
That's good. Good for him.
Hey, Mark, you get a haircut?
Yeah, I've had this rash for a little while as well. So
I
yeah,
see.
I've got a new camera. I was just testing it out.
Oh, looks
Got a
nice.
new camera.
Yeah, I noticed they have a different look there.
Mr. Vet.
Something's looking different
I could
about
always be a cat if that helped.
Aww.
you. Oh my goodness, he's a sorcerer.
Now
Kill
I know
him! Kill him with fire!
I know where. Sorry.
Oh,
Oh shit. Okay, I was kidding. Okay.
freaking me out.
Enough of that.
Well, this
That's
shark
okay.
is kind of.
I like the shark. I like the shark myself.
Yeah, it's kind of
like
a
a
funny
bum in the
shark.
background.
I like that.
Oh, you have the same software that Concordance has. That's the same dinosaur that he has.
Yeah, I only realised that today when I saw. I thought, oh, I've seen this before somewhere. But
Oh, that's cute. I like that.
How's the software called, Mark?
it's Logitech software.
Ah,
It comes with the. You can download it once you've got the camera.
oh, that's cool. Oh, I actually have a Logitech camera somewhere, even though it's taken apart.
It's got some really creepy ones, which is.
Creepy.
I like the bulldog.
Yeah, but I think in a
It doesn't
minute.
move. The mouth doesn't move though.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's kind of creepy.
Oh,
Yeah.
God, no.
Superimposes your own eyes and your own mouth
I
onto it.
can't even look at that.
That looks like you killed a bulldog and just wearing his face, his
Oh
head
my
as
gosh.
a mask.
It's,
Or I can be. This is even scarier.
Oh no.
Oh, no. No,
Palm jam, look.
no.
Scary palm jam. The eyes go all googly. It separates the software separates your eyes and your mouth, and then puts them. One's looking one way.
Oh, God. Oh, that's creepy.
You were saying.
Creepy. Lions. Mona Lisa. Duh. Oh, that's cute.
Just a message for Shani. I do exist.
Ah.
So,
Or this is even better. This to freak the Christians out.
Oh, no.
I am the Lord your God. You're a cat. Stop.
That's very cute. Very cute. It's still freaking me out.
I don't exist. Get used to it.
Okay, now you're taunting.
God,
Do it. Aww.
no!
Ah, both of them at the same time.
My voice was really bad last night.
Ah.
this seems normal.
Maybe.
Okay, that's not gonna go over well.
It's like that thing from Pan's Labyrinth.
Oh, sorry. Oh,
Rosie Palms and her 5 sisters.
no.
Well, this one is the worst.
Yeah, thanks very much. Anyway, I'm going to take the hideous mask off in a minute. What other ones have I got? What else has it got on here? Oh, accessories.
Accessories.
No, it doesn't work.
I had some idea about taking the mask off myself. It doesn't
Right.
seem to have panned out.
Right, I've got to go and get dinner for my son and other crap. So I'll catch you guys later.
Take care, mate.
Behave yourselves now.
Try it.
Alright, cheers, Mark.
Thanks, Nadia.
There's a rumor Beckel might be visiting.
Oh, nice.
You?
Yes.
Well, the general area, he might go about trying to find me. I warn people when they seem like they might show up on my doorstep. You know, I don't know what you're getting from the camera and the hangouts, but mostly I look like a guy.
Or it'd be very different.
What?
It would be very different, I suppose. I mean, we all look very different on camera. I mean, take me. My mustache is not this exquisite in real life.
There's a. Yeah.
Yeah, it's gonna be hard gluing them pubes on every morning.
Uh,
Oh.
Well,
cubes. I got no use for them. Oh, I'm sorry.
I don't have them.
Oh no, it's too late. You said it. You said it live, Sugar. You said it live.
I know. I said it on purpose. I'm
No,
being,
I don't believe you.
I'm being precocious.
Okay, Christopher, make up your mind, damn it.
In or out, in or out. You're letting the flies in.
You're doing the hip. Yeah.
Are you having
doing
sex,
the-
Christopher, or something?
And he's doing the hokey pokey. He puts his left foot in. He puts his left foot out.
Shake it all about.
Yeah. To be fair, I stole that joke from Cliff Jumper, so it's his fault. It's not funny.
I thought it was kind of cute. Yay. Who's that? Oh, Maiden. Who is that with the Iron Maiden? Oh, it's you, Bob. Oh, that's awesome. I always forget about that. I listened to Becca last night. I thought it went fairly well.
Huh.
No?
What went fairly well?
Becca's interview last night?
Oh, yeah. I enjoyed whatever I saw.
Yeah, the after party went a little awry. Guess when?
There was an after party?
Well, it was an after whatever. I don't know what it was, but it was an after hangout. And, Becca was in there, and then Gus. And it's just like a bulldog. Just a bulldog. I mean, I don't understand, but...
Can I allow... Does anyone know Freyas? Or Fyres? Or however you pronounce that name?
I think... Oh. Well, I have somebody on my circles that has that similar name, but I'm not sure.
Time for some profile checking.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, let's see. Let's look at his posts. He has posts.
Am I one of those?
I don't see his. Let's see. There doesn't seem to be anyone in common between us in terms of circles.
Okay.
I have one. Let me see who it is.
How do you spell that first name? F-I...
R-A-S. Well, he does seem to have 2 videos on his channel, so I suggest we let him in, considering considering he doesn't raise any flags so far.
I have someone in common with him.
Mm-hmm.
189 followers and so on.
All right, Maximus, if you let him in, you're paying the penalty.
All right.
Well, it cuts down the risk.
Looks like this effects mustache is growing out of my nose. I'm just gonna put my regular mustache on.
See, I told you glued it on every morning.
I what?
He glued it on every morning.
Well, the fake one, yes, but yeah, not the real one.
Well, apparently this person is from Iraq, at least according to the photos that he's sharing.
Yeah, I think he was in here one other time.
Allah does not exist, by the way.
Just wait till menopause. You'll get your own mustache.
Oh dear. I hope not.
I don't.
No. What little Gordy grew out, I'm trying to get rid of.
When new people come in, they can type. They can type in the side chat, right?
Yeah, usually.
Yeah.
Yeah. If Virus, if you're trying to speak, you have to unmute yourself first.
Last time he wasn't quite ready to talk. I think he was having breakfast or something.
But he looks like a quite handsome man.
Oh, well, that'd be pretty cool. Always use more studs.
Yeah, but you would probably be his like 6th wife.
Alright.
Yeah.
Oh, come on. It doesn't matter. It's less work.
Yeah.
No.
I'm a 6th wife. You can be my 10th husband.
Aww.
I'm pretty sure that's blasphemy.
No, don't kid yourself. It's a blast for all of us.
Yeah, well, I say out loud does not exist. I don't think I'm not going to be blasphemous anytime soon.
Nobody gets that joke. It's an old Groucho Marx joke.
What? Oh, which one is it?
When someone says it's blasphemous, I go, don't kid yourself. It's a blast for all of us.
Oh, there we go.
That was his joke.
Yeah. Where do you get started on Muslim counter-apologetics? I wonder.
The Quran
Go
is not a
to
miracle.
yeah, go to Apologetics 9 or Apologetics 11. They deal with counter-Muslim apologetics from a Christian perspective, but you could just adapt the. You could always just adapt the arguments.
Yeah. Yeah.
Apologetics 9. Is that David Wood?
Sorry, Acts 9. Yeah, or Acts 9 or Acts 11. Yeah, it's David.
Oh,
Wood
right,
who
yeah,
runs it.
David Wood. Yeah, but I do have a kind of a extreme sort of view. They're kind of the I don't know, Richard Dawkins, you could say, of anti-Muslim apologetics, or to what is his name? The Australian atheist, Sydney.
Should I allow? Should I allow?
Hello.
Sydney's
Hi,
South
Bobby.
African.
Hey, Bobby.
He was South African.
Yeah, he is South African.
Ah, okay.
South African.
Yeah, because they do tend to take things a little bit out of context sometimes.
Yeah.
But on the other hand, they do good research in the terms that they do research, right? So they provide what I usually do is I go to the, let's say, Wiki Islam, which is a known, heavily biased anti-Muslim, pro-funded Christian website. It has a lot of, propaganda to Christianity. But what they do is they provide a lot of arguments, right? It's kind of like a Wikipedia article. Well, literally, it's in a Wikipedia article, a special Wikipedia. What I do is I just, look up some interesting arguments and then just check them to make sure they're solid, and then use them.
So the best atheist for the job is this guy, Klingshaw.
Oh, Klingshaw.
Klingshaw, yeah. Oh, yeah, I've had him on my Hangouts.
Was he in your Hangouts?
Too.
I've had.
Yeah,
Yep.
Yeah.
Really?
I think it was early 2014.
I really wouldn't advocate going on any site and just Googling like whatever counter apologetics for certain places and just like using those arguments. I would say if you're interested in doing counter apologetics to Islam, the best place to start would not be Googling little things that's wrong with it or this that. The real thing you should do is study the religion, take an honest study of it from a historical perspective, from a theological perspective, and learn something. Don't just shotgun criticisms off the internet. I mean, if you want to criticize something, do them the respect of learning about their religion. Islam is something that I put a lot of time into, and I just think it's really whack when people do that. That's just my opinion.
Wow, Seamus.
Well, I mean, sure, of course, but we're talking about like right now, right? So we cannot all go and study Islam in this hangout right now. So
You could if you were interested in it, though. What I'm saying is, if you're interested in
Right.
counter-Muslim apologetics, then your interest should propel you to go learn
Right.
about it. But if you're only interested in just talking shit if a Muslim comes in the room, then you want to Google a few things so you have some criticism. That's just...
I don't think this is talking shit. I'm sorry.
You're making a lot of assumptions. Would it not be acceptable to have a discussion based on what you find on that internet? Say, hey, I've got some facts here. How do you feel about them? I mean, would that not be acceptable to have a conversation?
No, it wouldn't be acceptable. If you're just if you're uneducated on the subject and you just
not everybody is as educated.
But listen, if you're uneducated on the subject and all you're interested in doing is shotgunning criticisms off the internet,
Wait, you're making assumptions again. Listen to what I said. Listen to my words, okay? Because I know if you're that educated, you must know the English language. What would be so wrong? That's fine. I'm asking, what would be so wrong in discussing what you find on this website with somebody from the Muslim religion? What would be wrong with that to start your education?
Well, I would say this. I think if you're seriously interested in Islam,
Just
then you
do
would do it
whatever you
yourself.
can to not answer the question. Just I
No,
asked
I'm
what
answering
would
the
be wrong
question
with it.
indirectly. I'm
Well,
not trying to.
I don't want indirect question. I'd like an answer. I mean,
What's wrong with it?
because you make a lot of assumptions. You humiliate everybody by saying that's just whacked, and how could you do that? You do that. You want to open your mouth. So just now answer me a question.
Well,
what would be so wrong with having a civil discussion with this gentleman?
Sugar, I'm trying to tell you what are my problems with that. I'm just trying to tell you.
You know what? I get your problem. Maybe you're not hearing that what you just said was really disrespectful.
No.
But if you did not like, if you thought that behavior was disrespectful, two wrongs don't make a right.
I don't think it was disrespectful. I think it was an honest
Of course not.
that I was sharing with the room.
If you don't think it's disrespectful, then it's not, right?
What was disrespectful?
If somebody else takes offense to it, does that not say anything to you?
Explain to me what was disrespectful, though. Maybe I missed it.
Seamus, you're just being petty.
Yeah, you're being petty, and it was really.
I'm not being petty. This is an honest insight that I feel.
That's
look, if
fine.
I want to criticize something, I go, listen, this is what Seamus does, and I can only speak for me. I can't speak for anyone else.
Oh, you're speaking to yourself in the third person
Sugar,
now?
you're interrupting a lot, darling.
I know, because you know what? You were just petty and rude, and I just expect better from you.
Well,
I don't speak up to you.
It would be beneficial if I could at least speak.
How about we just move on? This seems to be
You can chastise me and criticize me all you want, that's fine. But please
Seamus, I think the point you were just making was, it's better to start off with an honest look for the religion, let the religion speak for itself, and then once that's done, you could form your own kind of criticisms, and then you can go, and then once you've done that, without bias, you could actually go to the people who are levying the criticisms and see what points they make in light of your own background knowledge, as opposed to starting off with the criticisms without being able to fact check it from your own independent study. I think that's the point you were making, right?
Right.
And I heard that.
And
you can fact check the arguments themselves.
Yeah, but
this is what I do. Hold on, like I said, I just go to these, be it very biased websites who are anti-Islam, but I always check the verses, check the arguments, check the apologetics for it, and then conclude, okay, if the apologetics doesn't stand and I can have my own objections to the apologetics, then I will present it. And that's what I do, right? And there's another way to do it, actually. Instead of studying the religion in the beginning itself, you can just basically go and try arguments. And from experience, you learn the religion. You learn that there are many other positions that Muslims hold. You learn that there are different denominations, that they hold different positions, etc., etc. And I find it kind of interesting, Seamus, that you kind of pose this, this your own way, and the argument against Islam, from historical perspective, was really weak.
Because I'm educated on Islam, and I've spent the time.
So am I.
Can Shamo speak without sugar interrupting?
I'm just getting tired of the elitist attitude.
I'm getting tired of you
How
interrupting.
the hell does somebody? Well, how can anybody learn?
Hold on, sugar. Let's let him say his piece. Go ahead, Seamus.
Yeah, I criticize Islam. I do it often. I do it historically. But see, the thing I do is I don't go Google criticisms on Islam and just regurgitate them. My studies of Islam led me to a place where I understand certain criticisms and I can articulate them outside of a web page or a Google thing, and I'm familiar. I'm not only am I familiar with historical things in Islam, I'm familiar with a lot of theological aspects of Islam. Farhan sat in here one night, and a guy was asking Farhan a bunch of Muslim questions, and I answered every single one of them before Farhan could. And the problem was, the guy was like, "Why don't you let the Muslim answer?" And guess what Farhan said? No, he actually knows exactly what he's talking about.
Good for you. I can defend Islam better than you can. Your argument from historical criticism is weak. It doesn't address the issue at all. Like I told you.
What does that have to do with people? What does that have to do with what I was initially talking about? That people, if you want to criticize something, then your best route of action is to actually study it, put time into it, understand it. Like if you want, it's all about how much time you put into something. If you seriously care and you really are interested in criticizing something or debunking something, you will put the time into it. But if you only care,
there's the difference. There's a difference.
Hold on. But if you only care to just know a couple criticisms to engage in a little debate over G plus whenever a Muslim comes in the room, then that's another thing.
Assumptions.
That's not what I care for. I care to actually debate the issue, find out the truth, and your approach doesn't work. And I'm surprised that you claim
about dominating another human being. That's all he cares about. I'm going to learn what I can, dominate another human being, make them feel stupid and weak, because that's the way I feel.
If that's what
so
you're
I'm going to make
Sugar,
sure.
if that's what you're getting from what I've said, then
Please. Did you not hear how condescending you are? I listened to you for hours and hours and hours in this thing. Hours. And I hear the inconsistencies in everything
Did
you
I say anything wrong or a lie? Did I
You know
lie
what?
about
I told you that offended. That was offensive, and you didn't even stop to listen. Then don't care.
I
then
don't.
I have every right to say the same thing.
Seamus, you actually did say something that is, well, maybe not. Well, yeah, okay, you said
and
that.
You were making assumptions.
Okay, hold on.
I've never made a lie. I'm familiar with Islam.
Not
I can
a
say
lie.
what I said. Go ahead.
Sure, sure.
Do you think I was inaccurate about that? Do I not know anything about Islam? Have I not spent the time?
No,
do I not know about theology?
Do I
not have a pedestal of which I could adamantly criticize Islam?
Okay. I will tell you my criticism here. So, we argued about your argument against Islam, which was based on historical sort of perspective here. That there's essentially what is it that you were saying? I exactly forgot that Aisha was the main sort of perpetrator of the Quran itself, and Uthman burned the other copies, so we cannot find the originals now and verify whether or not they were accurate. Well, the problem is, and I know this from a atheist approach as well, is that when you criticize the transmission of the message from a historical perspective, it's not a problem for a theist at all. Because as long as the argument of God's existence, his specific God's existence, has not been addressed and it still stands, he can always just say, well, yeah, sure, we don't have historical evidence for the perfect transmission, but since God exists and is God of, I don't know, Islam, he would surely make sure that his message is transmitted properly. So, unless you can provide a deductive argument that necessarily leads to, this message not being properly transmitted, you don't have a case. And in history, it's hard to make a deductive argument.
You don't understand the criticism. The criticism isn't to make an argument for Allah not existing. The criticism is to make a case for the historical transmission of the Quran being opposite of what the Muslims claim it to be. That's what the criticism is meant to do. If you think the criticism is meant to prove that Allah doesn't exist, then you're not looking at the criticism in the way that it's used for. It's to criticize the common Muslim conception of the transmission of the Quran and its early keeping.
Wait, you didn't bring this up the first time, so could you rephrase this?
Rephrase what? It's very simple. Muslims think that the Quran came about a certain way, that it was always a certain way, and it was always a certain... It always read in a certain way in Arabic, and then that there was never any discrepancies like with the Christian scriptures or anything like that, and they think it's always from the very beginning of the time of Muhammad always been perfectly that same. So if I were to grab a Quran a year after Muhammad's death, and I would grab a Quran now, they would read the same. That's what Muslims think. That's the claim. Okay, and so if I show you through the Uthmanic revision that historically this cannot be, then I've debunked that particular claim. I'm not trying to debunk that Allah exists.
Is that all you're trying to establish? Then okay, sure, that's nothing. Anybody can. Every Muslim can bite this bullet. It's simple. It's easy.
No, Muslims don't often like to bite that bullet.
Yeah, but they could. This is an irrelevant argument.
They don't, though.
It doesn't matter. It's an irrelevant argument. Okay, so it's not transmitted the way you thought it is.
It's not an irrelevant argument. The argument serves to do what it does. No, the argument serves
what does it establish? What important issue does it establish?
The transmission of the Quran is opposite to the way Muslims believe it came about. Now, if that isn't good enough for you, then you don't understand the utility of the argument.
Well, okay, what does it prove with regards to the truthfulness of the Quran or the Muslim religion? Does it undermine it somehow?
It undermines the perfect keeping and transmission of this holy text. That's what it undermines. The argument speaks for itself. You don't have to. The argument is self-evident. Like
Actually, no. It doesn't undermine a perfect transmission at all. No. It doesn't.
No,
Like I said,
I understand what you're going to say. All right,
yeah,
I know what your argument's going to say before you even say it. You're going to say that Allah could have made it this way and all of those things, and it still could be perfect.
Actually, I was now thinking of the inimitability of the Quran, which is evidence for the Quran being divinely inspired. That's another argument, right? So, as long as you don't address those, it's irrelevant what you show is lacking in history, right? And that's your argument. It's lacking. We don't have a historical record of this Quran being perfectly transmitted. That's all you're saying. That's not even a big...
No, I'm not saying that we don't have a historical record. No, what I'm saying is I can show and prove through instances in history and instances through the Bukhari that some of these instances were put into that. Now I can use all of that as reference for these things. If you don't like the argument and if you don't understand its utility, that's you. I understand the argument's utility. I understand what it's meant to do, and I often employ it to that end. Now, if you think that the argument isn't meant to prove that God doesn't exist, you're right. But the argument was never crafted for that utility. So it would be much in the same way that when okay, let me show you what. So people that bring up contradictions in the Christian scriptures, they don't bring up contradictions to disprove the Christian God exists. They bring up the contradictions to disprove the inerrancy of the Bible, okay? And even if the Bible was errant, it doesn't disprove the Christian God. It's much in the same way. It's a very similar argument. In art, I've went through hours and hours and hours of discussions with you about contradictions, and there you are doing the same thing I'm doing, not proving that God doesn't exist, proving a point that I could easily just bite the bullet on, but I don't, and Muslims don't. You often employ that argument. I often employ this argument, yet somehow you don't get it.
Actually, okay. Seamus, just a second, just let me finish this, ball boy. Okay, so I'm actually gonna just repeat myself, but whatever. It's a small argument. It doesn't matter if just because most Muslims are not willing to bite the bullet, that doesn't mean anything. Even if they do bite the bullet, it's inconsequential. Ultimately, you do not, by this argument, you do not undermine the veracity or validity of the Quran or the Muslim interpretations or the Muslim religion as a whole.
Yeah, you undermine the historical transmission of the Quran. Which
The historical is irrelevant. They have the Quran as a miracle itself, which according to them proves that it's divinely inspired, as it is today.
Let me ask you a question.
I think.
How familiar? Be honest though with this. How familiar are you with Islam? If you were to judge what Muslims think about that criticism and if it's a big deal to them or not, or if they would be willing to bite the bullet, how many Muslims do you think would seriously bite that bullet? Do you have any clue how powerful this argument is? Do you have any idea? Like, are you in any? Let me just ask you. Be honest about this. Are you in any position to even judge the scope of that argument? Are you at all?
Wait, were you asking me to be an authority somehow?
No, yeah, I'm saying yes. That's precisely what I'm asking you. If someone was having
Are
criticisms
you an authority?
yes,
You are an authority,
Hey,
really?
can
on
I-
Islam?
yes.
So
Oh, wow, okay.
So could I probably bring up my own criticism of Islam, and I think this is probably the most potent one.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so there's one verse in the Quran where the Prophet Muhammad asks Christians and Jews that he says that he is sent from them, and they could check their own holy scriptures to confirm this. Now, if that's the case, how I would ask any Muslim to point out where Muhammad is mentioned within Scripture. And if the Muslim says, well, the Bible has just been revised and super edited, that it just doesn't appear anymore, we took it out, then my question would be, how would he expect the Muslims of his time to do the same? Because we actually have Bibles that go back to the time of the Prophet Muhammad. Yet they're pretty much they have very little difference, if any, with the ones we have today. Now, if that's the case, they should find it easily. But that's not the case. You can look throughout the Bible, and it's very hard to find any reference to Muhammad. At least what I would consider to be a valid reference to Muhammad.
In our scriptures?
Yes.
Hold on, give me a second. What was the criticism? You were saying that are you talking about the? Because I wasn't listening. I only got the end of it.
So maybe to put it in a syllogism, if the Quran is if the Quran is speaking truthfully, then we should find Muhammad within Christian scriptures, but we don't find Muhammad in Christian scriptures. Therefore, the Quran is not. Therefore, the Quran is not inerrant. It is imperfect, and Islam asks people to look into the Quran. One of the challenges of Islam is find a book just like it and find an error within it. And yet we can. This is the one I usually go to.
Oh no, I think you're talking about make a book like it to challenge the Quran in a sense
No,
of
they say
something
it both
better
ways.
than it.
It's said both ways, believe me.
Wait,
that was an accurate representation. They either say you can either reproduce any book like it. That's what they'll often say, or they'll often say, show that there's a contradiction, or make a book like it that would be like this and also have a contradiction. But I think what's interesting is we're kind of assuming that there would necessarily be a passage in the Christian scriptures if Islam were true. I don't. Even though
that's what the Quran says. The Quran asks the people of the book to search our scriptures, and there you will find the announcement of the Prophet Muhammad or something akin to that.
No, that's not. I'm sorry, that's not the quote. It says you need to read. If you hold on, what is it? You should, if you want to understand or read in therein for yourself. It never says. It's never claimed in the Quran that Muhammad is in those scriptures that I know of. If you could find the verse, I'd be interested to see that. But the verse I think you're claiming of is the one where it says you need to examine the gospel, the Injil, for the light that it contains within you. Let me see if I can find the verse. But I'm almost positive it doesn't say what you're saying. And another thing, let's assume for the sake of argument that it does say what you're saying it does, even though I don't think it does. If it did, the Muslim argument would be very simple, that even the Quran says that the Injil has been corrupted. So they would just say that part has been corrupted out of the Bible.
Well, but my point, and my response to that would be, but it says right there he's telling people of his own time to do so. And if that is the case, we have Bibles that go back to the time of the Prophet Muhammad. So it would have to be corrupted it would have to be corrupted right afterwards, but that's not the case because we literally have Bibles from that time period. So why would he issue the challenge why would he issue the challenge if it's been corrupted?
Yeah,
so does the Quran say that you should find references to Muhammad in the Bible of those times?
No, it doesn't.
Okay, so how does this argument work? Because I think that's what Maximus is.
Let me show you the verse. What he's talking about. I'll find it. Give me a second.
So search Surah 7, 157. I'm here. I'll just get my own Quran.
757, 157, right? 157. Maximus, you said 157?
Yeah, I believe so.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, I see what. Yeah, it is 157. I see what he's talking about. I was confusing it with another verse. Let me try to find the verse I was looking for. They're very similar.
So 157 says, "Those who follow the messenger, the unlettered prophet," meaning I guess unliterate prophet who cannot read, whom they find written in what they have of the Torah and the Gospel. Okay. It does say that, kind of. Who enjoys upon them what is right and forbids them what is wrong, and makes lawful for them the good things and prohibits for them the evil, and reveals them of their burden and the shackles which were upon them. So they who have believed in him honored him, supported him, and followed the light which was sent down with him. Right. So yeah, it does say those who follow the messenger, the unliterate prophet, and yeah, just by the unliterate prophet, it probably refers to Muhammad, as in the Muslim theology, it's he's famously sort of called that he's not literate, he cannot read, and yet he delivered a message. So this is referring to Muhammad, right?
Right.
whom
So
they
I
find
would,
written. Yeah, go ahead.
yeah. So I would ask them, where in the Bible does it say Muhammad was a prophet? So I would just ask them for some kind of prophecy or some kind of point that could only be Muhammad and something that could be found within any
Well,
Bible.
only Muhammad. That's kind of a huge standard, too stringent standard to apply to a prophecy. If we apply the same standard to any prophecy in the Bible, that it has to only be that thing, right? The prophet says, then no prophecy can fulfill
Right.
that because they're
So
vague.
so maybe it could just. All right. So maybe it could be okay. Why would it be Muhammad as opposed to what we've traditionally attributed said prophecy to be?
Oh,
So
because you misinterpreted.
it's up to them to prove that.
Oh
Not
no,
me.
you are attacking them. You have to prove that
All
the
right,
Quran is full. Right.
I would just ask. Okay, I would just ask them which one prophesizes Muhammad, and then we'd compare and contrast which one makes more sense, the traditional one or Muhammad.
Right, but it would probably be the sticky issue be there, the interpretation, of course, right? And it's gonna resolve in a similar way that all discussions about interpreting a holy book would end, is that two sides just disagree. It's like, I don't see this. I see this way. You see this way. There's no real way to disprove this. Yeah, but it's an interesting passage. I didn't notice that.
Oh, there's another passage where where Muhammad writes about the Jews gloating how they killed Jesus, the Messiah. No one, if you're a Jew, no one brags about killing the Messiah, especially if you don't think that he's the actual. Especially if you don't think he's the actual Messiah. You wouldn't give such a person the title.
Yeah, I mean, but pretty sure they would have some kind of response to that.
Yeah. Well, they have a response to everything, but
Just like you do, guys. Just like you do.
Well, we do.
From an independent perspective, well, somewhat independent, I can say, yeah. It's kind of the same thing. Really. It's the texts are kind of unspecific. There's a lot of leeway you can go, and it's hard to pinpoint any interpretation, and that's how you get around any apparent contradictions. Just basically reinterpret it. I've yet to find a solid contradiction in the Quran, and believe you me that I would like for a Christian to show me such contradiction, because I can then use it against the Muslim, right? But I just don't see any. I can always apply the same sort of approaches that either Christians or Muslims apply to, their scriptures when dealing with contradictions, and I always have seemed to find a way out.
I don't know. I think you don't necessarily get contradictions. I mean, I think it would have to be on a more like theological level, like, in some respects you have to engage in two contradictory sorts of practices or something, kind of being like less dogged, like, verse here contradicts verse there. It's just like multiple doctrines are in conflict. And I think maybe the other part is, it really does just boil down to the sort of, philosophical arguments, and what's so clear is, you can use kind of the theology and the holy text to maybe like lay out some of the characteristics of the deity, but you're still kind of stuck basically doing philosophy.
So the verses they usually bring up, just going through a list, is
they usually bring up the New Testament one about the Paraclete, and then they usually bring up one in Psalms where the name of Muhammad is actually mentioned. I think it's in, I can't remember in Psalms, but it says the name of the verse is that his hair will be altogether sweetly, or it's an actual passage where they're describing what the Messiah will look like.
So apparently it says in the Injil and in the Law. So technically we could grant them, let's say, some of these can be interpreted in the Old Testament. Whereas the specific one about the New Testament, that's the one with the Paraclete, I believe. So the two on the Paraclete would be, I will pray the Father, and he will give you another comforter that may abide with you. But that's the Holy Spirit. And it says so right in the book of John. In fact, if a Muslim says, well, that could have been some kind of interpolation, okay, but this is going back to the point about how if it is an interpolation, it wouldn't be in the texts that existed at the time of the Prophet Muhammad, but they do exist at the time of the Prophet Muhammad, so that doesn't really do any work. So the Comforter is technically the Holy Spirit. It's even in the text. So they might be able to read their way into the Old Testament, but definitely not the New Testament. So yeah, I
I'm
think
trying to find a verse from Psalms that's a pretty powerful. Like Ahmed Deedat would use that apologetic like all the time.
I would grant that. I would grant that's a plausible interpretation and a reasonable one too.
Do you know which one I'm talking about? So you can, because I'm looking for it. I really wanted to find. I know that it's describing the Messiah and it's describing his hair, and it said there's a certain word that says like altogether sweetly, but it reads in it reads in Hebrew Muhammadim, which would be they say that
is it Psalm 45?
Might be. Let me check.
Yeah, but I could grant that to Zakir Knight as a reasonable interpretation. But again, the Quran says, and in the law and in the Injil. So it's saying both of these. So it's a conjunctive claim. That means in both A and B. If not B, therefore not A as well. They come with one another. So it has to be in the Injil too, and that's a strong demand, and that's not one Muslims can really provide or put forward. I would still suggest that the Paraclete doesn't do the trick because it specifically interprets the Paraclete as the Holy Spirit. It's in the text itself. So, yeah, I think the Muslim is still screwed on that one. So, yeah, I still think this is a pretty good apologetic. Art?
Sorry, I'm kind of eating here. I'm thinking about it. I'm thinking.
All right. Awesome. I think this is pretty much my go-to.
Excuse me, I just wanted to say one thing. I just want to ask a question real quick. Going back to Sugar's point earlier, when you were all just discussing about going online and looking up like Muslim texts or whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
If I was to go on there and go online and look up like Muslim texts, and I find something that doesn't match with reality, would I be wrong with questioning that? For questioning that?
No, you wouldn't be wrong for questioning that.
Okay, so it's not a problem if you was to go online and then find some text that just doesn't match with reality, and then say, "Hey, hold on, this doesn't sound right."
Right. So it would only be wrong if that's where you ended your search. And screw this, I don't have to look any further. But if you made an honest effort, I think Art has a good response. If you make an honest effort in searching for counterpoints, then yeah, I think you're doing your due diligence.
But what if it just doesn't match with reality? I mean, the same thing I do with like your Christian texts or whatnot.
Right. Well, I would.
If I see something in the Bible that just doesn't match with reality, then I'm going to question it.
Then I'd ask you in response. Then I'd just ask you in response. What have you read in terms of the counterpoints on your criticisms? If you've ever searched for any, and if you didn't search for any, then I would kind of try to provide my own if possible. Or even point you into a direction. Excuse me.
My point is, like, I'm not saying like I go and research the whole of the Quran. I'm saying like if I was to actually look in the Quran and find something that just doesn't match up with reality. The same thing I feel like about the Bible when I read something that says somebody was in a fish for 3 days. That just doesn't match up with reality to me. So if I read something similar in the Quran, do I have to do more research to?
Well, I think the presence of a miracle isn't really that big a deal. I mean, from my own perspective, I just say, oh, there's a God who can sustain someone in the belly of the whale, or is a sufficiently powerful Christian. Yeah, it would.
There's a God. If there's a God that could do
yes,
that, then that's possible. See, that's where I have my problem, because I get into these discussions and I hear a lot of these discussions, and then the key word that I hear getting thrown out is if or what if, and we,
Well, if you're providing an internal,
for the
if you're
most
providing
part,
it,
for the most part, we don't live in the world. We don't go by our daily lives by, well, what if? You know what I'm saying? Usually we don't do that. I mean, we try to, you know what I'm saying, try to conform some type of, result or something. I mean, it's nothing that we go by. I don't go in my life as what if, you know. I mean,
Could I?
what if Bigfoot was real? I mean, what if people were actually getting abducted by aliens? Then we could come up with all type of stories or conclusions about this stuff. I just don't get this what if or if.
So if you're
stuff.
providing an internal critique of something, then yeah, you had to take into account all the points that are made by the narrative or the assumption or the proposition you are critiquing. So it's one thing to say someone's surviving in the belly of the whale, but it's a different thing entirely to say God is sustaining them as they are in the belly of the whale.
Right, but see, the whole point of that is, first of all, the whole God thing, the whole God notion or concept is already inserted into this whole thing. So when someone just simply says, "Oh, there is a God,"
mm-hmm.
and if there is a God, this God could do that. Well, first you've already got this whole if thing going on, and then if that's possible, then this being or whatever it is could do all this magical stuff. I mean, but you're starting from a point of if. I mean, that just doesn't make sense to me, because we can say if about a lot of things. What if this was true? What if that was true? We can do that about pretty much anything. I mean, we can simply say, what if there was a universe where there was a guy flying around in a red and blue suit actually saving people? What if that was actually a universe out there and that was going on? I mean, we can do that all day. We can do that all day. So this whole thing about if, blah, 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 it doesn't make sense to me.
Okay, but if you're providing an internal criticism, then it's different from saying there's no evidence for this. Those are two very different critiques.
Well, I've been here long enough, and I'm sure you have as well. Now, you can call those things miracles, like someone being swallowed up by a fish, and say that's a miracle. Me, I say that's a fable. In my opinion, I say that's a fable. And being that I know about history, know about other cultures that have stories similar to that, I can compare those two and say, hold on, this sounds like the same story. They both sound similar.
Right, and then you would go on to ask, what is the evidence for such a God existing and this religion being true, as opposed to making an internal critique of the book, which says, this doesn't fit into my picture of reality. Well, of course it doesn't fit into your picture. There are fundamental differences between your picture of reality and someone else's picture of reality.
But reality is reality. I mean, regardless.
Yeah, I said your picture. Whoa! I said your picture of reality. Let's get that.
So it doesn't matter what I picture reality to be, because reality is reality.
True, but you don't. True.
So I mean, we got people out here who probably who goes around thinking that they are Jesus. You can go to any crazy home and they'll say that I am Jesus Christ. Is that reality? I mean, I'm pretty sure in your opinion that's not reality.
So in terms of how we picture reality, there's a right way to do it and a wrong way to do it. And part of the right way is to have standards of reason and evidence. And then we discuss those, and we discuss whether or not your picture of reality fits into those reasons and evidence better than my picture.
Right, and in your picture, it seems as though you have these things that you call miracles.
Right.
And in other civilizations or cultures, these similar stories that you call miracles, you would call a myth, or not something that actually happened. Maybe you would. I don't know. No, I'm not sure. You probably would say that they're not myth stories. You probably would say they actually happened. I'm not sure exactly what you would say.
I would actually, in terms of all supernatural claims that aren't my own religions, I'd actually always open up the realm of possibility.
Okay, well, fine. My opinion, though, because I don't have that mind frame to accept things that are called miracles, because as far as I'm concerned, those are just fairy tales or fables. And when I look at other cultures, other civilizations other than our own, I tend to see like these people have similar stories like yours. So I can discern for myself what is possibly like, true, or I wouldn't say true, but what's possible or not possible. I mean, whether it's a fairy tale or a fable, or whether it's actually something that actually happened in reality or not. I mean, I can discern those things for myself when I actually look at what the story is actually saying. And I can also compare your stories to their stories as well, and make a decision as well, as far as like what's the is both stories valid in any kind of way. I mean, that can be done easily by just looking at what's going on. I mean, as far as in reality, I mean, this is the reality that we live in. We all live in this reality. There's no other different reality as far as I know. I mean, if you can pull out some other different reality, or prove there's some other world or other reality other than the world that we live in right now, I'd like to see that.
Okay. Sorry, just keeping my sandwich down. No, yeah, and this just comes down to what evidence you have for your quote-unquote worldview, and what evidence I can muster for mine, and which one has better reasons and evidence. And I think that's a different discussion entirely than just reading just saying, well, this doesn't comport to my worldview or my kind of view of the world, and just dismissing it. Because when a Muslim says Jesus is a prophet and just a man, I don't dismiss him. And say, well, that doesn't comport to my picture of reality. What I say is, okay, what evidence does your worldview have over the evidence my worldview has, and what standard of, and how can yours account for things like our existential desires, our moral system and understandings, our scientific understandings, just basic knowledge and the ability of the human mind to reason. How does yours account for all this stuff better than mine does? And then we'd kind of go about it on that discussion, and I think we'd both have decent points to make.
Well, if I couldn't answer any of those questions, would that make like your worldview, or as you want to call it, true?
What that would mean is the dialogue would just be unfruitful. If somebody has a worldview that they can't defend, it doesn't verify my own worldview, I don't think. What it just means is there's somebody who doesn't have the adequate background knowledge, or hasn't done the adequate background research in order to defend it. It would kind of, it doesn't diminish it. So it wouldn't diminish a cruiserweight's ability as a boxer to be unable to take on a heavyweight. It just means that they're in two different leagues.
Right.
Just like how I'm pretty sure if I was to go against a trained philosopher of religion, that I would probably get my butt well up too. You just have, that's all that shows. But in terms of encountering someone who might have more knowledge or background or understanding in this, it might be I would view it, if you're out of that person's league, an opportunity to learn, and I've done that myself with people who I think are much smarter than I am.
Are you advocating a transcendental argument?
No, I'm not. I'm more or less. No, it's more of a Bayesian argument, really. Although, I actually released a video on my method of discourse, and if you want to see it, I'll put it in the link.
Okay.
Do you think I can understand it?
Does it?
I just keep the annotations on.
Okay.
It sounds like you're like comparing whole worldviews at a time, which.
No, I am.
Well, smell is transcendental.
Well, yeah, but I'm not.
Factor. Okay.
Yeah, but here's the thing. I could accept that there are some naturalistic worldviews that can't account for all those. Whereas I'm pretty sure the transcendental person arguing for a transcendental argument would say no. It's only this one.
Oh, so they don't let like some kind of evidential or otherwise greater likelihood and such. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's maybe some, I don't know, debate about like what the merits of worldviews are.
Mm-hmm.
You know, apart from, you know, I guess the strict criterion of logical consistency.
Right. I think there's always a probabilistic element.
Well, the prior probabilities are a lot of where the Bayesian analyses have trouble.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, there's no getting around that. But I think because we do depend on kind of a Bayesian analysis than a lot of other fields of knowledge, and it's proven dependable, I think there's no reason to assume that it isn't going to prove dependable here too. You know, just by induction.
Mm. There'd be some kind of like agreed upon facts, and then given the premises of a worldview, how likely those are. Basically, that kind of Bayesian argument.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And I do a pretty good job of defining naturalism, so I have a pretty wide umbrella.
Hmm.
Plus, I have a new kick-ass introduction, so everyone might like that.
I just saw it. It's really neat. It's really cute.
I was really happy to find a John Wayne movie in the public domain to use for it.
Did you find it on the YouTube app, or did you find it someplace else?
Oh, yeah, I was able to find it on YouTube and download it.
They have a bunch of neat stuff on there, back there now, music and stuff. I haven't listened to it all.
Mm-hmm. Oh, this music was also done by Christopher Mouty, and the video editing was done by Sean G. So they were both kind enough to help me out here.
I got to do some editing yesterday for the first time for Positively Godless. It was the simplest thing in the world, but I did it.
Oh yeah, I have a basic grasp of Microsoft Movie Maker, but that's about it. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Yeah, I've been told that's what grandmothers use, and people just starting off. So it works for both of us.
It's appropriate. Yeah, I watched a tutorial that said it was the simplest one if you just do it basics, and it did. Can't wait to watch it.
That's really high production value.
Yeah, right. There's nothing high production about it. I put a header or a header and then an ending or something. That was it.
Yeah. Beyond the video editing and whatnot, I mean, quite a number of performative disasters ongoing.
That was one of my biggest problems. Is I didn't want to hear myself stammer, and I didn't know how to edit. So.
Yeah. Also, for just the main body where I'm speaking, I made it sound like I'm on a radio, which was pretty fun.
You just had a good time, didn't you?
Oh yeah, it was quite nice.
Good.
And there's some annotations where you could skip over, like the introductions in the future, but for now I just want to milk it.
Yeah. Why not? Enjoy it.
Yeah. Oh, definitely.
I have the not so slight problem of basically sounding like a guy.
If you don't really,
you know what? I have that too, so I gotcha.
Yeah, I also don't know how to do. I don't know how to sound like a woman. So in terms of yourself trying to not sound like a guy, I think you're doing a bang up job, Nadia.
Yes, I think she sounds more like a woman most days than I do.
I wouldn't even know how to go about it myself. For some reason, whenever I try to do a female accent, I just come off trying to be, for lack of a better term, slutty. Hey sailor, how's it going? See, I can't do it without
Yeah, I know
trying
the
to.
feeling. The same thing happens to me, and I just don't know why. And no comments from the peanut gallery.
You gotta watch. You gotta watch how you say that, Max. You know, hey, Seamus has got a boat, right?
Oh, yeah.
Hey, your
Seamus,
name.
how's
Are you
it
driving
here?
Hey, your name. Are you driving one of your big burly trucks? You big manly man, you.
God, that is slutty. That's really sexy.
Damn, I'm floating.
Maximus, how much?
Yeah, that's commercial company right
Yeah,
there.
he's got a Peterbilt.
Well, now I'm going to use a Russian female accent to hit on Art. Art, how are you doing, sexy? That's a Russian woman, right?
Yeah, totally.
Not even close. Oh, wow.
Even our females sound very mannish.
Yeah, the Russian smoking 30 years, 100 years, or whatever.
That totally works.
You need to get through those Siberian winters.
I think Art had something about, what is it, one of the Femin protesters actually got up close to Putin, and Putin gave her the thumbs up.
Oh yeah. His face is priceless. If anybody can Google that, it's just.
It's got weird nipples.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there we go. Looks like the topless thing in Times Square has to do with them like harassing people who basically end up somehow catching them in photos or whatever and demanding payment.
Mm. Demanding payment.
I headed that one off to the pass.
What do you want?
I'll let you know, Maximus, when you go looking to pick up a trucker, it's Good Buddy. It's a big burly driver. It's Good Buddy.
Yeah.
I can imagine that.
Hi there. It's a commercial company. Do you need some? I love it.
A commercial company, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Little lot lizard.
Yeah. I've been driving 8 years now. I've only seen him one time in Little Rock, Arkansas.
Really? The town that I live in, and it's one town over now, has 2 large truck stops in it, and they are always there. And again, we're a Christian town, so, you know, I'm not kidding you. It's 23 churches for 5,000 people when I moved in. That was. Let's see. Oh, I found. Yeah.
And yeah, the thing you guys were talking about earlier about, you know, wanting to criticize and having to spend the time to look things up. Well, I don't have time to do that. I'm driving 14 hours a day in a truck. I can't be searching the internet. And then when I get time off on the weekends, I'm not going to sit in front of the laptop searching the internet. So if I find a critique, ask somebody about it and find out what the truth is about it that way. I don't have time to do the research and the, you know, discovery and.
I don't feel like my point was heard, but it doesn't matter. I'm perfectly fine with being dismissed if I'm not smart enough for some people. That's fine. I'm good enough, I'm smart enough, and darn it, a couple people like me. Yeah, you're one of them. Oh, maybe not. Yeah. Okay. Where are you, Bob?
I am Novi, Michigan.
Ooh, Michigan.
Yep, heading over to Detroit. Gotta get it loaded, and then I'll be there for the weekend.
Detroit, Rock City. Get up. Get down. No Kiss fans? Alright. Yikes. Alright. So what next? What's the next topic, Nadia?
Besides, what is it? Counter Muslim apologetics, or Muslim counter apologetics, or whatever, and
I know you're talking about.
I'm not actually sure what just happened after that, but well, they're what is it? Causality, cardiology.
I'm going to grab another sandwich while we're deciding on a new topic. Excuse me.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Sandwich. Yeah, looks like intentionality, aboutness, and intentionality are typically conflated. Not entirely sure if I should bite the bullet on that one or what. Okay, that's pretty scary. It's considered outright synonymous with aboutness. About represent or stand for properties and states of affairs. I'll be confused with attention. But it looks like Max actually had a reduction from attention to attentionality, like a mental state that had aboutness regarding an action. Okay. Looks like sugar ducked out. Okay. Intentionality or intention-based thinking in young children. Inferring intention. So, the movement had to be animate, in other words, self-propelled and nonlinear. Now, in order that triggered people in inferring attention. Superior temporal polysensory area. I need to take it down to aboutness. Which I'm not sure anyone else is remotely interested in this topic, so Hamza Tsarsis and Hanesh Madison. Anyone? Will anyone in the Muslim world like take that as to mean anything?
Yeah, Muslims don't really debate. It's not like the Christians.
Do not so often. They have a thing as a dawah.
Yeah.
Yeah, what?
Wait, dawah. Maybe I can use
Oh,
I think
dawah.
it is
Okay.
dawah. Yeah, it is dawah. It's when you proselytize.
Yeah. Well, that's a little bit. It's kind of sideways because it's more like this like damage the credibility of Islam in anyone's eyes. Was anyone listening to Hamza Tursis in the first place?
You mean from Muslims? Like if Muslims listen to him?
Yeah.
Yeah, he does have quite a following. It's not anything like epic, but he does have a following.
So it's not quite the same as Jimmy Baker's like what was it? Some kind of affair, embezzlement, or who knows what.
Oh yeah.
It is, but it isn't. Jimmy Baker's affair was kind of damaging.
Wait, what affair are you talking about with regards to Hamza?
Ashley Madison for Hamza.
Well, we talked
comparing it
about
to
this.
Jimmy Baker in the 1980s.
Well, we talked about this with Jagnat and some other, a few other guys. There are some excuses that he can have there.
There are some what?
Excuses that he can provide, which are somewhat plausible. Which is that he was searching for another wife.
So basically, not much is likely to come of it. Right. Given that Islam is going to, well, be the largest religion in the world at some point here, I mean, should there be like a shift in counter-apologetics to addressing Islam somewhat? Or maybe a shift in counter-apologetics to a more broad-based thing? Or is the dearth of like actual Muslim interlocutors online, at least, or on these English-speaking, maybe America-centric social networks, make it basically, well, it'll leave you with no one to talk to about it. And do you actually find the people to engage here on Google Plus art, or?
Oh, this was back in my YouTube comment days. YouTube comments, so. I do know Supreme, which is somebody who hasn't shown up at your Hangouts yet. Supreme Wisdom, his nick is. Try searching for him and inviting him.
Okay. Yeah, I sort of see the I don't know. Like the role of the holy book is only really like supporting like the basic philosophical argument. Whatever. Okay, that conception of God doesn't exist. So what it does is it lays out the conception of their God.
I'm back. Where did the discussion go?
Supreme wisdom. Go ahead.
Oh. The supreme wisdom of who?
Oh, it's a handle on Google Plus of I think a Muslim who ends up debating people and kind of great debate things.
But he is a.
He's a what?
Sorry, he's not a typical Muslim. I'm.
He doesn't accept the hadiths, for example.
I'm not sure about that. But he might actually, yeah. Well, I met him. He's one of the Alvin's friends from their sort of community, which is tend to be kind of Afrocentric, right? So he has unusual views on Islam.
Oh,
it's hard to pin down.
okay.
It's hard to pin down, to be honest.
So a little bit Afrocentric, obviously not using the hadith is another issue, and then so on. Okay, so that's pretty far out.
Kind of.
I think Seamus might know something there about. Isn't there a large component of succession back to the Prophet?
Yeah, through the
Seamus
Qadis.
mentioned it before. Okay, yeah. You know it too. So some of the claims to legitimacy rest on that, and so I think it'll have immediate problems there in Supreme Wisdom's bit. I did a heck of a lot of damage to my face trying to get that one hair out. There aren't that many of them, but I sure tear up a lot of skin trying to get them out. There is electrolysis to actually do that the right way. Okay. What was the? How do you spell what the thing you call that again was? Was it Khalifa?
Mia Khalifa? Nah.
Wiz Khalifa.
That's the was it lineage back to the Prophet or something? Successor Stuart. Okay, I guess that means various Islamic roots and orders. Caliphates, I guess. successor or steward. So, are you trying to talk about like the stewardship of the doctrine or whatever as it's passed down from the prophet? That's like Google's succession to or from Muhammad. Okay. I think that's not quite the right thing to look up because it seems to talk more about like who rules the caliphates and who's maintaining the doctrine. So. I actually don't know why that's considered essential, much less even the right Google search term. If Shamos comes back from AFK, he may have an idea. He had the idea of what is it? A critique based on like the historical transmission of all the.
Hi,
the
I'm back from
documents.
AFK. I was just typing
Oh,
something
there
out
you go.
in the comments section about. It's kind of interesting. I was talking about. Apparently, Ozzy made a post on the G. Moore's open question, and I responded to that I think the best that we can do is just boil it down to like a tautological statement, and I was kind of criticized for that, which is interesting because a couple famous philosophers have kind of taken a similar argument, like Bertrand Russell. His response is something called the barren tautological argument. And I was just doing some reading on it and trying to formulate a really succinct response on why not only I hold to this opinion of the open question, but so do a lot of like philosophers. But anyways, I'm just trying to think about it.
I think the open question argument is flawed because it only takes into account reductionistic models of goodness as opposed to non-reductionistic. So, for example, I think that if you are to see the good in the same way as probably like the self, or perhaps the one's humanness, for example, is a metaphysical entity. If you were to identify it, or maybe as some kind of relationship between two entities, then I think that is a good way of getting around the arguments, as long as you don't reduce it to something like maybe desire or something along the lines of pain and pleasure.
Are you familiar with that barren tautology argument from Bertrand Russell? It's in response to the open question, but I haven't done a lot of reading on it. But
I'm not familiar with it. But I think if you are a divine command theorist, the best way around this is just to state that we're obligated to follow God's commandments because of the relationship we have to God, as the kind of creatures we are and the kind of being God is. So, for example, if God is a being who's all-knowing and all-powerful, these are two traits we also don't possess, and he's also someone with virtuous attributes such as, let's see, he's all-loving, caring, compassionate, merciful. Let's call these trust-inducing characteristics. They induce trust, where we're not going to question his character and his positive intents towards us. So if he has all those towards us, and he has all the power under his, and he has all power, and he also knows every kind of objection we would give to one of his commands, we would instantaneously know that for any reason we would have to not follow it, God can give an even greater reason to follow it, even based on our own criteria. The only way around it would just to be kind of following irrational dictates. But if we're following irrational dictates, then we are being irrational. So I guess you could.
More of a response to the is-ought?
It could work for both, I think, because you're grounding it in the relationship. So for example, if one were to say, as G. Moore does, well, why is following God's commands good? You would say, well, if I'm not following God's commands, then I'm acting irrational. And of course, there's no better anathema than acting irrational. Then by acting with accord to God, you'd be acting accord to the faculties of reason. It would be, I think that would be the response.
I've heard similar responses. I've actually heard that exact same argument before. And I thought it was in response to the is-ought problem.
It did work for... It is. I also heard it before in response to the is-ought problem, too. It was given by... Oh, what's his name? Matthew Flanagan. He was the one who told this to me in one of our interviews. Nutty was actually there. And, yeah, I thought it was a pretty decent response to both the is-ought problem, but I think it could also be used for the open question argument as well. Because you're not saying it reduces to God's commands. You're saying that it's something that has God's commands as a necessary requirement, but also has the relationship between us and God's command by the kind of beings we are and the kind of being God is. So it's not reducible to one quality, but rather it supervenes on both of those, and kind of an emergence, in kind of a sense of emergence. Like, for example, H2O, water, and the properties of being so water's non-flammability, for example, is something that emerges from hydrogen and oxygen, both of which are flammable. So water's flammability does not reduce to hydrogen and oxygen. It's a property that supervenes on both the hydrogen and oxygen in the makeup of the water molecule. Maybe that as an analogy. And I think that works. I think it does kind of avoid... I think this is why I said it's only problematic for reductionist models of morality, whereas you could really frame divine command theory, or maybe a reformed divine command theory, if we want to label it as that, as being different, because it's not reductive, it's non-reductive, because it goes into the not just God's commands, but the relationship human beings have to the command, and to God, the author of said commandment. So, if I was a divine command theorist...
I don't even think it works for less naive ethical naturalism.
So, either way works.
And actually, the same kind of issue applies to with supervenience, less naive ethical naturalism too.
So you think that that the same response can be given for other naturalistic responses?
Yeah.
Well, so how would it work for, let's say, the fulfillment of desires?
For utilitarianism, if it has, in fact, it has some kind of direct analytic equivalency. So once you get an analytic equivalency, it still holds up. Having it,
but isn't analytic equivalency sort?
Go ahead.
But the analytic equivalency, wouldn't that make it meaningless?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the supervenience, there's some kind of intermediary that blocks that bit of the argument.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Yeah, I don't think it blocks it. I think it might be a little different for things such as the good, because analytic equivalency is kind of anathema to the notion of the good, because goodness is still an open question. Like particular things of what is good are considered open.
Like on a meta-ethical level?
No, on the normative level. But actually, let's see.
So yeah, what does good even consist of? Is it is is a particular thing good? And yeah, the sense of the openness is a lot of a question. I mean, does it differ from any other kind of observation? Is any less of an open question when something is red or round? I think it's a bit suspect whether it represents some kind of distinctive feature.
Yeah, you know what? Actually, you might be right. Well, I guess you might be right because some analytic statements do seem meaningful. I mean, if I were to, I mean, Mark Twain and Samuel Clemens are really the same person, and it wouldn't be meaning. And if I was to tell somebody that, that wouldn't be meaningless, even though they refer to the same thing. There are some people who might not. There are definitely people who will know that a triangle is a three-sided Euclidean object, but some might not know that the internal angles are always going to be a sum total of 180 degrees. So I guess there are some instances where that isn't the case.
Well, I think the squaring the circle that is constructing with straight edge and compass. A square has the same area as a circle, given the radius of a circle.
Really? Oh, never knew that.
At least given some kind of it's what it's called. It's not actually possible, and the proof that it's not possible is a bit interesting. It's pretty complex. Granted, it's been simplified over the past, I guess, 120, 130 years. So that one is not obvious. I mean, strictly speaking, it's a tautology. Seamus's favorite criticism. But
what's a tautology?
The non-existence of compass and straight edge constructions of a square with the same area of a circle, given the radius of a circle. So, and it's purely deductive, right? So, it's tautological. All the entire sphere of the analytic a priori is, of course, basically tautological. So anyway, that's somehow found to be relatively meaningful. It's linked to a whole bunch of other things, like if you're going to play around with compass and straight edge, how many sides can you make on a regular polygon? Actually answered a bit earlier by Gauss in 1795. There's also usual bits as to whether part of what underlies the thing about the compass and straight edge and the circle squaring is pi is not the root of any polynomial with, like, integer coefficients, right? So this gives maybe it's something interesting in and of itself, but even though the main thing it was used for was to get that consequence. So I mean, it's like which part is like meaningful? Yeah. this whole analysis. And what is meaning? I mean, these are in many respects just like simple rephrasings, or okay, more complex rephrasings. Logically equivalent things, but it's not apparent. You have the analytic equivalence, right?
Aren't there also some equivalences which are more synthetic, like the identity of the morning star and the evening star as being Venus?
Mm-hmm. Are you saying that's an example of synthetic a priori?
Yeah.
It's not. I'm not sure how they phrase the counter arguments to that, but I think in some respects the determination that they're the same object is a posteriori.
Mm.
Like there was a long time. What was it called? Like Hesperides and Phosphorus or something like that. Those are two names for it.
I
forget which one was which and exactly Hesper, whatever it was. Look it up. Hesperus, okay, not Hesperides. Looks like Saul Kripke is at the City University of New York here. Gave something about Hesperus and Phosphorus right here. Something about rigid designators. I have no idea what. I'll give you a link to what I'm looking at here.
Thanks.
What is a rigid designator?
Looks like an interesting raid. I think I'm gonna take off and enjoy it for a bit. Take care, all of you. Hopefully, if you're around, I'll be back in.
Take care, Maximus.
Correct reference Cirrus, okay. That difference in truth value. So there's a distinction or something. Mandatory rigid designators. So I guess this might have something to do with the synthetic a priori. Okay. Designates the same object in all possible worlds. So Hesperus equals Phosphorus. Hesperus is evening, Phosphorus morning. That was Venus. Okay. Objections to rigidity. That's yes, this is Kripke's argument that the synthetic a priori exists and it rests on this odd rigidity. So okay, anyway. I don't know. I still like my. I think there's something more. I don't know. Meaningful about the example of like compasses, straight-edge constructions, and all that, because in some respects the I guess logical equivalence isn't apparent. And from there you have that it's something new from its non-obviousness or the non-obviousness of the logical equivalence. So it rests in some respects on intuition. Like simple algebraic things like collecting terms and maybe common denominators and who knows what. That's not really taken to mean a whole much. When this kind of logical equivalence shows up, you have something I think that people regard as almost fundamentally different. Maybe actually fundamentally different.
Can I derail a little bit with a interesting scientific fact or rather discovery? Sure. Apparently, Dr. Church, he's a DNA scientist, has successfully encoded DNA with a movie.
Oh wow!
Yep, there's the article.
And I thought, I don't know, I wept over the change from VHS to VHS. Who knows what with DVDs? This is going to be a total disaster.
Now we have to, if you want to make a copy, now we have to breed it in a, in a cultural lab. If you want to make a copy of a movie.
Oh, you think if I was welling and gnashing teeth over like the move away from Betamax, wait until you see how bad the Laserdisc fans were. I guess crying as much.
Well, apparently, this approach has incredibly fast speed. He copied 20 million copies of his book Regenesis into DNA. He presented this on the Colbert Report. The article goes into detail of how he did it. Kind of interesting. The obvious advantage is that it allows DNA encoding has a much greater efficiency when it comes to density of information that you can put in a unit of volume. I'm not sure how accurate it is, but the article says that it's possible to put all the information on the internet into a DNA code, and it will take no more than a drop of water.
Oh wow.
Yep.
That's rather dense.
That is fucking dense. It's like, can you give me the internet? Okay, here. Blink.
Okay.
Yeah, I've been watching Google News. Has really cool stuff on it. I used to watch it sometime, I kind of forgot about it, but now I'm kind of back and holy shit. There's a lot of stuff there. I'm still waiting for the... Yeah, Google News. Just type in Google News, it gets you to a page. that lists all the news. They're divided by topics, by country, by people you're interested in.
I guess I use it. I don't really see a whole lot of video there, just like text articles and such.
Yeah, there isn't a video necessarily, but it sometimes does reference a video.
Yeah.
If there
Usually
isn't.
the way I go is like I Google something, I want it to be a news article. I get back an ordinary like list of web page hits, and then I'll have a news tab, and I say, oh well, this is a bunch of junk. I like find an actual news, just the news articles, and it brings it up.
Yeah, I'm still waiting for the Large Hadron Collider experiment that's supposed to prove the alternative universes by creating small wormholes.
Just smaller wormholes? Oh wow.
Yeah, like small black holes, essentially, if I understand it correctly.
Yeah.
Which is interestingly, it's the thing that people were afraid in the beginning of the whole starting of LHC, that it's going to do that exactly and create micro wormholes and suck in all of our planet into it.
They're probably inspired by the conspiracy theories to pursue a line of research.
Probably. There was also a movie, a slightly B movie, about exactly this.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That's
It wasn't
bad.
that bad.
What was it called?
I forgot. It was a long time ago. It wasn't like good. Mediocre at best.
A Large Hadron Collider hasn't even been getting planned for very long. It's only in the past, 10, 15 years that it's been planned. Yeah, maybe I'd give them 20, and that's still not that far back. There's a water tunnel underneath the city of New York that's been getting worked on for about 50 years. So maybe my standards are a little bit skewed.
Did it really take like 20 years max to build the Large Hadron Collider?
What was it, a 50-year-long endeavor?
I don't know. I'm just curious, really. I know it's the biggest structure that humanity's ever built.
Bigger than pyramids.
Oh yeah. Arcane.
Burj Khalifa. Arcane. Well, he'll scream bloody murder and such.
Yeah, I brought the Large Hadron Collider the first time he said that we cannot build anything close to the pyramids, anything close to the accuracy of the pyramids. And I'm like, Large Hadron Collider? Dude, they're smashing fucking atoms together. Has to be pretty precise to do that.
Like, aren't high-rise apartment buildings routinely larger than the pyramids anyway?
Yep. But no.
Yeah, they actually have a use. They're not just one tiny room with some guy's tomb in it. People actually live there, go back and forth through it, up and down, and make use of it and all that jazz. And it's air conditioned.
Oh, you damn communist! You want all of the buildings to be used by the common people. You don't appreciate. You don't appreciate the monarchy.
I am the straw man of communism.
The straw man?
I guess, yeah.
Sure. Oh yeah. So it's kind of a slow day today, isn't it?
Yeah, a little bit.
I'm getting my drunks up, and nobody's here to argue with me.
I know, right?
Yeah, it's the worst thing.
I can always debate subjective, objective, whatever morality.
I tried to bait Shamus to talk about it yesterday, but he wouldn't have it.
Oh, there's a three-way debate. Okay, theistic versus, I guess, morality.
Oh, Jared. VPN.
I'm not you breaking up.
Breaking up.
I said, I think we all take different positions. So, with the possible unknown of art, I'm like, atheistic, ethical naturalist, whatever. Shamos is like a theistic, I don't know.
Whitey bastard.
It's something probably different from both natural law and divine command, but who knows. And then next, you're subjectivist, and
Yeah.
I don't know if you lean a little bit towards social contract. And Art, where are you on this again?
Objective morality. I ground it in human nature, and the purpose is to increase human well-being with the condition of maintaining human what is Asianicity? You know what is called sovereignty.
Autonomy, yeah, or
Autonomy.
sovereignty and all that, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So it'd probably be down to just nitpicking between like the, I guess, details of the utilitarian aspect there, like you know, equity and such as, you know, multi-objective optimization, whatever. Yeah. No, there went Seamus. I was trying to set up something, but
We should have attacked him. Should have dogpiled him.
yeah,
Right.
maybe that's what he was trying to get to. Yeah.
See, this is what happens when you're nice to people, Nadia.
Yeah.
They get bored. They're here for a fight.
Exactly. They get bored. Seamus says he doesn't like being dogpiled, but the truth is he loves it.
He's a masochist.
He's a masochist. Aren't we all a little bit?
Well, we are on Google Plus, so we're gonna have to be.
I suppose so, yes.
I looked at the article you posted where they put the movie into the DNA. It's pretty interesting.
Oh yeah.
There's more proof that DNA is a code, and Hillbilly was
fuck off, son of a bitch.
Hillbilly was right. He said it. It's a code, and the programmer or whatever he said.
It's not like we found this movie and I don't know, the human DNA was put there, damn it, by us.
But you forgot Art, so just in the now.
My God, put the movie in DNA code.
Got Hillbilly in here. He's got a spoon he was looking for.
And yeah, I mean, the scientist's name is Church, right? So, I mean, there you go.
Oh, of course, yeah.
It's all coming together.
It's a message from God, and he's telling you to go to church and repent. And watch a movie while you're at it. What's the movie, Mad Max?
Oh no, the movie is the Trip to the Moon. Inspired by Jules Verne novel. It's considered to be the first science fiction film.
Oh, the one where the rocket gets stuck in the moon's head?
I'm not sure. Wait a moon's head? What?
I'll show you in a second.
I'm googling for it now. Oh, I do see that. Okay, yeah, there is that picture.
In its eye?
Yeah.
I don't know. As far as Shivas and all that, it's like, I'd probably, I don't know, more explicitly and openly into being dogpiled by some more like 10, 15, 20 men. So, then again, helps if I don't talk during the process. Anyway.
I love how it increases by fives, multiples of fives.
Yeah, it looked a lot more plausible back like 3 years and 80 pounds ago, whatever. And a thyroid, of course. Yeah, 3 years of thyroid and 80 pounds ago. There we go.
So you have to settle for smaller dog piles then.
Yeah. I don't know. There's like enough.
I'm sure you can
health
find some
stuff
in
going
New York.
on. What's that?
I'm sure you can find some in New York.
Yeah, there are parties for it, but it's still like, yeah, there's enough nastiness going on in the body, whatever. That yeah, pretty much. Well, fixing that up is probably gonna be needed before I have any libido. Yeah. Oh, wow. Oh, I forgot to post the link to the last one on the event page. Okay. It turns out the main party used to go to shut down, but there are always new ones. Yeah, actually, where I landed in Brooklyn is not far from where the party used to be.
Oh dear.
Yeah, it's not there anymore, but it was kind of an odd coincidence.
Maybe it's time to reignite the flame.
Maybe it's time to what?
Reignite the party.
I'm not too worried about it. A lot more worried about getting fixed up, so maybe I might have a chance of having libido. It's kind of a weird thing. Maybe that is kind of a psychological change, like the whole kind of like having some kind of weird thing where I'm like wishing I had a libido, which is basically like a desire to have a desire or something like that.
That is odd, isn't it?
Yeah. Oh, it doesn't bug me every day. In principle, if I can actually get something out of the healthcare plans, which are supposedly going to be covering things, I might be able to get something fixed up. And especially if I can get off the Medicaid and onto the commercial ones. But that's always been an issue. I have no idea who this guy is. Yeah, New York's got like a fair amount of skeptic and atheist stuff going on. I used to go to, what was it, bi-weekly Sunday brunches with CFI New York, Center for Inquiry.
Oh, yeah.
I think they have the Point of Inquiry podcast. I don't know if you've ever checked that out.
I've seen it once.
Seen it once, okay, yeah. They had Peter Singer on there, I think, sometime this year. Go ahead.
Oh yeah, they had Peter Singer on it? That's pretty cool.
Yeah, they had I think Michael Martin also hopped on before he died. So there's that too. He also had kind of a memorial thing. I think you'll recognize Michael Martin from, I think, The Impossibility of God. I think he had something that was really easily confused with, I think, was it Price's book against Strobel? This was like a case against Christianity or something like that. I think like Price's book was like the case against the case for Christ or something like that. So they had kind of oddly similar titles. I think he wrote like the Cambridge Companion to Atheism, Atheism, Morality, and Meaning, and stuff like that. So. Oh,
Yeah,
and he's also
that's the one I know him from.
Atheism, Morality, and Meaning. Yeah. He's got like Atheism and Philosophical Justification. Also famous for the transcendental argument for the non-existence of God. So, yeah. The moral philosophers have been Slash pointed me out to their debates. Haven't got a whole lot of time to go over them. And I don't think it actually helped that much because they only cover like certain lines of argument, but they don't really cite too many sources while they're doing it. But the ethical or moral philosophers have been apparently very persuasive in the debates against Christian apologists. That's kind of why I've been swinging toward the morality type topics. I'm like, hey, wait, these guys are doing like morality and ethics and like they're making hay out of things. I should dive right into it. Yeah. Forget about even learning anything. Just dive into it as a topical field. It's like.
Well, that's definitely an interesting topic to pursue. I find that it doesn't really, it doesn't provide the necessity of atheism, but it certainly shows that you can have a coherent worldview without a deity, and that the necessity that they're generally espousing doesn't exist.
I think it's a stronger claim. I mean, it's like, I guess I'm approaching things a little bit from a strong atheist perspective, whatever. And the inadequacy of a God, quote unquote, grounding morality and such is, well, you can take it just outright as like a logical proof of the falsehood of their religion. So. Their claim is just like, their God provides an objective morality. You prove logically morality is subjective. No, the religion's false.
Yeah.
Right. That's pretty much true.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I don't know if I've seen too many proofs that. I don't think I've seen too many proofs that morality is actually subjective. It's more of a, how do I put it?
Presumably there are actually arguments for, like, you know, non-cognitivism or prescriptivism, and or even quasi-realists are going like on and on about how they can recover any kind of like ethical reasoning from a standpoint where these things are not actually used or something like that.
Right. Sorry, 1 second.
Hmm. I mean, pretty much. Any kind of non-cognitivism or subjectivity of morality, once established, is pretty much disproves their religion. I guess, or at least to the extent that their God providing grounding for morality is deemed an essential property of it. So, what is it? They do, it's like transcendental argument, right? Like, or God somehow grounds logic, grounds uniformity of nature, grounds morality, and I guess specifically objective morality. So, the open question argument is an attack on, like, you know, variations on divine command. Where was the open question tab? There we go. Yeah, it's equating goodness with a non-moral property like God's command or God's nature. Doesn't actually matter what the non-moral property is. Then, yeah, ends up falling to that. So the open question argument looks useful. I do not remember Seamus's entire response, or maybe it was Max's. I think it had to do with supervenience. Well, supervenience is obviously borrowed from the response to the open question argument for divine command, so it looks like well, I can look at my teeth. I do look now and then to try to see whether the dentine is getting eaten through faster than I expect, which actually is another sort of time limit that needs to be taken into account to make sure, yes, yeah, those brown spots. That's actually where the enamel came off. Yeah. That's exposed dentine, the sort of outer shell of hardened enamel came off where you see the brown. Yeah. So, getting to a dentist to at least fill in the holes in the enamel there is kind of a time limit, or else I lose them. They're not that white. Use white paint. What's white paint? Paint, okay. Well, the more plausible solution would be veneers, which again raises the question of money. Yeah, the sad thing is when I guess people make these kinds of proposals, there's something odd where it's not the same kind of I don't know what you call it, dispassionate discourse like you would have with you know, say reviewing their answers on like a you know math or programming homework, and you know, kind of pointing out where they you know where the bug is in their program, or where you know some kind of mistake happened in the calculation. They really don't see it like that. You know, it's like, oh well, yeah, they got some kind of grand plan for me to fix this and that, and it's like, hey, you've you know, you can't just like add the denominators to two fractions that you're adding together. And that's called the median, and it's a different thing. And they don't get it. Yeah, I used to use hydrogen peroxide as mouthwash. Didn't do a hell of a lot. Anyway, yeah, veneers are more plausible. So it's kind of weird how various topics get charged. I think religion's like one of them. Like, yeah, to the same extent, like you have, well, let's say you're trying to calculate something out in math. Go ahead, Bob.
I was thinking about something like people saying, Nadia, get a job, Nadia. It's like, to me, it's like the same as saying, Nadia, go to the dentist. Nadia, why don't you go to the dentist? It's like that easy. You can, it's like you can magically go and it's all there.
Yeah, why aren't I rich? Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I was actually doing well for myself for a while. You know.
Have you gotten an update on this job, perhaps, Nadia?
I've been checking my email like every 5 minutes or whatever because the order I just placed and such. So
Right.
there's nothing coming back about those jobs. Like not the morgue job, not the janitor job, not the whatever kind of, I'm not sure if it's data entry or some kind of like teller booth staffing or whatever. But I mean, yeah, or the trash pickup thing, which I actually had to go through a different site, and
yeah, why aren't you rich now, there?
so, yep. Let me check the listings to see who's vacuuming out my hangout.
You shouldn't focus on that. So
Yeah. Yep. It's the obvious one. They're all there.
well, I do hope. For one, I do hope you find a job somewhere. I hope it works out somehow. Yeah. That.
You can probably see. I guess depending if you got invites or internal invites.
Mm. Well, I forget what the topic of this hangout is even. All right. I bring Soviet sexual chaos to America.
You betcha. Yeah, Sandy Rios says like, sexual chaos, LGBT stuff's like the destruction of the family that the USSR was orchestrating. It's kind of like, actually, the USSR was anti-LGBT. What is it? The Pidor Rebellion or whatever it was. Khrushchev thought like the I guess prison rapists or whatever would go hog wild once released from the gulags. That is.
Well, they're they're a product of a different time. It shouldn't. These Western values, we're trying to reflect on them. It's morals and ethics. I don't think it's gonna work. They're like from a different time. Whatever system they had, they were fundamentally different. So a communist country in modern times would be completely different from what Russia was, for example. It's yeah. You can't. It's just apples and oranges. You can't compare these things.
I don't know. I think the difference is properly characterizable as one of circumstance. Like, the extent that there was, whatever. And it was, say, particular Stalin. Like, there's major military incursions on the USSR. Something like over 30 countries invaded it. from basically the formation in 1917 till World War II, or the close of World War II, right? I mean, is it a little bit surprising, or is it at all surprising that some overly defensive measures were taken?
No, I suppose they were invaded by the Germans.
A list of invading countries is 30 long and includes the United States, actually.
Yeah, the United States has had secret missions going on too. Yeah, skirmishes.
Somewhere out in yeah. I'm not sure if it got out of like what is it, just north of the Kamchatka Peninsula? Whatever that is.
Holy shit.
Yeah, somebody's doing something here.
No, I was reacting to this picture, to this GIF here of this. It's a sinkhole in a sidewalk in China. Sinkhole is like when the earth thins out because of water erosion, and basically the top layer is intact. That's some scary shit, you know. You just walk down the street and water has eroded most, and just you need one little vibration and boom. That's insane. Holy shit. Oh man.
I was awarded the 2 Years Trophy in January 31st of 2014. I don't see anything with 2015.
Good God.
Sorry. Imager actually has a message system. I didn't realize that. So, yeah.
Did you see the picture?
What's that?
Yeah, did you see the picture?
Yeah, it looks like the sidewalk collapsed, yeah.
Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah.
I guess people like think of it as the ground and the ground being solid and all that. And for whatever reason that doesn't seem so surprising to me.
But that's water erosion.
Well, sure.
That's water erosion.
How much support structure is there beneath the street?
But people didn't think about that, I think. When they built these things, I don't think really they thought about these things. They didn't even want to worry about it, even if they know. Yeah, it just takes so long for that to happen, you know. That water erosion was going on for a while, I think. It doesn't happen overnight. There was like in Brazil, I think it was in Brazil or one of the southern countries in America. It was a massive sinkhole, just massive. You could see it from the sky, you know, if you went from a helicopter. It was a massive black hole, right? And it just swallowed up whole neighborhoods. And damn, that thing went deep. Oh man.
Oh yeah.
That was
one
scary. Yeah. No, but it was round. It was completely round, but it was. Oh man. Just houses and everything went.
Well, just like the idea of a solid Earth is something of a false impression. You know, I think people have like, I guess, reliability of quite a number of other things is false. Like the whole Darren Brown like ballooning false memory experiment. Yeah, people might actually not really know their own personal histories.
No, we
I
don't.
mean, not just you, but like you're walking around like everybody's got like there's probably some percentage of truth to it, but maybe some kind of large proportion that's just in some ways quote unquote made up or shaped from a current environment not representative of what actually happened to that body in the past, right?
Right.
Scientific studies, Art was pointing out recently. Find like some kind of research in the social sciences that says social science papers aren't very reliable and aren't often checked, and it's like, hang on a minute. It's pretty obvious that quite a number of experiments, are pretty costly to carry out, and people don't reproduce them. And there's a lot of room there for anything ranging from, I guess some of the claim was outright falsification to various kinds of, cognitive biases taking a deep hold. There's stuff that randomly goes around about like scientific papers being more than half wrong. All right, people have like all this faith in scientists. Stuff about what is it?
When you say wrong,
or what's that?
When you say wrong, what do you mean? Because scientific papers, usually they have several citations and several resources. So when you're saying it's wrong, it's a bit iffy. What you mean by wrong? Do you mean the conclusion they get is wrong, or what is it that you mean?
The conclusion is believed to be wrong, and let's see.
It's drawn from a false premise. Is that maybe?
If you're talking about the article that I brought up yesterday, there's a new one.
I'm talking about an older one. Back from like 2005.
No.
But human memory is very flawed. It's not like a video.
That's why we have scientific experiments.
Yeah.
I would expect better results than 60% wrong.
It's better than memory, at least. More reliable.
I don't know.
Okay. It says most published scientific research papers are wrong according to a new analysis. Assuming the paper is a self-correct, problems with experimental and statistical methods mean that there is less than a 50% chance that the results of any randomly chosen scientific paper are true. So that's what that says. And it doesn't say which science. It covers the social sciences as well as natural. Right, so for as much stock as we put in the scientific papers as that, well, there's more, right? Like, doctors and they're expert practitioners, whatever. Apparently, like prescription drug interactions, overdoses, whatever, actually have like a large body count, and
it's a crapshoot.
Nosocomial infections, acquired at hospitals, also do a lot of damage too.
Prescribing medicine is a crapshoot. That's not really a hard science at all. I think it's really trying to gauge the person's genetics and everything else that comes with that. It's very hard to determine how much you need to give them, what medicine works exactly, how not everyone reacts the same. But I would say that these papers are at least more reliable than life experience. I mean, life experience is probably to more deaths than anything else. Like you use urine to clean your eyes, or what is it? Urine to remove whatever from your eyes. I mean, we hear this nonsense.
Oh yeah, that was Armin proposed it.
Yeah, Well, I mean,
That's life
it being
experience.
the best, well, it being the best available evidence doesn't make it, kind of like more than 50% probably true. Right? That's probably a surprise to a fair number of people. Maybe not. Um, but this the eyewitness testimony affairs also crop up, right? A lot of things people almost take for granted, or are somehow inclined to put faith into, so to speak, are actually have far lower reliability than generally, I don't know, estimated, believed, whatever. So
Yeah. But yes. Yeah. Shit, I forgot what I wanted to say. My attention span isn't as long as yours. Fuck. Uh, you're right. You're saying like people turn science into this sort of infallible thing. That's what you're essentially saying, right?
I think things are sometimes infallible, but also sometimes also just a lot more reliable than they actually are.
Right. Yeah, they do. They sort of deify. They sort of deify it. I agree with that. Yeah. Mm.
Like the peer review process isn't really architected to. I'll try to actually catch deliberate fraud.
Mm.
I mean, if someone actually is trying to make a fraudulent claim, whatever, they're not actually that likely to catch it. At least not before it hits the presses, right? Now, granted, when it's out there and people are trying to reproduce it and carry out things that somehow
That's peer reviewed.
rely on it, whatever, yeah, it might come back and say, oh, well, it appears to be false. But as far as like upfront publication, no,
Yeah.
it's not. Yeah,
No.
presumption of honesty.
Generally, what I get is like peer-reviewed papers from people. That's usually what I get, because you have to try to falsify it. So, people can be wrong. People can be mistaken. Even honest mistakes can be missed. If other people, like if you have too much stock invested into your thing, you can make mistakes because you so want it to be the case.
Yeah, honest. Yeah, the whole dishonesty thing, like, or people don't actually realize they're pivoting and such in the two-faced part or something. I mean, sure, you notice that there's being inconsistent, but doesn't help to just like call them a liar. It's like pointing out maybe before you were inconsistent in this case, and then here's the contradicting other thing you said. There's an issue here. That kind of account might be able to address it, but saying you're intellectually dishonest isn't going to cut it. They're pretty much just going to scream, "Oh, you're accusing me of being immoral."
We need Hillbilly in here. He's an expert on all of these fields.
Absolutely.
You ask him on anything, and he can give you any answer you want.
Yeah. Once you're chained into a drip machine, there's very little diplomacy you can do, even though you know the interactions and whatever. Okay, anyway. Yeah. Anyway, the unreliability of the social sciences, so to speak, doesn't, surprise me in the least. And maybe it is slower.
Well,
yeah. So what?
Thing
Still
is,
the best available evidence regarding the questions of that field. So.
Well, not necessarily. Well, best evidence. I mean, what if it's not even evidence at all? I mean, with regards to that, this is a norm, right? Well, if this was a norm, why would that committee even bother doing
the norm.
research? And why would they make a big deal about it?
What is the norm?
Well, that's what I'm asking you. You're saying this is normative. This is a normal result. In fact, it's better than what you expected. But if it's if it's a good thing, why would this be viewed in a negative light by the people who actually studied this and presented this research?
I don't know that it is. I mean, the New Scientist study doesn't seem to have raised similar eyebrows.
The people who made the article, right, who made the study, they obviously thought that this is a problem. That's why they made the article. And they are scientists.
Sure, they want to improve the accuracy and reliability. Striving for higher is not like saying this is some kind of incredible discrediting thing.
I have to think about this. I'm playing a game here, sorry, so not totally paying attention, but okay.
Yeah, I guess that's why you're not in the off-air hangout. None of the people who ducked out answering where they went. Sometimes they do that. I know there is, but anyway.
Well, I can go and infiltrate it if you want.
What?
Be a spy.
You shouldn't mention it now.
Obviously.
You don't wanna draw attention to it. You shouldn't mention it.
Well, it never goes on air, so the viewers are wherever the viewers are going is not there.
Is this the hangout of a particular Canadian?
They are Canadian, yes.
All of them, okay. Damn Canadians. Supposed to be nice people.
People are free to go where they want to go, whatever. So.
Yeah, some people are.
That's just whatever.
With the discussion died out, we need some people here. Could you send out loud invites, Nadia?
Yes.
Sure. I'll see if I can get a hold of.
Send to, Mac, Vekal, Perev, Rev, Kemes, all the good boys.
Okay. Go for like really fun, super fun dudes.
Yeah. That's what I do usually, and they show up.
God is not real.
Empiricism. Let's see. Who's a real big-time creationist or something?
There's a lot of them. Laron Campbell.
Oh, Laron? Okay. Who else?
Administrator. His dad.
Evans? Teacher of the Bible. Okay. Maybe getting close to 25 because think Neff and True Empiricism have a lot of sock accounts.
Yeah.
Yeah. They like Beckel, Faithful to God. This Griff. Oh, we know where Griff is anyway. Yeah, Griff's not really that fun, but or extreme or whatever. Sykes-Picot is pretty far out there. I'm trying to remember who the hell I saw in Nephilim's Hangout last.
I don't know.
That's kind of a creationist crew.
Peripheral may not be like a loudmouth, but he is actually pretty much out there. If you get him to press him hard enough, he will come out with it. But he's like more reserved. In my opinion, at least, he is a bit out there. It just maybe my view on it.
I will press them on my. Go ahead.
No, some people may think I'm pretty much out there with my atheism. That's probably just my view on it.
Yeah. Well, I'm hoping I can wing a moral argument for the non-existence of God. A transcendental argument showing their worldview is incompatible with logic, any kind of induction period, and of course with logic altogether. So basically Michael Martin style, only adapted for what I think kind of the obvious comebacks would be. Oh, and of course the evidential that Jesus Christ never existed, nor Moses, nor Abraham, Isaac, or Joseph, or Noah, or Adam.
Oh, fables.
Yeah, like or David or Saul, or Solomon.
Yeah.
I get some nice mythicist arguments against almost every major figure in the freaking Bible. I need to work on that.
And also, Muhammad did also not exist. Let's try to get some in here.
I think there's bad news on that one. I think he probably did exist.
I'm saying they did. Come at me, Muslims.
Oh, as far as welcome at me. Oh yeah, Muslims. Muhammad didn't exist then. Okay.
Right.
Yeah, there's really a case for it. I think there is a good case for Jesus Christ. I think, even as common as like random apocalyptic preachers and like zealots and who knows what kind of crazy Sanhedrin versus Pharisee stuff. And welcome, Alvin. I think there's a case of sort of the actual basis might have been basically like having like a spiritual epiphany about Old Testament prophecies, whatever, and as opposed to basing it on one of those people that were actually common. So yeah, maybe it doesn't hold up. It doesn't actually help. Like, hey, welcome, Alvin. Yeah, trouble is like an actual human being having inspired the stories or the Gospels or whatever isn't necessary. There's already been Christian sects who didn't believe in that. I said like actually appearing in the material flesh would have been unholy, so it was all like an illusion or something, and they called themselves Docetists. It's like, okay, not very many Christians might be happy to bite that bullet, but it doesn't matter. It's like if they still have that fallback, then you don't have the actual conclusion that there is no such thing as a God. right? So, what do you think, Alvin? Does it matter whether Jesus Christ existed?
If you're a Christian, it would. You would have to believe in the physical act of him being the sacrifice. It's kind of essential. You know, if you the most important, but the good thing is the most important part of the whole Christianity is generally accepted that this guy in the first century, Yeshua, was executed by the Romans. You know, that's that event right there is the most important part of the whole thing of him being a sacrifice, and most scholars agree that's what happened to him. So I think that's why the religion is going hard. You know.
So do you think
But that's kind of the basis of.
Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was going to say then, do you know like the sort of like ancient, I can't remember if they were like 2nd century or what, they were called Docetus and such. It said like the, what is it, appearance of the incarnation of Christ on earth was actually some kind of, you know, supernatural projection / illusion in that, you know, Jesus Christ was too holy to ever be tainted with, like, you know, matter, which was it. They kind of had a Gnostic idea that, you know, matter was, you know, bad, unholy, whatever.
I mean, I mean, you had a lot of that going around as far as him. But even the Gnostics, everybody was unanimous that he was walking around. But what wasn't unanimous was he just a man, or was he divine, or did he ever come back to see the disciples, or did he have a wife? Did he, you know, did he go to India? I mean, there's a lot of little nuances about the story, but as far as the Christianity of today, the key essential part of the whole story is that he died, you know, and was executed on a cross, and
yeah.
that's not a real supernatural event. You know, people got executed on crosses all the time. So because of that, and most scholars agree that that's what happened to this Yeshua, this Jewish Galilean teacher in the 1st century. So because of that, I think that's why the religion is still hanging in kind of tough.
Well, possibly true. I don't think it's entirely inconsistent with, you know, this kind of ancient historical sect that I was describing. I didn't think there was an actual human being behind the accounts given in the Gospels.
Well,
I mean,
the Gnostics would be Gnostics is like the oldest Christian texts are Paul's letters in the Synoptic Gospels. All of the stuff like in the Nag Hammadi library is like 2nd century and beyond. So all the Gnostic stuff that's like more, I guess, esoteric or whatever, that stuff came a lot later and then developed, and then they eventually got burnt out by the time of the Council of Nicaea.
Well, the Docetus were even later, I think.
Yeah, but the earliest biography we have of Jesus would be the Book of Mark, and it just has him walking around and stuff. As a matter of fact, what a lot of a criticism of Mark is that, or the criticism of Matthew and Luke is that when you read the Book of Mark, Jesus is more human-like, but when you get to Luke, Matthew, and John, he all of a sudden becomes more deified, you know. So this is one of the reasons why they believe it's based off a real God, because it's like with each story he becomes less and less human, as opposed to it being the other way around, to where if it was made up, he should be more deified and then more and more human. You see what I'm saying? If it's euhamerism, I can't never say that word. Yeah. So, but yeah, I think the crucifixion matters as far as being Christian. That part definitely matters.
Well, the position wasn't it of the like Marcionites and other things over there were. I think that the crucifixion was spiritual. Not that it never happened.
Marcion had Jesus Christos, and he was deemed a heretic and all that type of stuff. Matter of fact, Marcion is actually kind of responsible for this whole idea of a New Testament canon, because he made up a canon that totally dispelled the Old Testament, and he only had the book of Luke in his New Testament, and he cut out any references to the old Mosaic law. So he made up and he said the God of the Old Testament was a completely different deity from Jesus, a completely different evil deity. So he made up this new heretical sect of Christianity. So then Irenaeus, as a counter to that, he then eventually created his own canon, which looks much like the canon we have today. He had, I think he had 24 of the 27 books that's in the canon today, minor variations. So the whole idea of a New Testament canon was kind of sparked because of Marcion. It was like a rebuttal to Marcion.
Yeah. Well, I do understand that. Yeah. Sorry. Go ahead.
Because Marcion was a heretic. That's what they call him. Marcion the heretic.
Well, I mean,
yeah.
For me, somehow, I don't have like a particular form of Christianity kind of in mind or whatever, but things that I guess you would take as like radically unfaithful, and there goes
It appears that Alvin has lost connection.
Yeah, it's kind of obvious where he actually went.
Yeah, he went offline.
Well, we don't know that.
Somewhere specific. Yeah, we know the general pattern, so we know the general pattern anyway.
No, he'll be back in a second. He's probably just lost connection. Yeah, I think he was in the middle of his sentence.
Glenn Beck apparently blaming the WDBJ murders on medias and the Al Sharptons of the world.
Yeah, they're all using. They're all even what is it? Pillbox even is like using, like saying that it's a hoax or whatever.
It's false flag operation. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's so ridiculous. I mean, it's so ridiculous. Like, every time a fly sneezes, it's a false flag. It's just so ridiculous. Can't even take them seriously anymore.
Dude, I think those flies sneeze.
There are like no coincidences. Every time it's always
Yeah,
an
it's like
inside job.
it's patronicity at its finest. Seeking patterns. Everything's a pattern. Even if there is no pattern, it's a pattern.
Pareidolia.
Right. Yeah, I love the pareidolia. I think it explains so much. I often use it against, especially Muslims. They have this very popular notion that Allah speaks sort of in nature, because there's a lot of things that look like Arabic words in nature, but this is explained in the article that it's due to the sort of organic, fluent nature of the writing in Arabic, especially the common sort of language, the generally spoken one, the generally written one, like what you see in newspapers, right? The word Allah, for example, is easily replicated by nature in waves and in tomatoes, and yeah.
So if you poop out tomato that had the word Allah on it, is that blasphemy?
So what?
If you poop out tomato that had Allah on it, is that blasphemy?
I guess so. I don't know. I mean, if you Google Allah miracle or Allah in nature, you will see tons of pictures of natural things that have sort of the Arabic word for Allah in it, right? Like a tomato, a wave, something.
My family is like this. They are highly superstitious.
Oh yeah, mine too.
Highly.
Yeah, you guys remember I was talking, I told you that my brother almost died like a few weeks ago.
Yeah.
And I had to smash the door into the bathroom, and my dad, we had a discussion about religion a few days ago. He's like, Art, do you think it's a coincidence that while me and my mother, your mother, were discussing to buy full wooden doors, like from solid wood, that we decided not to buy them, and so when your brother was in trouble, you were able to smash in the doors, right? Because they were made from sort of a pressed wood thing. You know, it was smashable, still hurt like hell. And I'm like, Dad, those doors are much cheaper, the ones we have now, right? So, no, it's not a coincidence that you're a cheapskate.
Yeah,
my dad is like that too. He's like he cheaps out on everything.
Yeah, but yeah.
Like if he was a billionaire, he would still buy the crappiest door he could get his hands on, because he doesn't. He can't force himself to spend the money.
Yeah, it's like a competition. It's a form of achievement that you can find the cheapest thing for the lowest price. I know.
Does your father also gloat when he gets like a nice deal?
Yes.
Yeah.
He feels like he owns the world. He's like, oh yeah. I know. I know.
You have to go check out the thing he bought for like 50 cents or whatever, and usually my father like buys from the what is it, flea market, and he buys this thing for 50 cents and he never uses it.
Right, and I know genuinely rich people. I know somebody who was a minister in Moscow. My dad used to do dealings with them, and yeah, he was exactly like that. When his daughter was buying stuff for their new house, which he kind of gave them, and they were having a child soon. He told them to buy the cheapest thing, the cheapest pillows, the cheapest everything, and was genuinely proud because I did not got it. See, if I had the money, I would buy the best thing. It's kind of a thing, right? It's like I said, it's an
It's a
accomplishment.
psychological thing. Yeah.
Well, to
Crazy.
an extent, it is, right? I mean, we do value when we get things cheaper than they actually are. But some people take it to the
don't.
extreme.
Yeah. Like I don't. I'm very weird. Like on things that I don't care about, I will try not to spend a lot on it. But if I really care about something, I usually do all my money into it, and that usually hurts me because then I cannot eat anything for like I only can eat canned tuna for like 3 months because I basically like emptied my Walmart account, and that's all I can afford.
That sucks.
Yeah, like the lens camera I bought, that cost me an arm and a leg, but I had to eat canned tuna, and then I could afford it.
Genuinely sucks. Canned tuna. Well, I mean, you could make some. I used to make good salads from canned tuna, but it does require mustard, mayonnaise or whatever. Mayonnaise.
Try eating canned tuna and noodles. What is that? Ramen noodles for 3 months straight.
Oh fuck! Yeah, that's why I quit my weight loss program, because I was sick of eating the same stuff. Because I could not come up with this, some healthy dishes that I could make myself cheaply and healthy with the specific balance.
Same here. I can't cook anything.
Right.
I even got sick of that recipe you gave me, the one with the potatoes and eggs. I never want to make that again.
You got sick of it?
Yeah, I made it like 3 times, and then now I never want to see it again.
well, if you did fry it properly, it's okay. Go ahead.
So assuming I can ever establish an income, I do have ways to calculate that kind of stuff for me. I've got the math programs or whatever.
Oh yeah, I built my own Excel spreadsheet that would calculate proper ingredients, giving me. I created a whole database of ingredients and the prices and etc. I would just fill in the recipe that I needed. It would automatically calculate the ingredients, give me the list of ingredients, and print it out.
Yeah. We have computers now, Nadia. We don't need this smart.
I'm not 100% sure it does similar things to what my stuff does. Yeah.
Computers have made life a lot more easier, at least. Yeah. Like my father was also a communist when he was younger.
Who was? Your dad?
Yes, it's a little known fact. Yeah, we come from a part of the Middle East where you had that strong influence from the communist nations. He even had this freaking mustache. And like he was like that deep into it.
The Stalin mustache or something?
Yeah, the thick one. Yeah. It was fashionable there. That's yeah. I have his picture here, still with the mustache. I mean that was in the 90s. But he's pretty much abandoned that. That's good. Yeah, that's gone. Yeah, that's. I never got that when I was a child. So what the hell is that mustache there? That's like freaking thick. Yeah, but yeah, it's a different generation.
Oh, Jerry Boykin apparently retired and joined the Family Research Council. That's bizarre. He was some U.S. general that was known to be a really far right-wing nut. You know, world that daily conspiracy theories and all in yards. I don't know why people asked him to retire.
Like back in the 90s, we tried to stay in Russia for I think 7 months, but it didn't. It never worked out. The part we were in, the people were pretty. They were pretty poor.
Too many bears on unicycles?
Not too much snow and not enough like facilities, whatever. To didn't even have a washing machine or anything.
Yeah, it is kind of crappy there.
That was pretty miserable in the 90s, at least when I was there. But I learned Russian there, but I've pretty much forgotten it. Like I was like 6 years old.
I was about to test you, damn it.
No, I've completely forgotten it actually. But I was 6 years old and I lived there for 7 months. So when you are like 6 years and you live somewhere for 7 months, you pretty much learn the language. That's a given.
Where were you, like Novaya Zemlya?
I don't remember actually. I have to ask my parents where that was. I mean, I was 6, but yeah, I've completely forgotten it. But then we just moved to Europe because it didn't work out. My father, he wanted to go there, but yeah, whatever. So
I now have 2 pieces of mail. I may be able to get a 90. Well, I think they actually charge, but anyway. I have the name change court orders, which, well,
are you gonna change your name again, Nadia?
No, I just have the court order as a document that I changed my name in the past to, I guess, corroborate or whatever that the records that the State Department for passports has on file needs, actually has legitimate reason to be changed.
Right.
Yeah, it is really stunning that I actually had to appear in person to, get copies of that. What the hell? I have toothpaste. There's something people are watching, because, well, where the participants went is not something they can watch. Oh, wow. Jesus will turn your old age into wings of eagles and the feet of the cheetah, according to James David Manning. I think that one can be debunked. Yeah.
God damn. I'm looking at like Japanese games, and they have like the longest titles ever. I think it's like a tradition. Like you have to make this so long. Hmm. Hmm.
Yeah, somebody's asking me about somebody's transition. Answer was, a lot of times the family is too toxic in various respects to be contacted. There are stories about people in contact with both when there is a zero contact dynamic getting jettisoned when they in several various respects go against it.
Is it about the trans, another trans person?
Yeah, a trans man actually. And welcome, Desert.
Right. Usually, it's because like the pressure of the community. They ostracize their own even sometimes, just so the community will not shun them. In the Middle East particularly, this is shown. You have like fathers killing their own daughters, doing honor killings, and then after they've done it, it's like they're just destroyed. They're mentally completely destroyed when they have to do it, because it is expected to do it. And if you don't, your whole family is shamed and you'll be made a pariah. And it's a pretty tragic case. And it's pretty much a cultural thing. It's pretty awful.
Yeah. Like, the thing that came up was that his parents seem to be unsupportive, so the person seems to be in contact with the whole family, and it's like, okay. First thing there is, unsupportive parents usually kind of get, well, basically ejected, and even when they're like not, really attacking, they'll be like, hurtful, whatever way. It's not, it's just kind of merely emotional or something. That'll already be taken as like a grounds to have zero contact. And the trick with like the mutual friends and such is a lot of times they'll play games like, try to act as a bridge, intermediator, reconciliator, so on and so forth. And usually the kind of thing I hear is that somebody's like playing footsie or whatever with their family. It's kind of suspicious about the kind of stuff they're relaying back, and then they end up getting pretty much disposed of. Which, I don't know, I generally back their plays when I hear of it. And who is this person? Jacob somebody? Can we see him? Blank profile?
It's very complicated, actually. How you can really gauge their psychology of these parents that ostracize their own children.
Actually, I think Jacob may be alright. I think I've seen him in here before. He was talking and stuff.
Okay.
Sorry, Paul, go ahead.
No, it's fine. I was done.
Welcome, Jacob.
Yeah, welcome.
Yeah. Somebody was asking me for advice in how to relate to, I guess, a trans man beginning their transition and who has hostile parents. And I guess how to continue relating to them both. There's some tension and kind of possibility for ending up in a situation where you have to pretty much choose one or the other. Go ahead. Yeah, there's a lot of like hemming and hawing or waffling or whatever where they're saying, "Oh, I don't endorse this thing. I'm somehow could have Christian values," and I'm like, "What is this?" Okay.
It's hard. Yeah, it's pretty hard. It's pretty hard to judge the situation. I don't have any experience with it. You may have experience with it though. I have not. I've never had parents like that.
Well, for the most part, yeah, mine were pretty freaking awesome. I guess they weren't like, necessarily like beating with a baseball bat or something, but there was other weirdness there. I probably don't want to describe. He's wearing a shirt. You can see the sleeves. Anyway,
Can you hear us, Jacob?
Yes, I can hear you. How is everyone today?
Oh, we're cool.
Good.
I am at least.
Yep.
They are cool, I'm drunk.
I am naked under my clothes.
I think we all are.
High. You're high is what you're saying.
Wait, is that the same
I
Jacob
have a
that was
little
high?
headache. I've been meditating for 5 days straight.
Yeah. Oh, yes. Ordering like booze or something might help too. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
All of the
9
Daniels I have not touched.
9 out of 10 Russian doctors recommend booze.
Yeah. Well, 10th one is drinking it.
I have a bottle of booze I've bought like from 4 years ago now. I've like taken a sip of it, and that's all.
Send it to me, dude.
It's Jack Daniels, the black label.
Send it to me.
I have a very low tolerance for alcohol. I can't, like, it's too strong for me.
I've got enough crap going on. I could use a drink.
That's right here in my hand. It's like completely full, actually. Only a little bit. It's 40%. Let me take a sniff. This thing hasn't been opened in 3 years. Let's see how it smells.
Yeah, Palm occasionally does. I got Facebook.
Who? Who goes on Facebook?
Trans and Fit is having a discussion about thyroid stuff.
All right. Yeah. Does this alcohol ever go bad, actually? I don't know if it ever goes bad. Not an expert. But this is 40%. Jack Daniels. Okay. Is this like even American beer, even? Whiskey. Don't really like the taste. Nor the smell.
Yeah, I just mix it with Diet Coke.
Oh, that's
okay. Yeah, it's like, it's just nasty. Just like wash out the taste of the freaking Diet Coke.
I tried this drink. I forgot how it's called, but it was quite a costly bottle, and it tasted like melted plastic.
What?
I don't get it. What's? I have to ask Floyd about this because apparently he has a taste for these, single malts. Like, how can you taste it? How can you like
plastic.
it? I just drink it to get the job done, to get the alcohol level. Well, not yeah. Good.
Otherwise, you should drink a straw. It's like 80% alcohol level.
But I'm considering also price, right? So that's why I buy just cheap wine.
It's pretty cheap. When you got 80%, and that shit will get you to where you want to go fast. Hold on, I'm gonna. It's a. Let's see. I don't know if it's cheap where you live though. It's an Austrian.
Joku says that medical ethanol, 99.99%, used to clean things in hospitals. Pretty cheap. You just use that. But I think ethanol is actually poisonous to humans. Because we had a huge scandal in Czech Republic. Some booze brand were actually the manufacturer was using ethanol, and that caused like a huge amounts of deaths. It's poisonous to people. But yeah, anyway.
On Amazon, it says a liter is for 19 euros, at least in Germany.
You say they use what instead of ethanol? Like methanol or something?
I think so, yeah. I don't know. Ethanol or methanol, I'm not sure totally.
Well, ethanol is a regular alcohol, so it's methanol, I think. It'd be
methanol, I guess.
Yeah.
Oh, here is the link. You can look at it. 1 liter in total. Oh, although this is the 40%. I think I gave the wrong one. Because you have the 80%. Yeah, I think I gave you the wrong one. This is the 40, you have the 60, and let's see the 80. Because like where I buy, I can buy it here, but it's pretty cheap here. But it depends on country for country. Let me see. Yeah, that's the brand. If you find the 80%. Yeah, it costs quite a bit. Yeah, it depends on the country, I suppose, where you live. Let's see if I can.
Oh,
Local
wow.
stores have a lot. I think I found one here. Okay. It's about 21 euros. Oh, they won't let me on the site. Freaking hell. Yes, I am 18. There's an age block.
Oh dear. Donald Trump is fighting the war on Christmas. Glenn Beck's talking up on guns, and the anti-gay clerk in Kentucky is apparently fearing imminent death. There you go. Stock market is down to buy guns. There we go. Progressive principles and common core math. Refugees are destroying America. Oath keepers think there are significant numbers of refugees. Gays are coming to recruit your kids. Yay! Apparently, gay marriage is going to kill that Kentucky clerk. She's prepared to die in the battle over gay marriage. Casey Davis character. There we go. How about that?
I've only one time gotten drunk in my life. That was because of that of that drink, the straw. It was I took one sip, one little glass of it, from the 80%, and I was instantly drunk. I was instantly gone. I tell you, I have a very low tolerance. I can't drink too much. But yeah, so when I drank that,
yeah.
Well, I've been told that I'm at least not an angry drunk.
I'm not either. People say I'm more cheerful and more talkative.
Yeah, same here. Same here, yeah.
They also say I speak more clearly when I'm drunk.
Well, I got the Rumble to work, Desert.
How the hell did you do that?
I got it to work on all the emulators. You just, I can show you. What emulator do you have? I can tell you how to fix it.
Pretty much have the ones you have.
Which one?
The PlayStation 1 emulator.
What controller do you have?
Same one as you do, 360.
Okay, hold on. I'm going to give you a link. You have to install that, but then you have to fidget around with the functions. But then it will pretty much work.
Oh, cool.
You have to install something. Let me find it for you. I hope I can find it because let me just look it up.
Yeah, Andrea Arcangeli, I think it might have been 2004, told me that he was able to understand me a lot better after I'd had about a fifth of scotch. So.
No, Nada, you were having this New York accent for a bit there, and it just went away.
Oh, when I was drunk? Yeah.
Yeah, when you were in Bob's trailer thing.
How did that happen? I was nowhere near New York, and not that many people really have noticeable accents in New York.
How did that happen?
Okay, I got it, Desert.
Oh, thanks, man.
Okay, basically what you have to do is pick the one for your operating system. You probably have Windows 7, or which
10.
one do you have? 10?
So I probably can't use it yet.
No, use the 7. It will probably work. It will probably work. Use the 7. I use the English one. Just you'll get a zip. You click on the zip thing. You get a zip file. Unpack the zip file. Install, and then when you install it, it will do it for your controller. And then you go to the settings of the emulator. Hold on. I'm gonna show screen share for you so you can see. Just a second, if I can. I'm gonna show you how I did it. Oh shit, it doesn't show the control. Well, I'll show you this way. Let's see here. Okay. Just tell me when you installed it.
You don't have to do that. I can pretty much figure it out. The rest of it.
Just take a screenshot of this. Otherwise. Oh wait, that's not. Here it is. Okay. This is my settings here. This is important. This here. See here?
No, I don't see anything.
Is it black?
It's your regular picture. With the baby.
Shit. Let me try to see here.
I really hope I get one of these fucking jobs or something. I'm gonna drop this fucking horseshit like a rock. Like, much of backstabbing.
Can you see it now?
I don't know.
No.
Actually, they go out. That's not just backstabbing. I mean, it's like they're going out of their way to be assholes. It's like, oh well, we found a nice little acceptable, target to be an asshole to. Let's go, like, harass and mock and, oh yeah, anybody who's got like a economic problem, they're not even bothering with, any of this horseshit. They say how they're so, reasoned or whatever. It's really just finding targets to basically, verbally attack and mock. So it's like, that's not what I signed on for, and it's not what I'm talking about when I describe myself as an atheist.
No. Did you install the application, Desert?
Yeah, I can figure this out, Palm. Don't worry. You don't have to show me.
It's automatically installed. If you install the application, that's the first step.
Mm-hmm.
That's pretty much a fix for the Rumble. I took a bit of digging, but yeah, hold on. I'll give you also my controller setup specifically, so you don't have to do the work. Let's see here. That
This whole
software
fucking,
well, that software
this whole
you
fucking,
What was that, Nadia? Hold on.
I was gonna say, this whole fucking online community is fundamentally corrupt, and yeah, I want an exit path, so I actually have like, I don't know, some way to exist besides, well, quote unquote e-begging. It's like, you gotta be shitting me.
Well, when you get a job, I hope you still keep Skype open, at least.
well, you shouldn't. Should let your detractors set policy for you. But yeah, I'm not gonna chime in on this because I'll be freaking accused of.
It's not even just detractors. I mean, it's like the dynamic of this whole thing is just like, you know, well, it's like people say, it's a bunch of like, you know, people who don't really have a genuine interest in the issue, just kind of, you know, blowing off steam, killing time, venting their anger in particular, and finding safe and acceptable targets. There you go.
Some of them are. I don't think all of them are. Some
Yeah,
of them
it's like
are.
90. It's like 90%. You can narrow it down to all of a handful without actually even give a shit about the actual subjects.
Right. Okay, Desert. Taking a screenshot of the setup so you can. Tell me if you can see it.
Oh.
Okay, yeah, I can see it. Gotcha.
Do you see the Rumble in the Rumble section there?
Yeah.
That's the important one from the Rumble. That's the only thing you need to focus on.
Okay.
And also maybe the controller version, maybe that has something to do with it. I don't know if that's relevant, but you should try it out.
Well, thanks.
It's already in there.
Thanks,
But
Matt.
it should work now. It should work now. After this installation of the software, it should pretty much work.
Oh, yeah, I appreciate it. I'm going to save
Try
this screenshot.
Do you have Final Fantasy VIII or something, or the Crash racing game?
Oh, yeah, I can get those.
Yeah, or a game with Rumble, where the parts where you
Yeah.
know there will be Rumble, you can test it.
Yeah, I have at least one that uses Rumble.
Right. On the PS2, I've also installed the Rumble, and on the Dolphin also.
Okay.
Yeah, they all work, the Rumbles now. It's pretty awesome.
Good news.
Have you heard the good news?
Hello.
Hey, William.
Yeah, hi.
Didn't see you come in. What's up?
Yeah, I just came in.
Oh, really?
Yes, really.
Hey, Nadia, where did you say Ocean was?
You know where.
I got an idea.
It's probably
What
at
you mean.
some. It's probably at some BDSM orgy.
Wow.
Yes.
He's online
That's
at
where
all.
he-
He's somewhere else.
That's where he usually is. Oh man, I'm gonna die here.
So what's the game you play?
Trying to see how to kill Nami. Anyhow.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it might be an apt analogy. You know, like circle jerk of disparagement or something. Oh. Welcome, DPR.
Hey, DBR.
Hi.
Hi, let me just get my headphones in.
No worries. Seemed late enough, at least UK time, that, well, actually, switching the headsets back in here.
Yeah, it's 11 o'clock here.
It's about 5:07 here.
I think it's, 10 p.m. or 2200 hours in the UK.
It's drinking time in where I'm at.
Mm. I want like a
Hey, Jimmy.
Kalashnikov vodka. Oh, welcome, Jimmy. Oh yeah, Seamus was bringing up the open question problem, which sounded a little bit interesting as far as well, applying to almost or a fairly broad range of ethical systems, or sorry, meta-ethical systems. I think one of the claims or counterclaims was the like deistic sort of ethics deriving from I guess deity somehow had supervenience intermediating and such between that and I guess the what is it direct non-moral property. You know, the moral supervening on the non-moral kind of somehow ended up dodging it. Am I still connected?
Yes.
Ma'am.
Okay.
Yes.
Oh, really? Gonna dog William on this. I think that's his thinking words. Like people have some word, like when they say
Yeah.
Williams is really. Other people say or everyone has one.
Yeah, I try not to make it a habit to say, all the time. Some people do that.
Mm. Really, any kind of repetitive pattern and speech should be eschewed.
The buffer is full at that moment.
Yeah.
That's why people say it. You need to empty it before they can go.
I think it would be an underflow, not an overflow. I mean, there are such things as buffer underflows where, say, the process, monitoring or emptying it would block until it ends up getting filled.
Good point.
Vice versa, the buffer overflows, the depositing process box until it gets emptied enough to have room. So, in a buffer overflow situation would correspond to something like the mental processes stopping until the speech had actually finished being emitted, or enough speech had been emitted to make room in the buffer. In the underflow situation, the filling process in the mind would not have filled the buffer to have speech making any process, and the speech delivery process would block. So.
Yeah.
Well, the
I don't know
analogy
what
was
those
first,
words are.
right? It needs to be an underflow instead of an overflow. Go ahead.
Factory bulb.
I don't know what those words are called. Like the words you use for thinking. So you have time to think. Like really.
Filler words.
Yeah, it's to allow yourself to think. I don't know what they're called, those words. Everyone has them. Every person I've heard, at least.
Filler, it seems.
Filler.
Told you so.
Yeah.
Even Nadia has them. Nadia says,
I should work on them. Harvard has a tips on public speaking. They talk about eliminating the dreaded
Yeah.
I should read that.
Yeah, I should read that too.
Really? I did too there.
Welcome back, Alvin. Oh yeah, I was trying to tell Alvin that at least for the atheist sort of quote-unquote purpose, it doesn't entirely make that big of a difference as to whether there was like a historical personage behind the gospel accounts of Jesus Christ. Like the metaphysical claim that there exists such a thing as a deity and supernatural and whatnot is the more important aspect of the question, as opposed to whether the gospel accounts were based on like a historical person walking around and doing those things, or a bunch of spiritual experiences and interpretation of scripture. Go ahead.
Well, from the atheist standpoint, I don't think any of it would matter at all. I mean, if you're an atheist, looking at the Bible would be no different than looking at Greek mythology or something. So from the atheist standpoint, I don't think any of it would matter. But if you're a Christian, the sacrifice is a key essential thing. As far as any type of historiological thing that happened, him dying or being executed is like a key essential thing if you are a Christian. That's kind of the basis of the whole thing, him being the sacrifice.
Yeah. Well, I mean, in principle,
that's an interesting point, isn't it, though? Because if you, excuse me, and I think you're probably very accurate in what you say about my interpretation of Greek mythology, Roman mythology, other religions, and Christianity. I perceive them all to be the same. That is to say that they are man-made constructs. So if you are going to argue that your particular religion should stand out, and the reason you say it should stand out is because there was a resurrection, then I've got to look at the evidence to see whether that claim is true. And the difficulty that I have is that I didn't actually find any persuasive evidence. Just before you respond to that, I'd also like to go back to something I said to Nadia last night about the fact that I think that the Gospels were probably written about a real person. Having thought about that a little bit more, what I would say is they're probably written about a number of people, because so far as I understand it to be, a character such as Jesus was not uncommon at around that time. So the stories that were written years after the events could be based on a accumulation of different messianic type characters. But that's a slight side point. But to go back to the point that was just made, yes, from my point of view, I read the Roman myths, the Greek myths, the Christian myths, the Hindu myths, the Buddhist myths in exactly the same way. That is to say that I consider them all to be man-made. And if you start from that assumption, that is to say that they are all man-made, then a lot more makes sense than any intervention of a deity makes sense. But I mean, I was curious to see that for you, the resurrection was the most important thing, and the evidence for the resurrection is very, very limited.
Well, I'll say, well, I was really referring to more so the execution. I believe there is some evidence of a founder of Christianity being killed by Pontius Pilate. So if you're a Christian and your main thing is that he came in and was a sacrifice, I believe historiologically proving that this founder of this new movement was executed by the Romans, I don't think that's a miraculous claim. Now, obviously, the resurrection would be a
I
different
would kind of
story.
agree with you. I would kind of agree with you, although that you can't. I don't think you can specify with sufficient certainty who exactly was crucified. I mean, there were obviously many people at the time that you would claim that Jesus was crucified. There were a couple of others. Baracus I think, was one, and I can't remember the name of the others. Crucifixion was commonplace. There's no sort of like there's nothing miraculous or anything about that. But I don't think that you're saying that that is miraculous. So if we accept that somebody that may have led a lifestyle like has been described by Jesus was executed, crucified under Pontius Pilate, then again I don't think we're going to have too much of a disagreement. What you're going to have to prove, as I think you recognise, is that this person was resurrected. That is your central claim, so far as I understand it to be.
Yeah, I mean, as far as that go, I mean, there's no really way I could prove that a resurrection.
Thank you very much.
The only thing you could prove is, yeah.
All right,
well, I'll leave it to you, bro.
Okay, sure. Okay, give me a second, and I'll give you some information on why the empty tomb is historically reliable. That's not to say that Jesus resurrected. It's to say that the earliest historical accountings show that there was an empty tomb, and I can give you some information to support that and show you why, amongst a few other facts, why Jesus raising from the dead would probably be the best explanation considering all the things that we consider facts. But one thing I'll bring to light is this, is that the empty tomb is more probable than not for one reason known as the Jerusalem factor, which is that if the religion started in Jerusalem, which most people believe, in the small place that it is, if Jesus Christ didn't resurrect and the body was still in the grave or still in the tomb or wherever, then all they would merely have to do was just produce the body. Like, basically, the argument is this, is to say that if Christians were running around Jerusalem or early Palestine arguing that Jesus resurrected, it would be hard for them to do so with a body still rotting in the grave. Okay, so that's one reasoning. It's known as the Jerusalem factor. Another reason would be an ancient, not an ancient, but an early Jewish argument that's featured in Matthew's Gospel. It's featured in Matthew 26, I believe, and basically it's a Jewish polemic that basically says that the disciples say, Jesus rose from the dead. And then the Jewish response is, no, he didn't. The disciples stole the body. And then the response from that is, no, we didn't steal the body. There were guards guarding the tomb. And then the response to that was, yeah, but the guards fell asleep. And then the third response is, no, you paid the guards to say that. So what that does is that argument in the Jewish polemic presupposes an empty tomb. That is to say, the Jewish arguments around 80 AD, when the Gospel of Matthew was being written, the arguments then, all from the Jewish side, all presuppose an empty tomb. Like, they knew the tomb was empty, but they said it was empty not because Jesus rose from the dead, but because the disciples stole the body. So that would be another reason why the empty tomb is more historically likely than not. Well, one, Jerusalem factor. Two, the early Jewish polemic found in the Gospel of Matthew. Third would be what's known as a historical criterion for embarrassment. That is to say, in the Gospel accounts, women found the body. Women had to come back and witness to the fact that Jesus rose from the dead. Now, a testimony of a woman in early Israel or early Hebrew culture was not taken as the same as a man. Okay, it just wasn't. Okay, they were known to be unreliable as witnesses. So think about this. What's known as the criterion for embarrassment basically says this: if someone wanted to fake something, they wouldn't have embarrassing or certain things in it. It'd be the argument goes like this: if women really found the tomb, the best way to write it is to say that, yeah, the women found the tomb, but they were escorted by a couple male escorts, and these male escorts were able to witness and verify. But that didn't happen. Only the women were witnesses and verified it, which means if they wanted to lie about this, it would be way more believable and viable in the Jewish culture that men actually saw this resurrection. And to say that women saw the resurrection is not ultimately very convincing in Jewish culture as women's testimony goes. So that's known as a criterion for embarrassment. They specifically left an embarrassing criterion that they could have left out if they were going to fake it. Okay, so those are three pretty succinct arguments of why the tomb was most likely empty than not. Now, that doesn't mean, oh, bam, therefore Jesus resurrected. But that shows you that historically, the empty tomb is usually granted by most historians. They don't say, therefore Jesus resurrected. They'll have, depending on who the person is, they'll have alternate explanations. So with all that being said, we can examine a few other facts, which is that the earliest disciples believed that they saw the risen Christ. That's not to say that they did see the risen Christ, but they had experiences in which they thought that they saw the risen Christ. Paul, a hostile convert to Christianity, converts to Christianity, and James, a hostile convert to Christianity, also converts to Christianity. So when we see empty tomb, two hostile people converting, and disciples sincerely believing that Jesus resurrected from the dead, when we put all of those things together, what best explains it? Think about this. If the disciples stole the body, it doesn't explain it very well, because if they stole the body, that would mean they would know that he wasn't the Messiah. They would know he wasn't who he said he was. Yet, somehow they stole the body and yet were still thoroughly convinced and had experiences of the risen Christ? No. If you stole the body, you would never have experiences of the risen Christ. You would know that was a lie. So that debunks that one. What about the swoon theory? This is a theory that Jesus was really, really, really weak and laid in the tomb at such a weak state that he was in comatose and people thought he was dead. Then later on, he woke from the coma and got up and walked out of the tomb on his own power, and then appeared while still alive, having never died, to all the people in Galilee. But here's a problem with that. If you're claiming to be a risen Messiah, and you're nearly comatose, and you're coming out barely able to walk, bleeding, with sores all over your body, and you need food and rest and all of these things, it's hardly convincing that you're some risen Messiah. So the swoon theory doesn't hold. And then let me tell you the problem with this. No theory holds. No theory can explain all of those 4 minimal facts. The one that explains them the best, without just being completely off the rocker, is that Jesus did what he claimed to do, and he in fact did raise from the dead. That explains the 2 hostile conversions of Christianity. That explains the sincerely held belief by the disciples that they really thought Jesus raised from the dead, and that explains the empty tomb. So if you reject what I've put forth, which is fine, I'm not asking you to accept it, but if you reject what I'm put forth, offer an alternate explanation. I've debunked swoon theory. I've debunked the disciple sealing the body, and I'll give you one more that I'll debunk. If you think multiple people can have a mass hallucination that's all synchronized and they all thought they saw the same thing all at once, modern psychology would tell you that's not true. People's delusions and visions happen by the person. You can't dream and someone else share the dream. Likewise, you can't hallucinate and someone share the hallucination. So if you think it was a group delusion and they all shared the same delusion, that's also pretty far-fetched. So if you don't agree with me, which is fine, just offer another plausible solution that explains those 4 facts. That's why I believe we can argue that Jesus most likely raised from the dead. Thank you.
Okay. Well, I would say there's something prima facie there, and that I guess the investigations using scientific rigor of claims regarding supernatural events or experiences, more particularly, tend to actually, in the vast majority of cases, see that, well, not one ever has failed to check out. and this is a pretty strong track record. This strongly suggests that they're very unlikely to actually be correct claims. So,
what is? You're using an inductive argument based on what? I didn't hear the beginning of that.
Investigation of the paranormal.
Investigation of the paranormal is always done predicated on methodological naturalism, which, you think about it, name one study of which they've tried to confirm supernatural and it not be empirically or some type of scientifically tested, whether it be UV light or radiation or ecto this or that. It always presupposes methodological naturalism. Name one study or one place where they tried to find supernatural in which they didn't use any methodological naturalist assumptions. Or if you're talking about people sitting on a table with a cloth and a crystal ball and holding hands and having a little seance, then okay, there are some things that have been tried to prove the supernatural that don't presuppose methodological naturalism, but explain to me how something like that could be substantiated. If you're not using it based on the criterion of methodological naturalism or science or empiricism to substantiate the claim, how the fuck do we substantiate the claim?
Well, that's actually relatively easy. The conclusion can be that a force otherwise not yet described is at work.
Okay, say that again.
The conclusion can be that a force as of yet unknown is at work.
Right, but that could just mean a force, a natural. That's no criterion of which to judge something to be supernatural. You would just say, well, we just don't know. It could be supernatural, but it could also conversely be true that you don't know and it just could be natural and you haven't found out the explanation. It's happened so many times numerously in the past that to make that argument inductively based on the predication of supernatural, I don't think it holds much water. For those reasons.
In that case, then you say that empirical reasoning is entirely inapplicable to a supernatural world.
No. Empiricism in the strictest sense would just be if I see a supernatural event and I bring you in and let you witness that too. And strictly that's empiricism. That's not methodological naturalism. Okay? But me showing you what we think is supernatural in the lightest sense of empiricism doesn't really do anything. We need to run some type of test or do some type of confirmation. And usually these confirmations are done against a framework, right? Like a framework like science or methodological naturalism. So what I'm saying is, to prove these
In
things,
what way?
Okay.
Well, what way is like mathematical modeling somehow prohibitive to empirical examination of the supernatural? Go ahead.
I don't know what you're asking.
Well, really, the only substance to say quote-unquote science is mathematical modeling.
Huh? Only mathematical modeling? Sorry, I'm having trouble following you.
All these like philosophies of science, like methodological naturalism, aren't genuine constraints. It's just reasoning about empirical events with induction in mathematical modeling.
I wouldn't agree with that. Like, I think it's different than using just induction and mathematical modeling. You have to set up a certain axiomatic or presuppositional framework to science. That is to say, you need to start science from a foundation or a bedrock where you can actually, based on a certain few criterion, right? Like the uniformity of nature, which boils down to basically like a properly basic belief that can't be justified. And so there's a few other things that they do that with as well when it comes to science. But that's not the same to say that it can be done equally well with induction and mathematical modeling. No, those things, the uniformity of nature and these initial presuppositions that science is predicated on, need to be in place before you can even do what you just proposed.
Okay, so is then the supernatural entirely unprincipled, entirely irregular?
I don't know.
That's interesting. So at that point, the supernatural would contradict the uniformity of nature.
I don't know. Like I said, I don't know of any way to measure it, so for me to start answering yes to all those questions would be self-contradictory. If I say there's no way to measure it, the real answer is I don't know, and I think that's honest.
Okay, so an unprincipled, irregular supernatural and the uniformity of nature are in tension. So I claim. And it's relatively simple, except there's some kind of supernatural affair happening, lacking a principle to which it acts.
I'll be back later.
Excuse me?
I'll be back later.
I didn't want you to repeat. So, to the extent there is a unprincipled action here, no actual principle to which it acts, no nomological relation. Right? This notion of causation lacks a mechanism, which is deeply problematic. I'd say also what is it? The lack of sort of principle altogether. Okay, sorry, I lost my train of thought. Welcome, Floyd.
Can I just address one quick issue, if I may? Seamus has posted in the side chat. Where did we detour from Jesus' resurrection? Seamus, I'm more than happy to address at least 3 of the points. The first point I'm not entirely sure about, but I apologise. You'll have to excuse me for about 10 minutes, and then I'll come back and I'm more than happy to talk about the points that you raised. But you may, as I say, you may have to re-explain the first point. I think I've got your second, third, and fourth point, but I'm not sure I understand your first. But I'm certainly not avoiding the conversation. I think it'll be an interesting one, but I do have to step away, and it will be for about 10 minutes. I hope I don't get kicked out in that time. I will come back, and we can discuss that if that's okay with you.
Sounds good. DPR, take your time. I'll talk to you soon.
Thank you. It'll be about 10 minutes. Thank you very much.
The claim that females can't be eyewitnesses in Jewish society, that's false. You're getting that from William Lane Craig, which is not demonstrated at all. That's a false claim.
I'm getting that from multiple sources, not just William Lane Craig.
Well, you're going to have to demonstrate that because my sources say that's a false claim.
No, your source. I've read your sources actually. I've actually have your sources right here. Your sources only say if there isn't a male witness, which basically says if there is a male witness, we would prefer that over a female witness. But given that there are no male witnesses, a female with high standing in society would be an adequate witness. That is to say that if we don't have a male witness, we'll take a lesser form of evidence, which would be a credible female witness within the community. Okay, but that statement, for you to derive from that statement that women are equal to men in forms of eyewitness testimony.
No, they don't have to be equal, and they weren't seen as equal. But they could be eyewitnesses. It's false to say that they couldn't be eyewitnesses.
Right. But which one? And here's the point: which of the eyewitnesses are more credible in Jewish society? And the answer is the former. The men are more credible witnesses in Jewish society. And that
men are superior in every way in Jewish.
No, but listen, that specific thing that you're referencing actually doesn't convey your point more so. When I read it, it conveys my point.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, I'll tell you what.
They can be used as eyewitnesses.
Do you have the quote available to you? I'd have to do a little bit of digging, but if you have the quote available to you, I'd say we should post it in the side chat and let's review it, because it says only a female witness can only be used with the lack of male witnesses being present, which shows that the preferable witness would be a male. Okay,
right.
Under dual circumstances, with a male witness and a female witness, they would prefer the male witness. And they would
Can I interject quickly?
But the bottom line
so
is
under the
females
criteria,
can be used as
if that
eyewitnesses.
being true, under the criterion for embarrassment, the disciples, if forging the account, would more likely enter the testimony of a man rather than a woman, because it's more accepted. It's less.
Well, it wasn't embarrassing to Mark to write it. They weren't witnesses. They weren't used as witnesses. And Mark, they said they told no one. So and who would do that task but women? It also matches the Osiris myth story as well.
I agree with you there. Women would only do that task.
There's no problem with Mark using women to go to the grave.
Well, think about this.
In fact, it would make no sense if they sent men to the grave to do that work.
No, think about this. They could use the women because the women, that is their task. I grant you that. But the thing was, they could easily have male escorts, right? This is what William Lane Craig argues. He says that you could also send the women there with male escorts, and then the male witness to what the female saw and come back. And from there, but that didn't happen. And in fact, they left in the criterion for embarrassment. They left it in. Why would they leave it in?
No, I don't see it as embarrassing. I don't see it as embarrassing at all. Mark obviously didn't see it embarrassing.
It's more.
And again,
so they left that in
not
there.
Even corroborated by
by
1 Corinthians 15.
The reasoning of which they left that in there is probably because it was true, rather than they forged it.
No, because it matches like an Osiris myth. That's why it was in there.
The fact that they forged it and preferred that detail over the male witness, which would have been more credible and less rebuting. So it doesn't make sense if it was a purely forged account. Why would they add that? Why not just have male witnesses? Why not have males escorting the females?
Because it matches the common myths at the time. I mentioned the Osiris.
Why not have males?
Who would
Jimmy's trying to get in here.
To make sense, you have to send women. It makes no sense to have men go do those deeds when women did it.
Or you could have male escorts with.
No, you don't need that. You don't need it.
Sure, but no, you don't. You might not need it, but if you were faking an account and wanted to justify past that criterion of embarrassment, you could say, well, there was also men escorts.
There's nothing embarrassing about it.
I've just proven to you. I'm going to let Jimmy speak.
You're begging the question by claiming it's embarrassing.
No, I think that he's given good reason to think that
their sources would be taken more seriously if they had been men. That was simply the culture at the time. But I think it's important to point out that when you say that they were trying to see similarities between other religions, why do you even think that the disciples were aware of these other mythologies? We're talking about some fishermen off the coast of a very small town. Why in the world would they have any idea who Osiris is?
Well, the Gospels weren't written for them, right? The Gospels were written in Greek for Greek-speaking people.
Okay, so you do not believe that the authors of the Gospel are, in the case of Mark, Mark, the disciple of Barnabas, or in the case of Matthew.
Yeah, no, not at all. I don't believe Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John wrote Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John.
Right, okay. Go ahead, Seamus. I just wanted to point out that I think that originally there was a straw man being constructed, which was that women couldn't be used as witnesses. That wasn't the argument. The argument is just that if you want a religion to spread, it is more beneficial to use sources which are taken more seriously, like men. The problem with the Osiris rebuttal is that, on the one hand, you have to deal with, I think, very strong arguments as to the authorship behind the sources, and on the other hand, you have to deal with the fact that there's no evidence in the text itself that they were trying to promote a religion to Greek peoples, but rather that the gospel themselves are written very purposefully to Jewish peoples.
I would say Matthew would be that criteria, but not Mark.
Oh, Mark is essentially Jewish. What would you say about Mark that seems to come across as a...
Well, a lot of scholars think it was written in Rome. It was written for a Greek audience, and the author that gets the geography wrong in the area, he gets Jewish customs wrong in describing
That's not
them
the
and
argument.
so forth.
The argument for Mark being written in Rome is the fact that there's a lot of Latinizations, and the fact that he has to explain a lot of Jewish customs. He didn't get any Jewish customs wrong. He just elaborated where there would be no need to elaborate had the audience been familiar with those things. That's the proper form of the argument. So that's one reason he used a lot of Latinizations. Mark also has references to persecution, which they think presupposing uninspiration. Those references to persecution would most likely be under Nero or post-Nero in early Rome. The Latinizations make it more obvious that the author was probably Greek speaking or more Latin as he used that, and then he had to explain away Jewish customs that wouldn't need to be explained given the audience. So those are actually the arguments for why Mark most likely was written in Greek for a Roman audience. Not that he didn't get any of the traditions wrong. He got them all right. He just explained them where explaining it wasn't needed.
Well, that can be debated.
No, that's a certain scholarly conclusion. I'm not trying to nitpick at you or say, look, here, I was right, I was wrong. But if you want the truth of it and you're open to being critiqued and it's shown that perhaps that wasn't the right justification, then there you can have it. If you want to reject it or whatever, fine.
I read otherwise. I read scholars argue otherwise. That's why I pointed out. But Seamus, real quick. You claim the Talmud can be used as a historical for the historicity of Jesus. I can debunk that right now. So
go for it.
Okay. Do you accept that any text that does not claim that Jesus was crucified under Pontius Pilate cannot be used for the historicity of Jesus? Yes or no?
No, I don't. Yeah, it doesn't have to be that exclusive.
So if you have a text that claims that Jesus was not crucified under Pontius Pilate, you agree that that text cannot be used as a source for the historicity of Jesus.
No, you can use that source if it makes multiple claims. So if that's the only claim it makes one claim, and that claim is contradicted by various historical sources, then yeah, that's a problem. But if it makes that claim amongst other claims, then we throw out that claim on its merit, and then we say, well, what other claims did he make, and how do these go against earlier sources? So no, you can't just throw out the.
So you're going to throw out the claim you don't like and keep the others.
No. History, the historical method means. So if you have a contrary claim that's contrary to what's been supported with multiple independent claims, then it's more likely, and this is how history is done, it's more likely that the multiple independent cooperatory claims are true and the one dissenting claim is false. Now, that doesn't mean 100% it is so, but that's how history is undertaken, okay? And so that's what I'm saying. And I'm saying that if we, now I'm not saying nitpick or be cherry pick it, but what I'm saying is how the historical method is done is if this manuscript or this work, it makes 10 claims, 10 different independently verifiable historical claims, and we notice on one of those claims it conflicts with multiple corroborating independent sources for a same historical event, then most historians will say, okay, most likely that these are true based on the fact that they're independently multiply corroborated, and this one has a sole dissenting opinion, is most likely false. Okay, then they move on and say, okay, now let's look at the rest of the claims. Now let's pull out the next claim, claim B, and see how that message meshes versus the majority of other claims that have been made in which are independent and so on and so forth. So what I'm saying is you can't just say, well, if they fucked up here, so we're going to just throw out the rest of these 10 claims. No, you say, well, this claim obviously can't be true because of all of the bulk of this evidence. However, this claim is in line with the rest of these independent claims. Therefore, we can use this to corroborate that and shuffle that over. Now we have more independent claims of this. And you go on and so forth. What I've seen from you, and I mean this in a respectful way, but I mean this as a way to chastise you away from an untenable position. I've seen from you often that you wish to, based on some things in a work, to throw out the majority of the work. And I just want to caution you on that because historical scholarship isn't done in that way.
Okay, well, let's look at the Talmud. Talmud said that Jesus was killed under Alexander Jannaeus. Okay, so that's one thing we can cross out, right? Correct?
Well, yeah. You'd have to go back. So Alexander Jannaeus was present around what time, based on what historical evidences and manuscripts, and then this conflicts with what we believe around Jesus because we believe Jesus was around during this time based on these multiple corroborating evidences. So yeah, we would have to take that one out if it conflicts with.
So let's look at another one.
Corroborating. Okay, go ahead.
Was Jesus' father a Roman soldier named Pantera?
No, that seems to be the only source from my memory. That seems to be
so now we have two things in the Talmud that don't match up others. Okay,
great. What else does it say?
Well, I'd have to research more, but I just presented two here. But somehow you think that this document can support the historicity of Jesus?
Certainly. Think about this. If they say that there's a historical person existed, for example, if I say, well, there's a historical person that Floyd existed, and he used to frequent these internet hangouts back in early 2010s.
What does the Talmud say?
Hold on, let me make this point. And then I said, well, there's a person, his name's Floyd, he frequents these G+ hangouts and stuff, and I'm giving accounting. We used to have all of these talks, and a couple other people verify that they've seen you too.
Yeah, the Talmud doesn't even match what you're saying.
No, but then I say Floyd had blonde hair, and then someone said, well, no, Floyd was actually like an Indian. He was from India, and I said, no. Floyd was a white guy. He was probably like English in descent and stuff. And so do we conclude from conflicting reports that therefore Floyd never existed? Yeah. No, we say, well, these people agree that Floyd existed. All three of them unanimously and independently corroborate that Floyd existed, but there's peripheral details on who Floyd was or what Floyd did that they didn't get right, and these are epistemic problems that you would expect in testimony.
That's all problem. There's
common epistemic problems in any testimony.
So the Talmud mentions some guy whose name is basically Joshua. And he was a troublemaker. He was a heretic. He was killed under Alexander Jannaeus. stoned, I believe. I think he was stoned, I believe. And he comes from I believe a mother who was raped, I believe, by a Roman soldier named Pentura. And you're going to claim that text can be used as a source to validate the historicity of Jesus.
No, that's actually that the passage that I'm familiar with in the Talmud is different from that. It speaks of a man, a wise rabbi named Yeshu, who upon chastisement from an early rabbinical person that he was following under, decided to then exit the faith and leave a rebellious sect of Judaism, and that's the one. It's a reference to Yeshu, and I'm actually truly unfamiliar with the one that you're claiming, and it could be very possible that that's just an independent Yeshua, but it could also be possible that it is speaking of the Jesus that we know, because there's certain things amongst what I've heard from you, and I'm not familiar with the quote, but there's certain things that are corroboratory. You said that he was raped by a Roman soldier. That is to say that the father was unknown. See, one of the early portraits of the historical Jesus is to say that most likely, I don't hold these views, by the way, but one of the early portraits of historical Jesus is that he was most likely a child fathered out of wedlock by Mary, and it was a cousin to John the Baptist, and that's what one would say. So that one, raped by a Roman soldier and unknowing of the father, that corroborates that. And then the heretic part will corroborate.
That's a reach. I don't agree with that at all. I mean, he says
sure,
Roman soldier named Pantera.
I never said that that's an actual definitive quote for Jesus. I just told you that I wasn't even talking about that quote. I'm unfamiliar with it. I'm just showing you certain things that are corroboratory. I'm unfamiliar with the quote, not arguing that it could be what you say it is. The quote that I'm arguing, and I'll find it for you, is specifically about an early Jewish rabbi, a very smart and talented Jewish rabbi by the name of Yeshu, no A on the end, not Yeshua, Yeshu, and he says that this person was prominent, up and coming, and had a disagreement with a rabbi that he was studying under, and the rabbi that he was studying under chastised him, and from there Yeshu decided to go out and start a heretical movement counter to traditional Orthodox Judaism because of this slight. Now, there's a few more.
How can you tie that to Jesus?
There's a few more things in that quote that also substantiate Jesus. By the way, I think I'd have to re-dig up the quote, but that's the one of which you should be working with. And the problem with most of the criticisms with that particular quote is that it's pretty late after the death of Jesus. But,
all the Talmud stuff is.
Yeah, but so all of ancient history is. So that's a moot point. But here's the problem. The thing is that
either you're going to use it or you don't. Either you're going to use a Talmud or you don't.
What?
Yeah, it sounds like you want to use it when it's to your advantage, but you don't want to use it when it's not towards your advantage.
No. Floyd, what Shamos is saying, and I think it makes perfect sense, is if you have sources agreeing about one fact, but they disagree about another, and we have reason to agree with one of the sources over the other where they conflict, why do I also have to throw out where the sources disagree? Why do I have to throw out a source, the entire source, everything that it says, just because of a conflict that we think can be resolved by earlier sources?
Well, I'm still waiting to hear things that are agreed upon. I've yet to hear one.
I think
that there was a rabbi who disagreed with his teacher. Well, there was a lot of that going on.
I think
there's infighting among the Pharisees.
Right, but I think that what Shamos has very well put forward is that there seems to be references to the existence, to the Jewish character of Jesus. Right, we have reason to believe that he exists from elsewhere, and now you have the Talmud making references that very well could be that. I'm unfamiliar with these arguments, so I don't really have a way to make them. But I just think I don't understand your argument when you say Shamos has to throw out the entire Talmud, even though he can argue it agrees on the existence of Jesus with the Gospels and other historical works.
Well, that's what I'm
Yes,
saying.
God.
What agrees? I'm trying to, what facts in the Talmud actually agree with the Gospels? And both Seamus and I agree that for there to be a historical Jesus, what we would, the Jesus we're talking about here, this Jesus would have to have been crucified under Pontius Pilate. If there's some other Yeshua that was not crucified under Pontius Pilate, that we're not talking about the historical Jesus.
I agree, but the problem is, see, what you're saying is, therefore he didn't link this to Pontius Pilate, he linked it to someone else. Let's throw out the rest of the things he said. No, or we could historically assume that this man had some knowledge of what he was talking about and got some peripheral details wrong. That is to say, he knew.
Well, I'd like to know what he got right.
Okay.
And you can't say, well, he was a male and his name was Jesus.
Yeah, he was a man. His name was Jesus. He
well,
was an up-and-coming
of
rabbi. He touched a heretical teaching. The followers that followed him came to worship him as God.
Can I make a point real quick?
So what like, let's say, for example, let's say Jesus was patterned after the teacher of righteousness of the Qumran community, of the Dead Sea Scrolls, but this teacher of righteousness, who was called Jesus under Alexandrinus, he was not crucified under Pontius Pilate. So if later stories evolved around him and he eventually turned into the Jesus of the Gospels who died under Pilate, I can't see that actually supporting that there was a historical Jesus.
Yeah, that view has been put forward by mythicists. I can't remember which one, but that was implicitly debunked a long time ago for numerous reasons.
Well, I'm not saying that's the case.
Right.
We can read Robert Eisenman, who claims that
Bart Ehrman, and another Old Testament scholar, I can't remember his name, but he's a colleague of Bart Ehrman's, wrote a scathing review of that hypothesis. And it literally credibly holds almost no water amongst
I don't agree with it, but if you have scenarios like that, where you had some other Jesus that lived in a different period, that did not die under Pilate, that did not walk with Peter and Thomas and Andrew and all those guys, during the reign of Pilate. But lived at some other period, but evolved into those stories, and I don't see. You can say, oh yes, that is. Is
that more plausible? Okay, there's one, right? That basically there was a guy from the Qumran community, or basically that he was a guy who was crucified or killed under Alexander Jannaeus, and then it later the details become to be changed, and then most people would agree that no, that isn't true. That he was most likely crucified under Pontius Pilate. Here's the problem with that. The reference of which you speak of isn't acceptable within the historical method because it's a single sole lone source with no corroboratory evidence from any other source, and it would be going against corroboratory sources to the contrary that are independent. Okay,
but
so
we have two sources. I can provide two sources that said Jesus died under Alexander Jannaeus.
Okay, sure. Go ahead and give me those. I'm only familiar with one.
Well, the Talmud is one, and the second.
Do you have reference to that? I mean, could you provide them, or do I just have to? Because I mean, if the conversation's predicated on me granting what you're saying is true, that puts me at a disadvantage if what you're saying isn't true.
Yeah, Seamus is just asking you to cite the sources, not just reference them.
I just don't want to.
I would have to look that up, but granting it's true.
Well, it would be an error to do so.
Yeah.
To grant that it's true, because if
the second source is Epiphanes, Epiphanis. So
well, from what I know, we have at least
supposedly we have two sources about Jesus dying under Alexander Jannaeus.
Well, I know for a fact that we have at least three sources that say he was crucified under Pilate, and then we have three other independent sources that say it was under Tiberius, which they They intersect.
We have Irenaeus claiming under
Tiberius,
Claudius.
the reign of Tiberius Caesar and the reign of Pontius Pilate intersect. So if you
Right,
have,
yeah.
but here's the thing.
If the
Hold on,
Gospels
let me
are right,
finish
he
the point.
died
Let me
under.
finish the point,
If the
please.
Gospels are right, he died under Tiberius.
Right. So which would intersect with, coincide with Pontius Pilate also being the.
Yeah,
the,
that's no issue.
Okay,
But
so
we have
here's the
Irenaeus claiming he died under Claudius.
Let me make the point real quick. That if we have three independent sources that say that he was crucified under Pilate, that would be Josephus, Tacitus, and the Gospels. Then what we have is we have three other sources.
I dispute
hold
Tacitus.
Hold on. I know you do. Believe me, I remember that. Then we have three independent sources that coincide with Tiberius. So what? But here's the thing. Since all of those are talking about the same time period because they overlap, it's really like 6 independent sources for Jesus being crucified right at this time period.
What sources say he died under Tiberius?
Oh, sure. Give me 1 second. I actually have those handy. Give me 1 second. One of which would be, I believe Tacitus links him to as well. Let me find it. I have these pretty handy. I have these all in a PDF file that I was pulling together a couple weeks ago. Let me just find it.
Yeah. I was earlier trying to argue that.
One of the sources is Luke. One of the sources is Luke, and then the other 2 sources is Tacitus, and the other one is shit. Let me find the other one. So let's even say that I can't find the other one, and that I just have Luke and Tacitus alongside Tacitus, Josephus, and the Gospels. That's 5 sources that put Jesus' crucifixion within that period right there, within the overlapping, intersecting period of when Pilate and Tiberius Caesar were both, which could, from what I've seen, would be like anywhere from like 26 to 34 or something like that.
Well, I don't see how you can use Josephus and Tacitus twice. You're counting them twice.
No, because if he speaks, listen, you have a problem lumping all of these things historically together as one claim when they make independent claims. So here's the thing. If he says that Jesus was crucified under Pontius Pilate during the reign of Tiberius, those are 2 independently verifiable claims.
No.
No, yeah, it would both be true that he was crucified under Pilate and that Tiberius was in rule at the time.
It's one claim. It's one claim.
No,
it's not like 2 separate sources combined under one sentence.
No. I'm not saying sources. It's one source. That's not in dispute.
But you know,
2 independent claims.
I don't. No,
you seem like
I
you
don't
have a problem with that.
Yeah, I do. I have a big problem with that. They're not independent. They're not independent claims.
I never said that. Yeah, they are.
No, they're not.
Of course they are. Yeah.
Pilate ruled under Tiberius.
If I say I went to Bethlehem and then I walked a couple days and went to Jerusalem, those are 2 independent claims. That is to say that at the time that I wrote this book, Bethlehem and Jerusalem must certainly exist. Those are 2 independently corroboratory historical claims that are falsifiable. Likewise, if I say that he was crucified under Pontius Pilate during the reign of Tiberius, since they didn't, Pontius Pilate and Tiberius didn't come into office the same day. There's a slight overlap. So it could be there's independent claims because to say that Tiberius doesn't imply under Pontius Pilate. Now it's within a window.
Well, adding Tiberius, adding he died on the planet Earth doesn't add any more weight to the argument.
No. But it's no. You're right. Planet Earth isn't like a historically verifiable fact. But when you're talking about a falsifiable claim that Jesus was killed under Tiberius Caesar, that's an independent, falsifiable historical claim. That's independent from the fact that he was crucified by and under Pontius Pilate. Now, one could be true, and the other, if both were simultaneously true, that means they both came into office on the same time. You would have a point. But granting one doesn't necessarily grant the other, because the overlap was a certain window. So he could have been killed under Pontius Pilate and not been killed under Tiberius. That's possible,
How?
given the dating. I said that backwards. It's possible that he could have been killed under Tiberius and not under Pontius Pilate. Do you see what I'm saying? Because Tiberius was around during the whole reign of Pontius Pilate, but the converse isn't true. So that would be the argument for that. If you don't grant it, the fact that you don't grant it doesn't make it one way or the other. I'm just offering you the evidence. They're independent, historically falsifiable historical claims, and they are independent in what they.
Tiberius ruled from 14 CE to 37 CE. Pilate died in 37 CE. So how is it possible that Pilate could reign under anyone else but Tiberius?
Pilate died then, but Pilate ended his role in Jerusalem in 34. There was a
right.
Which means there was a 3-year time period in which Pilate was not there in Jerusalem and Tiberius was still Caesar.
Right.
So they don't.
But under Pilate's entire reign, it would be under Tiberius, correct? And no one else.
Say that again.
During Pilate's reign, the only Caesar during that whole entire reign would be Tiberius.
Yes.
Right. So
yes,
therefore it's impossible for Pilate to have governed under any other.
Right, but the converse isn't impossible. That is to say that Tiberius could have been the Caesar, and Pilate could have not been there. So what I'm saying is, one fits exclusively within the reign of Tiberius.
I don't understand that logic at all.
What?
I don't understand that logic at all.
What do you mean? What logic? It's very simple. So if Tiberius and Pontius Pilate weren't around during the same time, and there's an actual overlap in the time, they're independently falsifiable claims. That's all I'm trying to establish, is that they're two separate historical claims, that during the time of Jesus, he was not only killed during the reign of Pontius Pilate, but he was also carried during the reign of Pontius Pilate that intersected with the reign of Tiberius, okay?
Right.
Which would be the entire time of Pontius Pilate. But if someone were to make a counterclaim that no, he was killed under Tiberius and not under Pontius Pilate, then it could be argued that because of that 3-year gap, they don't directly intersect. That's all I'm saying. So what I'm saying is they're independently falsifiable from one another. It's not to say that they're both the same claim because to falsify one would falsify the other. They're not. I'm showing you that they're independently falsifiable. That one is not predicated on the other.
I don't see how that strengthens the argument at all.
Can I
strengthens the argument? Go ahead.
One point really quick to make. This may seem off topic, but I think it's important. Floyd, I think that the strength of your objections will be seen as much more formidable. At least I can speak for myself. I think Shimus will agree with me. And hey, Max. Hey. But something that goes on in the academic framework, which I think G+ forgets to interact with, is the fact that when you object to someone, normally you try to work with what they have argued, but you also try to work with responses that come from their group, right? So if your argument is as strong as it is, shouldn't you be able to bring up various scholars throughout the centuries of Christian academia that have responded to
argument
and show us why that response is not true? Because I agree.
I would agree if I was prepared enough to do that, but I'm not prepared enough to do that right now.
Okay, that's fine. But real quick, I imagine, and I don't mean this out of to offend you, because people could say the same thing about my arguments. But I imagine that I could Google search and come up with various responses to the objection that you come up with. So I think that it would be much more conducive to the conversation if, when we bring up these historical objections that rely so much on cited sources and on critics looking at those sources, I think it's very fruitful to bring up responses that your opponents have given you and address those and why they are wrong. Because I'm certain that if I wanted to do the homework and go to whatever base of apologetics that I have, that I can find several responses to you that may or may not be persuasive.
Yeah, well, I think I'm trying to do that. So, you're just asking me for more immediate sources for my arguments. Is that what you're asking?
Well, no, I'm asking you to interact with not just your immediate opponents, but with the opponents of your view at large. So,
yeah, I mean, I can
in this
rattle off William Lane Craig's arguments and dispute them. For every William Lane Craig, I'll have a Bart Ehrman and a Robert Price.
Excellent. Okay, that's exactly what I'm talking about. If you can address, not only because I think Seamus does a pretty good job of responding to these things. Part of it is that I don't keep up with a lot of these arguments. I'm unfamiliar with them, so I just try to stick to clarifying things. But I think it would be fruitful if the objections coming from Christians to your point, Floyd, that we respect, such as William Lane Craig, I would take him as an authority on history that I respect. If you dealt with those, and then we can see more of what's going on behind the entire argument.
The problem with that is we're playing scholar wars at that point. My scholar can beat up your scholar. So
no.
So I think it's better to actually, instead of bringing up names, actually you can say this scholar says this, but let's talk about their arguments rather than who they actually are. Because again, ultimately this is just going to turn into a copy and paste off of Google.
Okay, that's what I want to avoid, but that's why I specifically said scholars that your opponents respect, not just scholars at large, like, oh, I have this scholar, but specifically, oh yeah, while I don't respect everyone as a scholar, for example, I think Bart Ehrman has terrible arguments in his own field, for pity's sake, but William Lane Craig I take as a respected authority on that, and so the point is not for you to drop kick all the scholars that have written on this, or even all the scholars that I respect, but rather I'm trying to understand your position on this, and I can better understand your position if I see how you react to various objections that are given from my point of view, not just the ones that me or Seamus can bring up.
Okay. Well, I don't know how you want to proceed. You can give me a list of arguments. I'll then pull up Richard Carrier's On the Historicity of Jesus, go to that section, and then paste his response to you. I mean, that's what it could turn into.
Yeah.
No, I think it can turn into that, but all I'm saying is, how do you respond to objections?
No, it often does turn to that, but
yeah, here's an example. If you're a big fan of Lee Strobel's, okay, you open up this book, The Case for Christ by Lee Strobel's, and you make an argument in it, and then I open up this book, The Case Against the Christ the Case Against the Case of Christ for Robert M. Price, and I just paste what Price's response is to it. And then you go back to like the second edition of Strobel's, and then I pull out
Floyd,
Robert Price.
If you take away the names, if you take away the names from it, all it is stating the fact of argumentation. I give you one argumentation, you come back with a different line of argumentation. It doesn't matter if you place the name on it. That's all anything is. That's how all
that's what I said.
That's
why we just need to get the facts on the table, and before we present the arguments, we have to get the facts on the table. But unfortunately, there's a lot of facts we don't agree with. So that's a problem right then and there.
Well, yeah, Holocaust deniers don't agree on certain facts either.
Right.
Likewise, Christ mythicists aren't going to agree on certain facts either. It doesn't bring us any closer or farther away to say that certain people in the fringes don't accept certain facts. Of course, Holocaust deniers don't accept certain facts on the Holocaust. It's true.
That's quite a comparison.
What can be done to bridge this gap?
To be,
Is there anything that can be done? Can you reason to a Holocaust denier? Can you?
Yeah.
Not
Well,
often.
again, we have to have some common ground to have a discussion.
Well, yeah, which was what I would consider historical, basically historical and textual scholarship from all sides, be it atheist, be it theist, be it right wing, be it left wing. What are the minimal agreed upon facts due to the preponderance of evidence? These are things that we should mutually agree on. Why? Because the majority of scholars in the field, regardless of their position, agree on these facts. So that would be a helpful place to start.
Wow.
But the problem with that is that as soon as you start there, your whole position falls to pieces.
It depends. It depends what we're arguing, though.
You can't start from that position. You have to advocate to start from another position.
Well,
but what would be a more
for
better
instance,
position to start from than that one? A commonly accepted facts by the majority of scholars in every field. What would be a better place to start? You tell me, Floyd.
Well, it depends what we're arguing.
Well,
I mean, if you're arguing of the historicity of Jesus, then we can't start there because that's what we're trying to prove. But if you want to deal with the resurrection, you can't bring up Gary Habermas's or William Lane Craig's 4 minimal facts because they're not minimal facts.
Yeah, they are. They're minimal facts. Okay, well then you don't understand what they mean by minimal facts agreed on by the majority of scholars in the field. That's what a minimal fact is. That's how I'm defining it. Now, if you want to say that, no, I want to define it a different way, and then it doesn't meet my definition of minimal fact, fine. But the definition I just gave of minimal fact, it meets that definition. No one can dispute that. Maximus is probably one of the most intellectually honest people here, and he won't even dispute that. He would, if I was lying, if I was making up bullshit, believe me, he would be the first person to open his mic and correct me, and he's done so many of times. It's
a minimal fact. There's a minimal fact that there was an empty tomb. Or it's a minimal fact that Jesus was buried by Joseph of Arimathea. That's a minimal historical fact. I never presented those.
That's the William Lane Craig argument. I presented Gary Haber. William Lane Craig presents the argument about Joseph of Arimathea. That's actually not even considered the minimal facts argument. It's a weaker argument. The more commonly accepted scholarly minimal facts argument is presented by either Gary Habermas or Mike Lacona, not necessarily one.
Yeah, and from what I
I'm terribly sorry. Should I ask you?
Max.
I'm terribly sorry. Because I think this goes back to the point I raised probably 45, 50 minutes ago now about how I was not entirely sure how you were presenting the 4 facts that you were for the argument in favour of the resurrection. In particular, your first argument I didn't understand. So would this be a useful moment for you to go through briefly your 4 points? I think I've got 3 of them, but the first one sort of like escaped me. Is that all right with everyone if we do that?
Seamus, are the ones I posted?
I'm just going to Maximus to respond because he seemed to have something that was on topic.
Right. Yeah,
I got you.
I
got you,
miss,
DPR. I'm going to type them out. Here you go, DPR. Look in the chat. They're all typed out there for you, so you won't have to listen to me. They're all
okay. Well, I apologize because I missed about 15 minutes of the chat, and when I came back, it looked as if things had moved on. I'm looking at, sorry, your comments, Seamus?
Yeah, so I showed you.
Am I looking at Jimmy's?
Facts.
Because if Jimmy's minimal facts are Jerusalem factor, Jewish polemic found in Matthew dated before 80, that doesn't mean anything to me.
Those are sub criterion to prove the empty to give evidence for the arguments for the empty tomb. Minimal facts are 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. So I presented 5 minimal facts that Jesus.
Okay. I'll have a read through those. Thank you.
Sure. And then the 1, 2, 3 are actually should be read A, B, and C, and those should be underneath heading 12 as arguments.
Yeah, they're already disappearing, and let me just read them. Okay. Thank you.
Go ahead, Max.
No, actually, Jimmy typed it out for me in the group chat. I was just going to mention the criteria. the three reasons given for an empty tomb. It doesn't necessarily have to be Joseph of Arimathea burying Jesus. It could be some other set of circumstance that could have gotten Jesus buried. But right.
So those were the three factors I used to give credence to the empty tomb. Jerusalem factor, i.e., them being able to produce a dead body. That is to say that it would be harder for the earliest disciples to start a movement within Jerusalem if there was a body of the Messiah rotting in the tomb. They wouldn't.
That's false.
There's also archaeological evidence.
There's all sorts of arguments against that, Seamus.
Well, let's hear Floyd's first. Floyd said that was false.
Sure.
Hold on. Go ahead, Floyd. Why is that false?
Because there was Jewish belief in a spiritual resurrection, and Paul in 1 Corinthians 15 says the resurrection is spiritual. Soma can be used as spiritual. I'm sorry, Seamus, but you're wrong. No, your claim is false.
Let me show you why.
Can I respond to that?
Go ahead. I'll let Epi respond because I know he's got a really distinct response.
That's what William Lane Craig makes that claim. Oh, Soma is only physical. That has never been demonstrated.
I can give you argumentation. Epi's got an even different argument. Hold on, let him present it, and then I'll present mine.
Yeah, and there was Jewish beliefs. Philo and Josephus both believed in the
just allow Epi to
body.
present the argument.
All right. So I was. Right. So the first point you made was on Paul, 1 Corinthians chapter 15. But if you look at chapter 10 of 1 Corinthians, Paul uses the same term for spiritual in reference to the manna sent down to the ancient Hebrews and for the water that flowed from the living rock. Both these things are also used in the term spiritual. Spiritual does not mean ethereal. Spiritual in this case does have a bodily connotation. It's called spiritual because it comes forth from God by heaven. That's how Paul would have understood it. These things would be physical. You'd probably be able to touch the manna, eat it, digest it. And Paul is using the same term to refer to the resurrection as spiritual as well. It doesn't mean non-physical or ethereal. It just means it's something of God or of heaven. That would be my response. It's in 1 Corinthians 10, which using textual understanding would be how Paul would understand. Paul could easily understand it. As for Philo, he would have been an outlier. He would not have been someone in tune with the typical Jewish belief. Philo of Alexandria was someone who was heavily
Jewish belief. There's no typical Jewish belief. That's the problem. That's another misconception.
So, there was no typical Jewish belief, but the Pharisaical group, which both Jesus and Paul would have belonged to,
there's two types of Pharisaical groups, right?
There are, but I don't see how their differences in the resurrection would have mattered. Both of them held to a physical resurrection against both the Essenes and the Sadducees. But anyway, the point was Philo has
who says Paul actually kept that belief?
Wait, let him finish.
And in any case, the point I was just making was Philo is someone who is very syncretic in nature, combining Neoplatonic ideals and kind of a disgust of the physical body. Which
the Gospel of John borrows from. It's been argued that Christianity's originated in Alexandria. In fact, Bruno Bauer argued that Philo is the founder of Christianity.
Yeah.
Well, okay. So I'm not familiar with Bruno Bauer's work, but I'd like to see his arguments as opposed to just naming the scholar. Just to go along what you said earlier, Floyd.
Jimmy wanted me to name scholars, so.
So okay, we're even then. But in any case,
I appreciate that.
Philo's ideas were heavily syncretic, so it wouldn't, and of course it would have probably been anathema to Paul and Jesus's more pharisaical belief in the resurrection of the body.
I mean, some scholars believe, who believe the historical Jesus, that Jesus was a wandering cynic.
There are a lot. Yeah, the problem is with a lot of historicistic Jesus views, and it's something I agree with.
Yeah, there's tons of them. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I agree with Mithras on this point. It's kind of outlandish that we could take this one figure and pull out these many different persona from. That's actually, I think, the strongest.
It's an embarrassment of riches.
It is.
Yeah.
I'd quote G.K. Chesterton on this one. the fact I would detest, but in any case, yeah, the point I was just making was it's far more likely that Paul isn't using it in an ethereal Neoplatonic sense. Paul is just using that in a sense more attuned with Jewish beliefs and perspectives about something being spiritual and it coming from God, not in it being ethereal. That's kind of a later Neoplatonic idea, and I think even you would agree with that because even though you could cite John is far off in dating than Paul's main beliefs, which I think you're trying to advocate more for, especially in the context of reading 1 Corinthians 15. So that would be my own response here.
No, well, it seemed to me. I mean, Richard Carrier wrote an extensive article, on the Greek being used and the different views, and flesh and blood cannot inherit the kingdom of heaven. It was seen that flesh was corruptible, that it was imperfect, and so forth. If the Pauline writings is kind of redacted Marcionism, it would fit quite well.
Just to bring up one more point, I don't think so, because I think Carrier heavily ignores Paul's emphasis on Jewish creation theology, and it's something heavily explored in Paul by N.T. Wright. N.T.
Wright.
He's a scholar.
Price calls him N.T. wrong.
Yeah, well, N.T. Wright.
Because
I'm pretty sure. Look, I'm pretty sure in a one-on-one debate, N.T. Wright would easily drop the.
N.T. Wright doesn't lose debates. Have you seen his critiques of other people? There is no more scathing on this planet than coming from that of N.T. Wright's critiques of other points of view.
And yes,
I think N.T. Wright is like.
But I'll present his arguments.
Pretty lame, I think.
All right, but here's his. So if you look,
I think he's just like a step above Lee Strobel's, to be honest with you.
Ooh, ow, Floyd.
That's Dem's fighting words, boy.
Dem's fighting words. All right, but if you read Paul's works, Paul heavily emphasizes Jewish creation theology, especially in terms of the fall of Adam, where he compares Adam and Christ. In Adam we all fall. This is where we have our corruptible flesh.
Right.
And this is what's not, and the corrupted flesh is not.
Yeah, he contrasts the first Adam with the last Adam.
Right.
The first Adam is a corruptible body. The last Adam, I forget what the exact word is, but is a living spirit.
Right.
He's contrasting body from spirit, and he continually does that. And that view is even reflected in 1 Peter.
Right, but here's the thing though. Flesh and when Paul doesn't have this heavily dualistic notion of the body and spirit. He in Jewish theology, the body.
Yeah, you keep on saying it.
No, it's true. I mean, again, 1 Corinthians chapter 10. The manna was also spiritual. He uses the same term spiritual when referencing both the manna and the waters as he does when he references Jesus' spiritual body. Yet no Jewish understanding of the 5 books of Moses reading that in, Deuteronomy or Leviticus or what have you, would have said, oh yeah, this was ethereal manna people digested. I mean, it's.
Oh yeah, there's nothing in the Pentateuch that suggests a spiritual soul, a immaterial soul and stuff like that. But that's old. I mean, there's a lot of changes. There are many number of Jewish groups, and you look at Philo, you look at Josephus, you look at what's going on within the Jewish groups at the time, how they're affected by Hellenized views. There's nothing incompatible about Paul's view that the resurrection was spiritual.
Well, I would consider his Pharisaical background and the Pharisaical background of Jesus as being contrary to that. Jesus even argues with the Sadducees on this very viewpoint in the Gospel of Matthew, I believe. Matthew or Mark.
There's so many theories. Jesus was an Essene. Jesus was a Pharisee.
Jesus was a Pharisee. I mean, it's pretty hard to think of Jesus as being non-Pharisaical.
Yeah, I mean, some of his teachings
Okay.
are, aligned with Hillel. I forget the two groups, the two churches.
Hillel.
Yeah, uh, he was Carrier talks about this. He's just actually just citing one of the Pharisee schools.
Okay, real quick. So, but this is why. See, this is why I think it's important to see how someone's critique interacts with various objections, because ultimately, Floyd, what your argument sounds like is there have been a notorious amount of theories that have attempted to explain Jesus as not the person that Christians see him to be. Right? Is that not true, that there are many arguments against the Christian view of Jesus?
I'm pausing because I'm questioning whether they all have to be mutually exclusive, or the fact that like Jesus was the Son of God has to be exclusive of him having like cynical views, for example,
I'm not.
or Pharisaic views.
I'm not questioning that. But my point is simply this: that I have a guiding epistemology when I come to these various arguments. And so when Seamus gives an argument, there are categories that I rely on to say, yes, okay, I accept that. But what I'm wondering is, when you come to these various arguments, many of them are very different. Many of them actually disagree with each other. You're listing scholars that have disagreed with each other at various points on these things. And what I'm wondering is, okay, what is the categories, what are the conceptions of evidence that you're applying here? What is your standard that when you look at these various scholars' arguments, you're combining them in the way that you are? Is it just because there are many different theories on Jesus, and so we can't know who he is? Surely it's not that.
I'm not combining them. I'm pointing out that all these theories, stand side to side, and they all have strengths and weaknesses, and I believe the Christ myth theory can stand right alongside with them.
Okay, what do you believe is the case?
I'm on the fence. I do not have a strong confidence level in any of them. If you ask me what am I leaning towards, I'm leaning towards that there was no historical Jesus that actually walked with people like Peter and Andrew, and that died under Pontius Pilate. That Jesus could have been a conglomerate of characters, or perhaps it originated from a character who died under Alexander Jannaeus, perhaps.
Okay,
but I basically believe the Jesus of the Gospels is 99 to 100% fiction.
Okay.
Out of curiosity, would you lean more to Jewish mythicism or pagan mythicism?
Well, I would go with Bruno Bauer and suggest that probably the strongest influence of Christianity was Philo.
Okay.
But you admit that you cannot establish that beyond a reasonable doubt.
There's so much speculation and so many unknowns. We're just trying to establish the information we have, what best makes sense.
Well, see, that seems to me to be problematic.
Well, it's problematic for everyone. This is a purely epistemological problem for everyone.
Well, but the issue is that when you claim from an epistemology that admits that it's inherently problematic, that other epistemologies have the same problem, you kind of seem the quicksand that claim is being...
Well, yeah, I mean, if you're going to start with certain presuppositions, and reason from there, then...
You say start as if you choose them.
Well, no, but I think you chose your religion. I believe you chose your religious dogma. But again, that goes against your Calvinistic
Sure.
beliefs.
Let's step back for a second. Let's step back for a second. My point here is that I want to know what is the underlying framework of what is your method of historical analysis and literary criticism, that when you come to the same sources that Seamus and Max and I come to, and you disagree with us on these very more fundamental things, I'm wondering what that framework is. And what I find to be problematic with that framework is, and I'll say this and then I'll let Max and Seamus speak, because I think Max wanted to say something, but what I find to be foremost problematic with your framework is that the only position that cannot be true, just from straight up looking at the claims of the gospel, doesn't matter if they're true or not, the only idea that cannot be true at all, just from skimming the gospel, is to be agnostic with respect to who the person of Jesus is, whether he's a deity or not. You can be absolutely sure that he's not God. You can have justification for the belief that he was a myth, but the one thing that you cannot say is that we don't know, because, quite frankly, the Jesus of the Bible claims to hold that position in our minds and to hold that authority over our minds.
Or that we don't know what. I'm not sure that we don't know what.
That you don't know whether or not the Christian view of Jesus is true or false.
That we don't know that the Christian view of Jesus, as far as him being God.
What this is my problem. When you say you only have enough evidence to build up a case for a fallibilist justification in the belief that the Jesus of the Gospels is not the Jesus of Christianity, that view is quite simply logically impossible, because the Jesus of the Scriptures, whether he was a myth or not, claims to have that sort of authority over knowledge, claims to be known and to have revealed himself throughout all eternity. So it's quite simply ridiculous to posit that you can be agnostic with respect to
I can be agnostic about that claim.
Not if your ability to be agnostic about it is the very thing that's supposed to be made possible by that view.
No, and we can be agnostic that Jesus held that claim, which I don't think he did.
Sure. Okay, that's where you could try to argue. Is you're welcome to say that you don't believe in my interpretation of the text, but it's pretty obvious.
Yeah.
I wanted to go back, and I want to keep it on subject, but I did want to address this. I wanted to find the relevant information before I brought it up. Floyd, you kind of said that. I know you've heard my argument of why the Greek word soma kind of precludes it in the spiritual sense, and you basically said you kind of looked into it and you assumed that was false. I wanted to show you from Strom's concordance that it basically, and I'll show you the usages. I think the usages are super important, but it basically means body, flesh, and the body of the church.
Do you realize that Strong starts with the King James English and then converts it to Greek?
Would you please just allow me to please? So I want to show you a few places where this word soma was used. The eye is the lamp of the body. If your eyes are healthy, your whole body will be full of light. So he's talking about the eyes in relation to the body. And so he's talking about the eyes and the physical body. Now, hold on, check this out. Therefore, I tell you, do not worry about your life, what you eat or you drink, or about your body, what you will wear. Again, they're talking about soma in the terms of physical body. Don't worry about your body, what you will eat or drink, or what you will wear, what will clothe your physical body, or what will sustain your physical body. God's saying he can sustain you. He's the mana. That's another physical reference to soma. Now check this out. If your right eye causes you to stumble, gouge it out and throw it away. It is better for you to lose one part of your soma than the whole body to be thrown into hell. Again, he's talking about gouging out your right eye. He's talking about it symbolically, but it's still in the symbolical notion is referring to the physical body. Do you want to know the only place that people argue the use of soma is in relation to the body of Christ? Well, they say, well, look, the body of Christ isn't necessarily a physical thing. Actually, the body of Christ is the followers who are currently saved in Christ, and they're physical people. The body of Christ, if you said, what is the body of Christ? It would be a group of physical people, okay, on this earth embodied. So those are, and I would just say, I've tried to give you references and where they were usages.
That's actually pseudo-Paul.
Show me an alternate I'm asking you to show me an alternate usage.
The early theology of Paul says you will be saved, not that you are saved.
But listen, I've given you 3 usages.
The Paul forgeries changed the theology to believe, oh yes, we're saved now, we're kind of resurrected now.
Floyd, you're not really addressing what I was saying. What I'm asking you is this.
Well, your argument's totally fallacious.
No, I just want to ask you.
You're saying since soma is used as a physical sense, it therefore is only applied in the physical sense.
Yeah, I'm asking you to show me a defeater. So I've given you 3 places with the usage of the word soma in which all 3 of them imply physical. Now, you can find me an alternate usage of the soma in the New Testament that has a non-physical correlation.
In the New Testament, I don't see why it has to be limited to the New Testament.
I'm asking, can you do that? I'm trying to give you the information which I think would be beneficial. Like, I'm not just asserting anything.
No one disputes that soma can be used to describe a physical body.
But you did, though. No,
I didn't say that.
Hold on. Go, rewind the tape, because your specific argument.
My argument was that when soma is used, it can only mean the physical body. That was my argument.
No.
Against that.
Hold on. That's not what I was. Go ahead, Nadi.
Well, I was going to address a kind of point you could get a little further in this, then I'll come back in.
Okay, the point that I just wanted to make is that Seamus is being completely fair, but I think that we've lost some context from past bit of the conversation. The claim that you made was that when William Lane Craig and others try to make the argument that soma should be used here to mean physical, you said that there is absolutely no basis for that argument. That means it's your onus to demonstrate when Seamus has given reason to believe.
No, I said it's never been demonstrated that it
yes,
can only
same thing.
mean.
Same thing. You're saying it's never been demonstrated. Seamus has now demonstrated. Onus is on you now to give.
No, he didn't demonstrate that.
I gave 3 usages.
Yeah, he demonstrated that soma is used to describe the physical body. I never disputed that.
Give me a counter example with a usage that doesn't describe a physical body. That's all I'm asking. I've given you 3 usages. I'm asking you just merely for 1.
If you have an author that's reusing a word the same way over and over and over, that's a very good reason to believe that when he uses it the next time without.
Well, has Seamus demonstrated in all Greek literature that soma only refers to physical body?
Why do we have to go to all Greek literature? Why is the author not?
Well, to be fair, it would only have to be fair. This is Koine Greek, whereas a lot of classical Greek literature wouldn't really apply here. So is there anything other than the Bible that is written in the Koine Greek that I'm unaware of? I believe that the Septuagint probably has some Koine. Probably was written in Koine, or certain parts of the Septuagint, but that's all I'm aware of. I'm actually asking this to anyone who might know.
I wouldn't know.
Actually, I'm gonna Google that really quickly.
I mean, I assume there's literature at the time written in Koine Greek. I mean,
but I'm just asking you for an even easier standard than that. I'm just saying, can you point to me a place in the text where the author used the word soma in relation to a non-physical body? Could so what I'm trying to show you is that at least there's some support.
Yeah, 1 Corinthians 15.
Yeah, but okay. Let's examine that verse. Pull out the verse and let's look at it, because I want and then go to the, because what I have a feeling is you're going to be using a word that isn't soma. The one that says spiritual is the word that you're looking for, and that isn't soma. So what I want you to do is to see if you can actually do this. Go to the Greek, find the actual reference, and then show me where it references soma in that sense, because most of the arguments that I've seen use spiritual, in which that isn't the word soma. Like, Let me see if I can find it.
By the way, I'm using this book right now. Just to, again, we're in the sources. So this is The Empty Tomb, Jesus Beyond the Grave, edited by Robert M. Price and Jeffrey J. Lauder.
Hey, Shamos, can you copy and hey, Shamos, could you quickly copy and paste the term soma into the group chat on the side, in the Greek phonetic?
Yeah, 1 second.
Thank you.
I think it's worthwhile. It does seem to be a larger corpus of good Greek literature. It seems to refer to some kind of transitional or between, I guess, Attic and modern Greek.
So the terms.
So.
Alright, so let's see. The term soma is used the body of both men and animals. Wait, isn't the church also referred to as a body?
Right, but that's the culmination of the physical body of. They talk about the body of Christ, but when they say that, they mean what is the body of Christ? The body of Christ is the saved believers on earth that are actual physical people. If you said, I'm going to take the body of Christ and move it over to this location, what would that be? It would be, you would take a bunch of saved Christians and move them over to another location, and you would say, this is the body of Christ. Colloquially, these are the people who are saved in Christ. This is the body of Christ. But what is it? It's not a spiritual thing. These are real physical people in real bodies. They're the body of Christ. And so even when that is the only argument that I've even heard them use with Soma, is they say, well, it's used to a symbolic body of Christ. But then when you look at further analysis of what is the body of Christ, it's a grouping of physical individuals on planet Earth that are currently saved through grace by faith in Jesus Christ. That's physical still.
Okay. It's okay. Yeah, I suppose it would have at least a physical property, even if you want to say that they're spiritually connected. So there's I also searched the Septuagint, and the term soma is used in Leviticus chapter 15, and it says, "And the Lord spoke to Moses and Aaron, saying, Speak to the children of Israel, and thou shalt say to them, Whenever a man shall have an issue out of his body, his issue is unclean." So that's speaking about a physical body right there. So it's in Leviticus 15. Let's see.
I posted relevant passages in 1 Corinthians 15, starting at 44. It is sown a physical body, it is raised a spiritual body. If there is a physical, there is also if there's a physical body, there's also a spiritual body. So we're contrasting a physical body from a spiritual body.
Right.
Thus it was written, the first Adam became a living being. The last Adam became a life-giving spirit.
Right.
Yeah, so
But
this is interesting.
It is not the
I wanted to show
spiritual
you,
which is first, but the physical, then
what is the word? What is the word in front of soma there to say the word spiritual? This is going to drive the point home. So when the soma is used without it being quantified or basically something added to it, like what kind of body? A spiritual body. If he just says soma and it's unqualified, that means physical body. But every time he's talking about a spiritual body, he qualifies it. He says there's another word that for spiritual, and then he links that with soma. He says, I can't remember the word. It's eluding me right now, but it's a word for spiritual. And every single time he refers to soma in this alluded to spiritual sense, he qualifies it. But every time soma,
and he's qualifying it in 1 Corinthians 15, and that's what we're arguing about.
Yeah,
So in 1 Corinthians 15, he qualifies spiritual. Thus, in 1 Corinthians 15, he's saying the resurrected body is a spiritual body,
but
as opposed to a physical.
No,
but here's the thing. So the first man, Adam, became a living being. The last Adam became a life-giving spirit. But here's the thing. Wasn't Adam a living being through and through?
Well, I mean, isn't a spirit living as well? I'm sure they wouldn't consider a spirit being dead.
No, but I think that what the point is that you're missing the point of the argument. Paul's not making a point about resurrection simplicity. Paul's making a point about the Adam as he relates to the God-man, the Christ of Christianity. Yes, he does talk about resurrection here, but his point is actually nothing to do with the nature of bodies and spirits as they relate to something like metaphysics or even experience.
No, what does verse 48 say?
Verse 48 says, "As was the man of dust, so are those who are of dust, and as is the man of heaven, so are those who are of heaven." So
right. So the saved are men of heaven.
Right.
Contrasted from
this is covenantal language. This is covenantal language, not metaphysical language.
Exactly.
That's what can be debated here.
But all right, so here
Paul's not contrasting Jesus' body any differently than any other Christian's body here.
Yeah, but here's the thing, though. Earlier, to my point of reference, Paul has no problem making reference to physical things as also being spiritual. For Paul, it's not a metaphysical point; it's a point of whether or not something is aligned. If something is coming from heaven or is aligned with the will of God, that is what's being discussed here, and that is covenantal in the sense that I believe Jimmy is speaking about. So I think it's. Right. I think we're totally making Paul a Hellenistic metaphysician here, as opposed to reading him as someone trying to understand the role that these new Gentile Christians are involved with in the new covenants.
You're going to have to forgive us for being into right parrots, but I'm sorry. That's just the case.
High five for the new perspective.
Yeah. Well.
Oh yeah, new perspective all the way.
All the way. Although what's interesting about N.T. Wright is he still allows room for his Calvinistic theology, which is something that worried a lot of people in the Reformed camp, but I think he's made a good point of reconciling the two.
I actually take Bird's view, where he's kind of midway between N.T. Wright and the traditional Reformed. But I am a huge fan of N.T. Wright's work, and I actually don't think that his perspective is really new at all. It's just kind of reappropriation of what Orthodox teaching had been originally. So.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people usually see him as an E.P. Sanders plus inerrantism.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of critiques against N.T. Wright.
Oh, no scholars without their critics, that's for sure. I mean, the fact that people are writing about your work and argumentation is a sign that you're thriving quite well in academia.
Yeah, that's the thing that keeps coming up for it, is you keep saying dismissive things like, well, there's a critique of that, well, there's a critique of that, well, there's a critique of that.
Well,
or
yeah.
I remember when
you're appealing to the your fondness in N.T. Wright. So
sure, but we are just presenting his arguments, to be fair, and
I'm reflecting them, but then
right.
If you praise N.T. Wright, I'm going to poo-poo him. I mean, if you could say thumbs up, I'll just say thumbs down.
That's fine, but that's not the point that I was making. The point that I was going to make is that I think you keep dismissing away the arguments by appealing to.
Well, no, I'm not. I'm presenting arguments against it.
Okay, what would be your argument?
I mean, we were arguing, not mentioning any scholars, and then you brought up, well, these we're arguing N.T. Wright here.
That's fine.
Yeah, to be fair, we are. To be fair, we add that because we're fanboys, just a teensy bit.
Sure.
I mean, it's no. It would be no different how. I'm pretty sure, you're a big fan of Robert Price. I'm pretty sure you wouldn't describe yourself as a Robert Price fanboy, but usually we like to give praise to the guys who helped us.
Yeah, and that's fine.
Refine where we are.
Yeah, that's fine, and I can then perhaps read more N.T. Wright to get more familiar with the arguments.
Okay, but
that's fine.
If I could go back to an earlier argument, then, Floyd, if you're willing to make arguments against certain views. When Seamus was arguing that the best theory to explain the empty tomb is the resurrection of Christ as the Christians see it, And he gave the point-by-point discussion of that, and he even went so far as to refute some counterpoints that come up from scholars in history. What is your argument against that?
Well, we talked about, like, you know, they're like you're talking about the 18th century rationalists, Christian rationalists who, you know, bring up swoon theory and stuff like that.
I'm talking about when you and Seamus were discussing. So
I don't think
I'm
we
trying to
actually.
think how this came. Oh, I know how it came up. So when real quick, when Magic Sandwich came in, I can't remember exactly how the conversation went, but it was something to the effect of questioning who the person, or if even it was a single person, this Jesus character in the gospel. And Seamus boldly stated that he could give a satisfactory argument that the Christian view of the resurrection is in fact true, and he gave it, right? And I think you came in at some point during that discussion. So I'm curious then, what is the grounds by which you reject that argument that Seamus gave? And I'm sure I'm speaking on his behalf here, so I could be wrong, but I'm sure Seamus is happy to.
I admit I came in late, so I think to effectively do that, you know, we would have to start from scratch. I mean, if you want to start with Habermas's 4 minimal facts, you know, we can go from there.
I think that, excuse me, I think that's where Seamus did start with. I said I'd come back to him to discuss it. That was over an hour ago. The conversation has drifted on so much that I'm not sure we'll be able to get back to the initial conversation. If we can, then fine. If so, I would invite Seamus to kick off again, if he may, with his first 4 arguments, or the 4 arguments that he has, and then I will address them. I did promise that I would address them, and I don't want to be seen to be running away from that discussion.
Well, I'm not sure when a good time chime is. So
yeah.
There was an epistemic issue raised earlier about, I guess, going beyond a reasonable doubt. And I'm not sure that's a very good standard for, I guess, ancient enough history.
Yeah, I think
in that respect, almost none of sufficiently ancient history is beyond some kind of reasonable doubt. Go ahead.
I personally was kind of, I would agree with that. For ancient history, I think we're all better off going with maybe the a Bayesian inference, or an explanation, or maybe an appeal to the best explanation that we have.
Oh, that might have been my point, that if you read a source and the source is claiming to be, or even if there's a view of the source claiming to be the kind of epistemic authority that is self-attesting, and that is in fact a precondition of epistemology in the first place, if my framework can't establish, to put it crudely, with 110% justification, that view is false, then by definition my framework is logically impossible.
Are we going to go into epistemology now? Because I was really hoping we'd take this into. Personally, I wasn't coming. Personally, between seeing you and Jimmy and Nadia in the hangout, I was personally hoping to talk about economics, but we can talk epistemology. I'll leave it up to everyone else here.
Yeah, I'll pass. I mean, this is just getting into pre-sub now. I mean, I've been around that block.
It's a fun block.
Many times.
Well, I mean, I did suggest that I think this is just in response to Nadia, because you did it. She wanted to respond to that. I think that's what you were talking about, Nadia. But I was suggesting we go back and discuss the historicity of the resurrection. But I am also glad to discuss whatever.
All right.
Well, my offer was to discuss it with Seamus, but given the time and given the fact that he doesn't seem to be here, let's move on to anything else. I'll probably disappear soon.
Well, he is here.
Yeah, he's right there.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here. What's the
Do you
problem?
want to? Did you want to present the case that you made before then, and we can go over it, try to see what the objections are, or would you would you prefer to move on?
It's up to the room. If you guys want to take a vote on it or something, if you guys want me to, I'll represent the material. If not, we can move on. I'm impartial. It depends on how you guys want to do it.
This being the minimal facts argument? Or?
I think the original argument was actually the empty tomb.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, if you just want to do the smaller, if you just want to do arguments for the empty tomb, that would be a much smaller conversation, and there's a couple things that back it up. So like I said, let's just do the empty tomb and not like the minimal facts argument. That's fine. That's a much shorter conversation. There's only about 3 or 4 points that really back these things up. So I would say this.
If I can just remind you, you made 4, and I kind of made notes of 3, but I don't understand 1. So if you want to run by them again in short form, yeah, go for it.
Okay, so for these reasons, a lot of historical and New Testament scholars, being them atheists or not, believe that the tomb was empty. That, like I said before, that's not to say that they believe the tomb was empty due to resurrection, but they believe that there's enough information historically to account for the tomb being empty, and then from there you would have to make your own inferences. So I'm just defending here. I'm not defending the resurrection of Christ specifically. I'm defending the historical information for the empty tomb based on a couple points of argumentation. One, like I said before, is I think it's the most powerful argument. It's known as the Jerusalem factor. It's basically very simple. It basically says that Jerusalem is a small place. If the movement of Christianity, which is amongst modern scholarship believed to have originated in Jerusalem, they say that if these Christians were in Jerusalem preaching a hostile, kind of like a hostile teaching to Judaism, being that Christ raised, he's deity, and so on and so forth, that the Jewish people then would have sufficient reasons to want to stamp this movement out. Not even if they wanted to stamp it out, if you heard someone saying arguments within a small town that this person rose from the dead, yet you knew for a fact that the body was still in the tomb. You know, there's a body rotting in the tomb would be one reason where you just could not make that argument. So I'm not. There's a further argumentation on it, but it goes on to what's known as an argument from silence. It basically says, and that's why I don't use it, but I will present it. The argument from silence, which is what I don't usually present, basically says this: there's no counterclaim historically or manuscripturally that points to the body being in the tomb. There's none. But that's an argument from silence. That's not to say because no such reference material exists, therefore the tomb was empty. No. But it goes along with the Jerusalem factor that if this movement was started up, these people would there would be recorded counter-arguments, and they would be flourishing in the counter-apologetics against Christianity for a while. And so that would be the simple argument for the first one, is just simply the body wasn't in the tomb, because if it was, it would instantly be a refutation of their claim. Look, there's the body. Look, it's in the tomb. Look, nothing's moved. And here's another, which I find to be probably about equally as persuasive, is the Jewish polemic found in that.
Okay, can we deal with one at a time?
Yeah. I think that would be the best way to do it.
Okay, there are a lot of problems with what you just said. First of all, what tomb? I think we need to establish that there was a tomb to begin with for it to be empty.
Okay, let's say that there's not a tomb.
Wait,
there's a grave.
Why do we have to establish that there's a tomb?
Well, we can actually go back farther and establish that there actually was an historical Jesus, which I argued against to begin with. But let's assume that there was an historical Jesus.
That's what we're doing in this argument. We're
Yes. Okay.
there are
And
assumptions to
my
the
point
argument.
would be this. My
Okay,
point
when was he
would be this.
crucified? Who
So
crucified him?
He's taken off the cross, and what do we know about what happened with his body?
I don't grant that.
Why do we assume that it was put in a tomb? And secondly, if I may add, because I think this is one of Seamus's further points, why do we assume that this tomb was guarded by Roman soldiers?
Well, that's only in math. There is no Jewish polemic. It's a Matthew polemic. It's not a Jewish polemic.
Matthew would not include that in
Oh,
there.
no, yes, he would.
For what purpose?
Seamus, before you go any further, can I? One of the things that you did say earlier on, and one of the things that I did note down that you said, is that Matthew's testimony was written probably about 80 A.D. So you're talking about something 50 years after the event, and you are trying to convince me that I should take anything that is written in Matthew as evidence of what actually happened 50 years before.
Right. You should
that's one of the problems that you and I suspect have.
Well, let me give you some information. The Jewish polemic is argument in defense of. It's basically a back and forth argument that basically shows at 70 A.D. the current Jewish rebuttals to the claims always presuppose an empty tomb. That's to say that the early Jewish people that were criticizing the claims of the risen Christ, they never ever criticized that the tomb wasn't empty. They granted that.
They never established it. If they're arguing after 7 CE, neither side can confirm either way, so it's irrelevant.
No, what it means is 50 years after the fact, the argument...
The reasons I don't care is that you have not established that Jesus was put in a tomb. You haven't established that it was guarded. You haven't established that
He could have been put in a grave. The grave was empty.
He could have rotted on a cross. He could have been thrown into a common grave.
Hold on, wait a second.
He could have died under Alexander Jannaeus, stoned to death.
He did just give a reason as to why we ought to believe that Jesus was put in the tomb, and that is precisely that it is presupposed.
What was that
it
reason?
Is an assumption found in historical authors around that period that were arguing against Christianity.
Who?
It was even presupposed by the Jews, not only the authors, but it was presupposed by the Jewish critics as well.
That's what I'm saying.
That was what the polemic. So in the Gospel of Matthew, what's being advised here is that it was responding to a Jewish polemic that said that they took the body from the tomb. If such a polemic was being put into place as a response to what the Christians were claiming, then that polemic presupposed an empty tomb. It's something that their enemies were saying about them, not what they said about themselves. When you're responding to criticism, what you would do is you would say something in response to it, like, we couldn't have taken the tomb. There were guards in front of the tomb, something along those lines. That they when the Jews were, if Jesus was buried in a common grave, or if Jesus was stoned, then the Jews could have easily said that they would have built a polemic around the stoning. They would have built a polemic around a grave. They would have built a polemic. They could have even said if he was buried in a mass grave that one of the bodies was Jesus's. I mean, bodies, you can't really tell how they decompose. You could really pick any body and say, well, that one right there is Jesus, or that one.
7 weeks. The Christian, if Acts is correct, which I don't, I think Acts isn't all fiction, so I'm not even granting that. But if Acts is correct,
it's impossible for Acts to be all fiction. So don't make such a ludicrous statement.
Let's not get sidetracked.
I'm just saying, don't say stupid
Acts
stuff.
states that Christians did not present the resurrection of Jesus until 7 weeks after these supposed events. 7 weeks.
Okay, but Floyd, how is that a response to Seamus's argument?
That if they wanted to dig something up, you have basically a 50-day-year-old body to identify, if they could even find it.
They could have
Yeah,
still
how
done
is that-
that, or they could have still claimed that Jesus was still in the grave. They don't have to produce the body. They could. The polemical argument would have just said, no, the body is still in the grave. We know where the grave is, but the polemic never featured that. The
Does
polemic
anyone
always,
know where the grave is? Does anyone
Huh?
know? No one knows where any grave is.
Why does it matter?
Because if the claim is, yes, Jesus was dead and buried, we know where the grave is. Oh, let's go check to see if the body's there.
Okay,
It assumes that it's a known fact that they know where Jesus was buried. That's not a known
because
fact.
it's part of the story. Because
Yeah,
many times in the
I think
Gospels,
all these facts can be blown off by what Robert Price says. It's like explaining if Jesus didn't resurrected, how do you explain the empty tomb? It's like, well, if the Emerald City of Oz didn't exist, how do you explain the Yellow Brick Road?
yeah, you might be able to brush them aside, but can you proffer another explanation? Can you?
It's all story. So if Jews are saying, oh well, the guards fell asleep or whatever, are they responding to any historical facts, or are they simply responding to a story that Christians are telling them? I think it's the latter.
If they were responding to a story Christians were telling them, they would say, look, we know that's your story, but the body is still dead in the grave.
If this is years later or 50 days later, no one knows about it.
Why are the Jews...
The respondents themselves may
Again, if Matthew
imagination.
was written in 80 CE, which I think is kind of early, but I'll just grant that for argument.
I personally think it's kind of late, but that's just me.
Well,
Okay,
I think it's early.
Let me ask the
These
question.
arguments are taking place not 50 days after the supposed events, but 50 years after this.
Right, and it shows you up until 50 years, which means from the
no,
time
no,
that it
no,
started.
no, beginning at 50 years, not up to.
No,
Beginning at.
No,
Briefly,
it shows you that the scope of argumentation that evolved in the time from which Jesus died up until that 50-year period where Mark
The
was
argumentation
authored.
didn't exist.
You're
in
not
that
letting me
time,
finish.
right?
It's impossible for me to finish then, I guess. So go ahead, cut me off. Say what you got to say.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead and complete your sentence.
Well, I'm sorry I had to make such a big deal about it. I just figured we could,
But,
Seamus,
these arguments are
don't know,
taking place 50 years, not 50 days
just
later.
Briefly, and this may take the conversation down a different route. I don't know. I've been away from the computer for 3 or 4 minutes, so I haven't heard what has been said. But as I said at the get-go, I think one of the problems that you and I are going to have, Seamus, is that you, even though you admit that one of the earliest writings was Matthew, and you put it 50 years after the death of Jesus, and whether it's 45 years, whether it's 65 years, to me it doesn't really matter. It is a sufficient period that any relevance to anything that is written in Matthew is, in my view, redundant. You do. I'm sure you are aware of the concept of hearsay evidence, are you not?
What you call hearsay evidence, I call eyewitness testimony, or at least, testimony, or at least.
In that case, you have no idea what hearsay evidence is.
Yeah, it's all hearsay.
If you are trying to compare hearsay evidence with eyewitness evidence, then you have no idea about evidence whatsoever. And I apologize for sounding.
No, but what I'm saying is, what's in dispute is whether it's hearsay or not.
Here, but it is an area which I do sort of like specialize in because I'm a lawyer. Now, if you are saying, if you are even suggesting that Matthew's writings, 50 years after the event, can in any way be compared to eyewitness testimony, then you have absolutely no idea what you're talking about.
Can I say something?
Briefly, I'll just point out real quickly that the area of legal bureaucracy and the area of analysis are not even remotely compatible.
Yes, they are compatible.
You're welcome to show that. You're welcome
Yes,
to.
I want to make. I can show it. I can show it right now.
And and the criteria for good historical method really didn't come out is a relatively recent phenomena. So all historical records are should be questioned.
The historical method of the Enlightenment is a recent invention, but if you're talking about historical analysis, that's been going on for centuries.
It's been doing.
I just want to.
Go ahead.
Yeah, we haven't cutting off Alvin. Go ahead, Alvin.
No. Yeah, all I want to say is that it's not impossible for the writers of the Gospels to be contemporaneous with Jesus. I mean, if you're 20 years old in 30 AD, you're 60 years old in 70 AD. I mean, I'm just saying, the idea of the writers being eyewitness, and if they weren't eyewitnesses, their parents definitely were, or at least contemporaneous. This is just a span of 40 years. It's not
Alvin,
this is
Alvin,
in a
Alvin,
galaxy.
can I just say,
Alvin,
I mean no insult to you by saying this, that I do not think that there is any theist or atheist who actually argues that the book of Luke, the book of Matthew, the book of Mark, and the book of John was written by the eyewitnesses at the account. I do not believe that there is any serious scholar, whether theist or atheist, that holds that position. It's just utterly ridiculous to argue that that is the case.
Raymond Brown did.
But it's ridiculous. But I'm talking about, it's ridiculous to say somebody who's 20 years old in 30 AD will live to 70 AD and be 60. Is that outrageous?
I am not saying that that is ridiculous. It's very, very unlikely, given the lifelong the lifetime that people would have at that time. But what I'm saying is this: no serious scholar, whether atheist, whether a theist, has ever argued, so far as I'm aware, or been taken seriously, if they have made such an argument, that the books of Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John were actually written by the fellows of the Gospels.
Fundamentalists do make that claim. Fundamentalists do make that claim.
They don't argue for it, but you know what? They don't argue for it, but they also don't argue against it. It's just left in the I don't know territory.
But with respect, this is not the argument that was being made. The argument that was being made was that we have reason to believe that there was an empty tomb, and that proposition has basis in that critics of the historicity of the Christian view of Jesus presupposed that proposition.
And I understand the argument. I understand the argument, and you've got to understand that argument was pretty much first written down 50 years after the event. So
let me say. Let me make one point.
Tell me this.
Hold on, Matt.
As I understand,
before you go on to another point, let me say something. Let me say something. Oh God.
Seamus, let me ask you a question.
I'm trying to reply to something you've already said. The only reason why the life expectancy was lower back then is because of the amount of children that were died at such a young age. Now, if you got out of that young age, you could still live to 60, 75, 80. But when they factor in all of the early deaths from children due to disease and all these, giving birth and stillborn, that's how they come up with the life expectancy being much shorter, because they average it amongst that. When in reality, if you made it out of that zone, people were easily living to 60 and 70. That's not disputed.
Seamus, did you not just say about a couple of hours ago that Matthew's, the Gospel of Matthew was written around 80 AD? Yes?
Yeah, I mean, I'm saying it was.
So
it was written either at 80 AD or before it.
50 years.
Mark is written in 70.
Yeah, but listen.
Mark is written in 70 AD.
True.
I could put it past 135.
No.
Yes.
I'll give you 50.
Yeah.
I'm quite happy to give 50. I think it's longer, But
No,
I'm
what
quite
I'm saying
happy.
is that
I'm quite happy to go with 50. All right.
most modern
So,
scholars agree that it was at
Sam,
least written by 80, 85, and most people think that if it's
50 plus years after
but
the death of Jesus.
right. But listen, here's some argumentation to
And
go with that. It could have been written earlier than that. Most people don't think it was written later than that. That's why they say 80. They don't believe it was written later than 80 or 85. It could have been written earlier than that.
This is what I want to know. Why does it matter? Why is that even relevant?
Is that a serious question?
That's a very serious question.
Right. Let me see if I can explain. Historical records have improved over recent years, since Jesus, for example. So over a time span of 50 years, in Jesus' time, all sorts of hearsay, whispers, and whatever could have entered into the psyche and whatever, because nothing, but little was written down. Now, you can take it a few years beyond that, and let's say talk about King Alfred in this country, of which we know very, very little, but we know a little bit more than we know about Jesus. Then you could take Richard the Lionheart, a few hundred years after that, of which we know a lot more. Then you've got Henry VIII, of which we know a great deal more. And now, as time progresses, history has a much better way of recording things. So now, for example, if you talk about Queen Elizabeth, there is almost nothing that is unknown about her life. Now, as I say, take that back, and you tell me that there is no significance between an eyewitness. Let's say your position is correct, that someone that saw and lived with Jesus, lived for another 50 years, and then wrote something down. You're telling me that without any other evidence, we should take that at face value, when it is can be contradicted in many ways. For example, the book of Luke and book of Matthew. If you are saying that both of those people lived with him at the time, their
Matthew.
account
Luke.
of the nativity is completely contradictory. Now, I cannot see, and I'm trying to be as polite as I can, I cannot see that you can't see the problem with this. And I also have to put forward the argument, I'm terribly sorry, I do not think that any serious scholar that's looked into this believes that the books of Luke, Matthew, Mark, and John were written by anyone who actually lived with Jesus at that time.
Okay, I don't know about that. The argument you presented about details of historical figures is fallacious, because you are conflating details of knowledge with the veracity of claims made about specific figures. While it is true that we do gain details, and we have more details or facts about King Henry or Elizabeth than we do the Jesus figure, that is a completely different topic. It's a completely different category of thinking than asking the question whether or not the claims in the scripture were true.
Let's take that point.
No, hold on, let me finish.
Let's deal with that point, the veracity. I'm terribly sorry.
Thank you. So your entire argument there was fallacious. Do you have an argument that is valid?
If you don't think my argument is valid, there's no point in going on about it. But you wanted to talk about the veracity and the accuracy of historical records. Do you not think, and I believe that this was the discussion that was taking place over the last hour or so, that if you have more, the more historic records from different sources that coincide with each other, the more confidence that you can have in the accuracy of that story. Now, you're quite right. It could be the case that the account of Jesus, and I don't know entirely which account of Jesus you would take, but there could be an account of Jesus that is has veracity. Yeah, could be true. I'm not going to accept that it's going to there is any account that is true, because every single account I hear about him is either contradictory, or it doesn't match up, it doesn't make sense, it's not supported by anything other than one individual account, and that individual account probably differs with another one. So when you're looking at I accept your proposition. Yeah, it could be true. Looking at the evidence, I cannot possibly make the assumption I probably can't even make the assumption that someone like Jesus existed. I suspect someone like Jesus did, but I suspect there were probably quite a few people like Jesus existed, and I think the stories that were made up 50, 80, 100 years afterwards probably were based on one or more of the Messiah sort of like figures that existed at that time.
Just to raise a quick point. Earlier you were saying no serious historian accepts that no serious scholar, atheist or theist, accepts the claim that Matthew, Mark, Luke, or John was written by any of the witnesses or any of the people who lived with Jesus. Now, let's accept that for the sake of argument. Now you just recently called into question the existence of Jesus, which is kind of an agnosticism, but the vast majority of atheist and theist scholars heavily disagree with that position as well. It's kind of considered pretty much factual that someone like Jesus did in fact exist. So
I think that probably one or more people like Jesus existed.
But you didn't understand
being messiahs around that time. I do not suspect was just one. I suspect there are quite a few. And my personal view is that the story that has been invented and subsequently produced in the Bible is a creation from a lot of people like Jesus. But whether you can say that Jesus actually existed or not, I don't know.
Okay, but 3 points to make. The first is that, yes, we can all take part in dismissal hand-waving, but Seamus did provide an argument, and I have not heard a valid response to that argument yet. I didn't propose that it was possible that the Gospels were veracious. What I suggested was that we look at Seamus's argument, and quite frankly, there hasn't been a single relevant and valid response given to it.
Which one of his arguments do you want me to respond to?
To any of his arguments, the only response that has been given is to dismissively wave our hands about how there are other theories. It is possible to
I disagree with that. I'm sorry.
I've let you finish many times.
Now, I will disagree with two of his arguments off the bat.
I would like to finish. Okay. Hold on. Point number 2. We can deal with, if you want to assert that there are logically incompatible claims in the gospel account. I would love to deal with that. I think that in over 1,000 years, that has not been shown by a single scholar, not even one.
That's totally false.
So, well, we can discuss that if you.
The Gospels are riddled with inconsistencies.
Let me finish.
Harmonizing doesn't resolve them. I'm sorry.
Point 3. The point that Max was making, Magic Sandwich, is that you're being arbitrary because when you appeal to historical sources for your disbelief of Alvin's point of view that the gospel authors could have lived during Jesus' time, but then completely ignore their opinion when they think that the idea that Jesus was a mythical or a construct of myth and society, that is ridiculous. You're being inconsistent there. Your standard has suddenly changed. You're cherry picking, and that is not rational.
Could simply be embellished.
Okay, now I'm done. responses.
Okay, no, you don't.
It could
Okay,
be a
so
fish story.
let me deal with a couple of the points that Seamus made. I said he made 4, and the second, the first of which I don't fully understand, and he may have to repeat that. But when he made the point that it was the women who went to the tomb to do whatever they did with bodies, and it wasn't men. And why would it be that women would be sent to the tomb to find it empty and not men? The situation at the time, so far as I understand, and I can be corrected if someone wants to correct me, is that it was tradition that only women would visit a tomb. So the idea that there was no men there to witness this as well is not something that is in any way extraordinary or surprising.
That
So
wasn't the
that's
argument.
gone out of the way. What was I probably wrote this down wrong. The snooker, I've got snooker explanation about the empty tomb. Someone remind me about that point.
Are you referring to the word soma that got argued earlier? I'm not sure.
No, I think he was probably talking about me debunking a few commonly held theories. One, I debunked swoon theory.
Yeah.
The other one, I debunked the disciples stealing the body. Third, I debunked Christ being a myth and that never happened. So those are just some of the things of which I offer that are not reasonable explanations.
I'm terribly sorry. I'm slightly dyslexic, so I write things down badly, and then I have to try and figure out what exactly I wrote down. I've got here the snooner.
Swoon. To pass out. Swoon. Faint. To faint.
Swoon.
Yeah, so
Okay,
the idea is
swoon.
Jesus.
I'm sorry.
The idea is Jesus didn't die. He really just passed out.
Oh, right.
On the cross, they took him down. They put him in a tomb, and he just simply woke up and walked out.
Right, and I've shown you that's what the swoon theory is, and I've shown you why that's implausible, because someone that's just getting up would be very weak. He'd be in no position for you to think he was some Jewish Messiah or the risen Christ. He would clearly appear hurt, wounded. He would need sustenance. He would need rest. Swoon theory would be no way convince these people that he rose from the dead. It would actually confirm that, in fact, this man didn't rise from the dead. He isn't deity. He, in fact...
Yeah. But
so right now, he's just attacking a bunch of bad arguments.
Theory, and I've now put it down as a spoon theory, and I apologise. I've got it right now, I hope. Again, it doesn't address the critical problem that I have, that all of the events that you are referring to were written about, I would say, a minimum of 50 years after the event, and I don't see how you get around that problem.
Can you give a valid format of that argument?
I don't think I need to do any more than I've just done. I
have not seen a valid argument. I've seen a conflation of details and veracity.
If you think that over a period of 50 years, where very little is written down, that you have reliable sources 50 years after the date, by virtue of effectively a system of Chinese whispers, then I really can't express it much more highly than that. If you genuinely think that after 50 years, and in which there are emotions, in which there are motivations.
Let me ask you a question. In terms of ancient history,
you honestly think that something that is written down 50 years after the event...
We're about to see how consistent you are with history, DPR. Let me explain to you, this period of 50 years in terms of ancient history, that is to say, things anywhere from like 2,500 years ago to like 1700 years ago, anything pre 300, anywhere. Give me any sources for anything, any events that happened in ancient history, and then let's look at their sources, and you're going to find out how quick 50 years.
I'll give you an example. Oh, straight off the bat, I think that the historical recordings of ancient Egypt are incredibly accurate. Incredibly accurate.
No, I'm saying, look. So
wait a minute. Did Akhenaten kill 1,000 people by himself?
No, let me give you an example here, because I think this is often lost on people. This point is very times often lost on people. The 50-year gap between Matthew and the death of Jesus in terms of ancient history is like some of the absolute earliest we have for any ancient sources. If you think I'm lying, go look up at any ancient historical source of antiquity, and then look up the manuscript tradition of which we have to validate them. Okay, it's ridiculous. It really is. Like for example, Julius Caesar had one contemporary writer, Cicero, who wrote while he was alive, and of Julius Caesar's biography, Cicero's letters account for like 17%. It's not even a large bulk of it. The large bulk of Julius Caesar's biography was written by a guy named Plutarch, which was 100+ years after the event. Okay, and then
300 years after Alexander the Great.
Yeah. So what you're saying?
300 years after Alexander.
Yeah, and it gets worse and worse and worse through ancient history. So basically, everything that we know about ancient history, all of the sources that record it are much, much later than 50 years. So if you're criticizing 50 years, you need to go back and criticize every source we have for ancient history.
Yeah, and we should.
I've just given you one.
But the result of that is you throw out the bulk of ancient history.
That's fine.
No, that's not fine. That's not fine with historians. That's not fine with Greco-Roman scholars. That's not fine with anybody except for
if we have multiple independent evidence, then
what's really interesting about your argument, Seamus, is that you've just thrown out your own argument, because you've just said that 50 years is too long. And
no, it's way early.
Recorded.
50 years.
When it comes to oral tradition, stories can change within an hour. Stories can change within an hour.
Yes, it is. Okay, let's go back to the challenge that I gave. I would like a valid argument against Seamus's. Why? This is all I'm asking for. I'm asking for a rational objection to Seamus's argument. The three arguments that I hear so far.
I'd like to hear a formal syllogism first, and then I'll respond.
Sure. I'll give you one in a second. But these are the three repudiations that I've heard. Number one is the conflation of historical facts about a person with the veracity of historical claims about a person. That was the first argument I heard a few minutes ago. The second argument that I've heard, which I find rather silly coming from the Magic Sandwich, is an argument from incredulity. It's simply the argument of, let me hoist together as much vocabulary as I can to make myself sound incredulous and act as if that happens to be a good reason to reject something, which it isn't. Argument number three that I've heard is that it is possible that the Gospels are erroneous. Therefore, we should believe that Seamus's argument that they are in fact not is false.
It's evidential that they're erroneous.
That is the most ridiculous argument I have ever heard in my life. If you can give me a reason, a positive reason, to believe that they are in fact erroneous, and more specifically, if you could be relevant and give me a reason to reject Seamus's argument, I would very much appreciate that. But to borrow from the Magic Sandwich's language, I simply do not care if you want to wave your hands and act incredulous.
Yeah, I can point to the erroneous nativity stories, the erroneous claim that there's a worldwide census in Luke, the erroneous story of the way the Jewish trial took place on Passover Eve, and also Pilate. All those things are historically erroneous.
Can we start with the nativity?
You could add a few more. You could add the exile from Egypt.
I think the very
That's
least.
part of the nativity.
I think at the very least I could ask is for a valid argument. I mean, if to justify your skepticism of Christianity, all you have is to appeal to fallacies, that's pretty pathetic.
You think these are fallacies?
I just demonstrated how they are. Yeah.
Okay. Well, in that case, I don't think I can help you any further.
I presented erroneous evidence about your Gospels.
All right. Can we start with the nativity one?
Sure.
Is everyone else up?
Sorry.
Is everybody else up for this? Because we're kind of moving, because we're starting to move away here from the resurrection topic, which we were discussing earlier.
I think it would behoove us to first set forth a standard of conflict, but because for me, and I don't know about you and Seamus, Max, but I imagine we have a closer standard here. For me, I am not willing to accept that in any of the books contained in the Christian Bible, any of the writings, any of the texts, including and specifically the Gospels, I'm not willing to admit that there is any conflict unless an explicit logical incompatibility can be shown. That is, unless it can be shown.
In that case, I don't know how we can continue because, as one of the previous speakers has just said, there are utter contradictions in all sorts of the passages in the Gospels, including the nativity account. Now, if you're just going to say no, I just don't accept that, it's just a matter of context and whatever, then we're not going to get anywhere.
That's not what I said. What I said was that
the conversation.
That's not what I said. What I said was that the standard that I am willing to accept is that if you can show that from my interpretational perspective that there are entailed a contradiction between two propositions, one in one text and one proposition in another, that would be a viable reason to reject. For the standard that I'm accepting.
You, like many theists, will never ever accept it because you'll just say, oh, it was written by different people and it was sort of like concentrating on a different issue, and you will never ever accept. You will never accept there is a contradiction. And that's why I'm saying,
Jimmy, are you willing to grant that it's possible?
Me talking to you any further.
Well, I don't see. Well, this is the same stand. I actually accept Jimmy's stand. It's the same one I would put forward, and it's the same one I'm very well going to give any Jew or Muslim with their holy scriptures as well. Any Hindu, any Sikh, any Buddhist, anyone.
Yeah. In fact, when I argue with other people, I don't even just grant them their works. I put down my interpretational perspective, pick up theirs, and try to show how their own interpretational perspective on the matter is logically implausible. If you can't show the same for me, I think that, quite frankly, your worldview is lacking in its ability to have any kind of concept of argumentation.
Well, that's confusing two different issues. If we don't grant you your presuppositions, that says nothing about our worldview. But I can take up your challenge about trying to find contradictions in the Bible if that's what you want to go with.
Well, first, Jimmy, are you willing to grant that's possible that the Bible has contradictions? Are you willing to grant that's possible?
No, I don't grant that, but I don't.
Okay, well then we can't go any farther from there.
That is a possibility. Jimmy doesn't accept that possibility, but I'll accept that as an epistemic possibility. I'll do well for that.
I guess that's all we're asking for. That you can convince us of every single point. We could potentially convince you of every single point. That's all we're asking for. That
but
if we can't even conceive of the possibility that there's an error, then Jimmy, there's no point in this conversation.
Jimmy, is Christianity falsifiable in your perspective?
I'm sorry, but it is. Not. The Bible says it is.
I would say it doesn't.
Well, have you read 1 Corinthians 15?
Yes.
Okay, 1 Corinthians 15. If Christ has not been raised, then we are useless in our faith, and our preaching is futile. That is what would falsify Christianity, if Christ has not been raised.
Yes, but usually when you say when you talk about falsifiability, you're talking about the express ability to give empirical factors as to think that a given theory is incorrect, right? That's not what's being expressed by Paul. What's being expressed by Paul is a logical relation, namely between the idea that if Christ had not died or risen or whatever, that Christianity would not be true. But expressing that logical relation is not to express that Christianity is falsifiable.
Well, yeah, it is, but okay.
Well, it's
logically possible. Can I just confirm? Can I just
Well,
confirm
yeah,
with
it
the
is. Isn't much of a rebuttal to what he just said.
Well,
I just wanted to know
Seamus,
that.
it isn't. I know, Seamus, it isn't. I just want to clarify whether there is actually any point in having a conversation with this person, because he was just asked, is it possible that the Bible could be, what was the exact words that you used?
Falsifiable.
Falsifiable, or is it possible that it's erroneous?
Could it be false or erroneous? And his answer was no. Now, if that is the position of someone I'm talking to, then I see no point whatsoever in continuing any conversation.
But DPR, you mirror the exact opposite position. You hold the exact opposite position. You assert absolutely there's contradictions in the Bible. You're the mirror opposite of him.
He doesn't start there. Now it's false. He doesn't start at that position.
Hold on. I just want to say this one thing. He won't grant that there's contradictions in the Bible, and you won't grant the Bible's inerrant. You're mirror images of people.
No,
you don't
that's false.
like him.
We're talking
you
about the
mirror what
possibility. No, that's totally false, Shane. It's totally false.
DPR won't accept that the Bible's inerrant. He
Okay,
rejects that wholesale.
Seamus, you used the word
possibility.
the word he uses.
We're talking about possibilities. You're saying actuality.
Seamus makes a fair point. But the word there is infallible. If you come to the text and you have assumed that it can fail to describe reality correctly, that it can err, then by definition you have assumed that it is not infallible.
Well,
from
but
the
both
get-go.
are in reasonable positions, though.
Okay, how do you establish that?
Okay, well, okay, I follow Bayesian epistemology. Sorry, Max, you're going to hear this again. But in Bayesian epistemology, if you start off with a 0 or a 1, you'll end up with a 0 or a 1. It's timesing by 0 and 1. So whatever you begin with, you'll end up with. Okay, so if you say that, if you're a metaphysical naturalist and say miracles are impossible, then your prior probability is 0. It doesn't matter what evidence is being presented, it's still going to be 0. In the same way, if you think the Bible is inerrant and you start off with a prior probability of 1, you'll end up with 1 because it's just multiplying by 1.
Right, it's consistent.
Both positions are unreasonable.
Sure, it's consistent. You're just objecting to the consistency.
No, I'm saying they're both unreasonable. I don't know how to make that any clearer.
No, the unreasonability there is only an unreasonability if falsifiability is a necessary aspect of making an argument as to the truth of a proposition. But that's maintained on your epistemology, not mine. And in fact, I think that that's a self-defeating category of your epistemology. Now, but this is the point that I wanted to make earlier is, and I'll say this and then step out because I think Max will grant you this and we'll discuss the Bible from this viewpoint. If you say that you're not willing to accept that the Bible cannot fail to be true, then you're simply saying you're not willing to accept that it's possible that Christianity is true, because the Christian position is that the Bible is infallible.
That's false.
So when you
that's
say,
totally incorrect.
Let me finish. When you say that conversation is impossible at that point, all you're saying is that you're not willing to question your own worldview, and that's fine if you want to tout your own worldview, but that is what you're doing.
But you're not willing to question yours.
I am willing to argue about it.
That's the point.
I am willing to argue
Yes,
about it.
you're willing to argue it, but you're
the difference is, Jimmy, that we're open to possibilities. You're not.
You, okay?
That's the huge difference.
That is a weakness of your epistemology, not mine.
This may come as a
you're
surprise
closed-minded,
to you.
and I'm not.
You have accepted that you will not, and there is nothing that can change your view. The difference between you and I is that I accept that there could be something that would change my view.
Well, actually, you're totally depraved on his viewpoint, so even if you could say that about yourself, for him, that wouldn't be the case.
Yeah. Sorry? What?
In his viewpoint, he's closed-minded. He doesn't believe in fallibilism. There's nothing going to change his mind. So there's nothing to talk about.
How can you possibly compare my worldview with his when
No,
I
no,
have
I'm
accepted
not
and I
comparing
openly
worldviews.
accept
I'm not
that I
comparing
could change my
viewpoints.
mind.
I'm not
And
comparing viewpoints.
if
I'm
I
not
found
comparing
evidence
viewpoints.
for God or Jesus or the resurrection, I would change my mind.
I'm not. I'm not. Well, two things.
Evidence.
Two things. I'm not comparing your worldview to his, nor am I calling into question your own personal character. I'm just saying anyone on Jimmy's viewpoint, worldview, as a Calvinist, anyone who is indeed not part of the elect, rejecting God, is in their depravity to sin and would not, under any circumstances, accept God's accept the gospel that Jimmy preaches or the God that he worships, because you're depraved in your sins. That's
in that case.
Built-in
Am I
genetic
not-
fallacy.
Am I not correct? Therefore, I'm sorry to interrupt.
I'm not
Am
saying
I
you're not correct, but I'm
therefore,
saying
to say there is no point in having a conversation with him.
Yeah,
Yeah, built-in genetic fallacy.
To be fair, though, that is a proposition you maintain. I do not.
Yeah, we're down to foundational beliefs, so there's no really to continue at this point.
See, I was happy to go into, whether there are contradictions in the Bible, but if you're saying even pointing out contradictions isn't enough, then
but Dave, that's not what I said. What I said was it's not enough to use a logically implosive epistemology, like Bayesian epistemology, and use that as a standard of logical contradiction. That would be
no, that's a different thing.
No, it's not.
I'm sorry, it is. Logic is not Bayesian epistemology.
No, I didn't say it was. I said that when you use
yeah, but you're talking about
epistemology,
Bayesian epistemology is what I was talking about being unreasonable. Logic, propositional logic is not Bayesian epistemology.
Yes, but your interpretation of Scripture and the logical relations between the propositions there are ultimately going to bow to your standard of epistemology, which in this case is a Bayesian epistemology. So again,
I was using that as an example of being reasonable.
I understand, but I'm making the point that if your interpretation of logical contradictions in a text is guided ultimately by a Bayesian epistemology, which
okay, I'm telling you it's not. I don't know how many times you want to say it's not.
Oh, so you do not accept Bayesian epistemology.
That's not what I'm saying. Okay, I don't know how many times you want to say the same thing. Okay, propositional logic is not Bayesian epistemology. Okay.
I didn't say it was.
Okay, so why are you equating the two then?
I didn't.
Well, you did. You were saying if the framework I'm applying is Bayesian at the foundation, then logic is tied to that in any way. What I'm saying is...
yeah, it is. What you believe about reality is going to affect everything else. Yeah, that's pretty simple.
Okay, yeah, that's not what I'm talking about, though. Okay, so I'm saying if I point out a direct contradiction in the Bible, okay, that is not Bayesian, okay? We can make it Bayesian if you want. We can say if there is a contradiction, then the probability is naught. We can go for that argument if you want.
The issue is that when you make a claim about the Bible, all of your claims are either being posited from or within your system, which in this case is Bayesian epistemology, or they are not. If they are not, then from your point of view, they're not justified. If they are, then again, your guiding presuppositions, your guiding standard, Bayesian epistemology, is different than mine, and so when we interpret things as logically contradictory or not, there will be no agreement there.
I'm sorry, but I don't know how many times you want to misrepresent me.
Did he just troll and repeat the same thing that he said previously, despite the fact
sounds
he's correct?
like... I don't know. All I can say
checking,
is...
Jimmy. Was that really what you said? Did you just fail not to hear him say he doesn't base his worldview on Bayesian?
I understand he believes that he doesn't. First of all, I'm not even sure that Dave understands
so you're now a mind reader.
Dave keeps
wait. I think the general problem is speaking over, not speaking over each other, speaking past one another. I think when Dave S. was bringing up, to the best of my recollection, Bayesian epistemology, it was in the terms of discussing which is much more likely in terms of probability. But when you start off with, but you use a Bayesian epistemology when you're starting off with your worldview being 1 necessarily the case and 0 being necessarily not the case, then it doesn't matter one way or another. Any kind of negotiation about the probability of factors in between the background knowledge, the the background knowledge, the discussion of the worldviews, etc., that's not going to cut it. But I think that was applied to how it's in the Gospels to come to whether or not a specific passage contradicts another passage, which would just be propositional logic, wherein Dave S. said he was happy to take that challenge based on propositional logic.
Yeah, the only reason I brought up Bayes was saying that having a presupposition that the Bible is inerrant is as irrational as bringing up the presupposition that the Bible is contradictory. So if you say whatever I read in the Bible is a contradiction regardless of what you say, that is as unreasonable as saying whatever the contradiction is, that's not a contradiction because of whatever reason. So the reason,
right, but that's just touting Bayesian epistemology is the problem.
Yeah, Jimmy's on. Yeah, I've had discussions with Jimmy and his epistemology. For him to even have Bayesian inferences, things such as logic, it requires kind of a transcendent categories, which are only the case with the existence of a God who could ground it ontologically. And that's where the disagreement is.
Yeah, but I wasn't even going that deep into it. All I'm saying is that if your prior probability is 1, so whatever I say, whatever contradiction I point out is immediately rejected because you have a prior probability of 1 or 0, depending on what the proposition is. And that's the only thing I was bringing up. I wasn't going into like any sort of contradiction. All I'm saying is,
understand that.
If you say, I don't think you do, because you keep referring to propositional logic in the same sort of manner as.
No. I pointed out a logical relationship between the two. I think you keep asserting that I keep equating the two, but I've made it pretty clear that I'm not.
Okay, I'm going to try and make this clear. If I point out a contradiction, okay, that's propositional logic, okay?
Yeah, I would agree with you.
Okay, that's all I'm arguing then, okay? So if I point out a contradiction, then you are violating some sort of axiom of propositional logic.
Okay, when you point out a contradiction, then what my understanding of that is you're taking the understanding of a contradiction that is private to the Christian theistic worldview.
No, I mean we can just take it, sola scriptura.
Private. What does private mean in that context?
It means that the conception of logic that you're invoking is only coherent within a Christian framework.
No. You said private. So in that context, what is private to Christianity about this understanding? Yeah, no, I wasn't talking about me. I was talking about you. What's private to Christianity?
The coherence of logic. That's what he's claiming.
I would say rationality in general.
He means that I'm not logical. Is that correct?
We don't accept that presupposition, so that's irrelevant to make that claim to us.
No. It's not irrelevant. It just means we would have to argue about it transcendentally. That's the only sort of argumentation that can take place when.
Again, I can do that. I can play whatever game you want to play, but it just seems like you keep dodging the topic and trying to pull it back to something else.
Yeah, you just want to play presup.
I made it very clear what my position was.
We've been here before.
At least to the best of my ability. And then what I said was, I will happily back out, and you guys can discuss the coherence or incoherence of certain scriptural texts. But if you're going to ask me about my position, I'm also happy to answer. But don't shift the goalposts on me. If you want me to answer, I'll answer. But then don't pretend that I didn't give you what you wanted.
That's cool. Once you find out that kind of stuff, then that's cool.
I could briefly point out that the logical internal consistency of some kind of worldview doesn't actually suffice to establish its truth. I mean, for instance, to the extent it says something about the world, that internal consistency, well, says has no actual relationship to say what it is about the world. You can construct, say, trivial worldviews. I don't know. There is an orange or something.
Yes, but
that are internally consistent and demonstrably false. Go ahead.
Right, but again, Nettie, we've had this discussion before, but I think that, and we can have it again sometime, but I don't want to interrupt the conversation about what the other people are having. But when you say that you don't accept as a standard of truth, or historical veracity, or whatever the question may be, consistency. When you say that the holistic logical coherence of a worldview is not enough to establish its truth. That is something that you maintain on part of your own epistemology, an epistemology which I reject and which I think I can make good arguments as to its own incoherence. So I think that I'm well justified in maintaining that the only position that can have logical coherence is Christian theism. I can make arguments for that, and I have made arguments for that.
Without assuming it?
No.
What do you mean without assuming it?
Without assuming the validity of your epistemology. It's impossible to do that, right?
Well, how do I invoke thinking if thinking, excuse me, how do I avoid invoking the thing that is a precondition of thinking when I'm thinking about that thing in conjunction with it? I don't understand what you're even asking me to.
I agree with you. I don't think it's possible.
And I don't find that to be a weakness either. That's not a problem. I think that for Dave, the point that he was making is, from a Bayesian standpoint, it's problematic if you're not willing to accept that new information would contradict your previous commitments. But I don't find that to be problematic when we're discussing transcendental categories.
That's still not what I said, but okay.
Well, the problem is that, you know, I don't think you really reason from your transcendental categories.
Okay, why exactly do you think that?
Because of my presuppositions of what we are as human beings.
Sure, but I think you
have to start out trusting that you actually exist. I think you have to start out with you have to start with my properly basic beliefs to even consider that your God exists.
And that's fine, Floyd, and I've argued with you as well on this, but I think the issue with that is that you have metaphysical and epistemological commitments that make that impossible.
I'd like to hear that argument.
Sure. Are you not an evolutionary reliabilist?
I don't need to be.
Well, the thing about transcendental categories is that they are indispensable preconditions of epistemology, not dispensable preconditions of epistemology. So, were you to be able to choose or decide or judge what your basis for that is, if you were able to arbitrate what the preconditions for thinking were, that would already be a logically implicit worldview, because you would need a standard by which to do so, and you would need a standard by which to do that, and so on and so forth, and you're just arbitrating back up the line in an infinite regress. It's like if I go to the store if I decide to put on a certain hat, right? There are reasons why I've decided to put on that certain hat, right? What you're saying is I'm going to decide to put on hats regardless of reasons, which is the definition of being arbitrary.
Right, but I don't even have to know about evolution to be able to think, right? To think correctly.
That is true of your perspective. The issue is that also that proposition finds itself juxtaposed to the contradiction that one must know what his source is in order to know anything at all.
Do you think we need to know the source?
Yeah, I would say that's categorically relevant.
Why is that?
Because you would have no justification for accepting a source if you didn't know what it was.
We're not concerned with the source. We're not trying to justify any source.
Sorry, I don't understand what you're saying. No. I think you misunderstand me. The beliefs that accrue because of your evolutionary history, because of your genes, and because of other behavioralistic factors, are unjustified where their source is not accounted for in your worldview.
That doesn't follow at all.
Sure it does. The only alternative is mysticism, which is just saying I take this on faith.
Well, all presuppositions are taken on faith, including yours.
By faith, what I mean is they're taken arbitrarily. Mine are not. I don't even choose mine. Mine are given to me.
That assumes that you're just begged a question of where they came from, and that you can't assume it.
I'm explaining the difference between your worldview and mine. I'm not begging the question is when you use a premise that is also a conclusion in an argument. I didn't do that. I'm just explaining to you my worldview holds that the transcendental categories that I have, that the indispensable precondition of knowledge is the occasionalistic revelation of the triune God, right? And he reveals himself as the source in that revelation. So my source has self-disclosure, okay? When you say that you have beliefs that accrue due to certain biological factors, but you also admit as part of that framework that you do not need to know the source, that you do not need to be aware of those biological factors. That is in fact a contradiction, because then what you're saying is that you can be a mystic, and mysticism is just taking something arbitrarily.
No, that's
just your opinion.
That's totally false.
This kind of reminds me of. This actually kind of reminds me a little of Meno's paradox. Anyone familiar with that?
Yes.
So in one of the Socratic, Nadia, I believe.
Oh, you were saying you have a story for why you have a thinking brain.
Could I go back to Meno's paradox, because I think it might illuminate something here. So if in the dialogue Socrates encounters a sophist named Meno, and they have a discussion on knowledge, and Meno says that some people just have it and some people don't. Some people are just gifted it, and he asks Socrates, how do you know how can you say you know something if you were previously unacquainted with it? Which is essentially like saying, just take an example. Let's say I find my car keys. Well, I know they're my car keys because I had prior interaction with them. But let's say for any other case of our knowledge. Let's say I just found some object I've never had any acquaintance for. How could I really say I've known the object if I've never had any acquaintance with it, if I've never experienced anything really like it before? So if I encounter this, how could I really say I know anything about it? Now, Meno's whole point was, because people just don't inherently have this knowledge, because people have to find it, how could they ever be sure that this really is knowledge, if this really is the correct answer? And this is how he kind of built it. Plato actually responds by saying, simple, we had pre-existence in some other life where we had all knowledge, we forgot it, and all our new discoveries are just remembrances of what we've always known all along in that prior life, which is really just a form of mysticism in a sense. I kind of find it akin to that.
It's similar here. I think the distinction I'm trying to make is actually, it is related to that. It's quite simple. If you ask me where I get my information, what is the source of my justification, I have an answer for that. The problem is
those are two different questions you just said. You said two sentences. One was totally different than the other.
Okay,
those are two different topics. Repeat those last two sentences you just said. They're completely different topics.
I'm not even sure that I could repeat them. I was taking them as interchangeable. I think I said something to the effect
No, they're not interchangeable. They're totally separate. They're totally separate issues. That's the problem.
Okay. Well, the best I can do is to say that I think I said something to the effect of, when you asked me the question, what is my source for the beliefs that I have? Why am I justified in believing them?
Those are two separate. Those are two separate things right there. That's it. Those are two separate things. What's the source? What's the source, and what's the justification?
Right. Well,
those are two separate things.
Right. Okay. So now all that this is doing is forwarding the problem onto another subject, which is just that you're saying you can have a source of the transcendental category, which is not also the justification of the transcendental category, but that's also self-defeating.
No, I'm saying you don't need to know the source at all.
Yeah, but the way that you are arguing that is to say that to answer the question, what is my justification, and what is the source of my belief, are two different subjects. They cannot be if you want to have a valid justification.
No, I'm saying you don't need to know the source. Are you saying to have knowledge? Are you saying that to have knowledge, you must know what the source of your reasoning capabilities are?
If we're talking about the transcendental categories, if we're talking about the indispensable preconditions of knowledge, yes, those must be known in order to account for rationality. Those must be known in order to be justified in believing anything.
So you're an eternalist.
No, I'm an innatist.
Yeah, I'm not, you have to explain to me what that is.
It means that I believe that when God creates man, he creates man in his image, and part of the Christian concept of that is that man is brought into the world apprehending his creator and what that creator's character is like, and also what that creator requires of him from natural revelation. That is, revelation in creation and in the mind of the creature, in the mind of man. So when I say on my epistemology, I know the source, what I'm saying is the transcendental category that I'm committed to, metaphysically speaking, is the triune God, the God who condescends to his created reality and reveals himself to man, and therefore guarantees knowledge in man, both of man's general purpose here on the planet and of man's relationship to the God, which obviously includes the existence of that God and the character of that God. Right? It's an occasionalistic framework. But when you say that you do not think that the topics of why am I justified in believing in this transcendental category versus what is the source of my indispensable preconditions, right? What are those things where do I get them from? When you differentiate between the two, which is what I understood to be your justification for saying that we can not know, we can have these transcendental categories without knowing them. The problem with that.
No, I'm not. No, I didn't say that. I didn't say we could have transcendental categories. When did I say that?
Okay, going back, the conversation went that you believe that your preconditions for knowledge do not need to be known in order for you to think rationally. Is that true?
Yes.
Okay. I called that out. I said, well, the problem with that is that that's basically mysticism. All you're saying is that your source for these beliefs is something you don't know. Anybody can do that, and they would be rational to do that according to your framework. I can just say I get beliefs from the Easter Bunny, and they're my transcendental category.
No,
and you have no protection.
No, I'm saying you can make no claims where the source is. So I would
even worse. Even worse. Then as soon as you make that statement, you're making a claim about the source. Right?
No, I'm not making a claim about any source.
What are you talking about then?
I'm making a claim that I don't know what the source is. This is theoretical. This is just an argument.
Yeah, you're just saying a property of the source is that I don't know.
No, I'm not talking about any source.
Okay, but then I don't know what you're talking about. If you're talking about the source, then by definition,
I'm not talking about the source.
Okay.
I'm talking about me having knowledge.
Okay, if you're talking about you having knowledge of the source, you are
by definition. No, I'm not talking about the source.
Maybe to help Floyd out a bit, I think Floyd is saying that we have to make a distinction between epistemic and ontological, between things epistemically and ontologically. So while Floyd does know, for example, that A cannot be equal to non-A, law of non-contradiction. Floyd is not making any claims about what ontology grounds that particular fact of the matter.
Right.
Okay, yeah, and that's the point that I was making for 10 minutes there, that is simply impossible. You cannot be committed to epistemology without being committed to a metaphysic.
Okay, yeah, fair enough.
No,
Otherwise, you're
that's not fair.
just a mystic.
That's
And
not
saying,
fair enough.
I get these beliefs from
You know,
nowhere. What is nowhere? I don't know.
by implication there, you're really saying that Floyd can't be logical unless he can justify being logical?
No, I don't even know what it means to justify being logical.
Okay, so we don't need justification to be logical.
No, I said I'm not asking for justification of being logical. I don't know what that means. What I said was, if the source of your transcendental categories, if the source of the indispensable preconditions for knowledge is not precisely the same ontological entity that grounds the justification of beliefs.
Wait, don't you start with your transcendental categories? How
Yes,
can
you do.
how can you ground them? You're starting with them. There's nothing prior to them.
Well, yeah, but Floyd, but the distinction here is that from my perspective, when I'm talking about a transcendental category, I'm talking about the beliefs that I have that are a direct result of the revelation of God. When you talk about your
that's your transcendental category.
Right, but when you talk about your transcendental categories,
how are you grounding them?
Hold on. When you talk about your transcendental categories, what you're saying is you can have the beliefs without the source, and you can have justification for those beliefs without the source. And I'm saying, friend, that is simply a logical contradiction.
No, I probably phrase it differently, but you're saying you're saying you can ground your transcendental categories, or is that what you're saying?
I'm saying that
how can you do that without begging the question?
What I was saying is that I do not make the strong distinctions you're making between answering the question why my beliefs are justified versus where the source of my beliefs come from. They're the same thing. In this case, it is the revelation of God. For you have made that distinction, and that distinction is actually an incoherence in your worldview.
I don't see that.
So,
if I start that I have a reasoning brain, I'm starting there. Now the source could be.
What do you mean by reasoning?
Yeah, before we go down rabbit holes and do all that dodge
No,
stuff.
I'm just pointing out that
it's all right, Jimmy. Let me finish here.
Without metaphysical commitments, unless you have a metaphysical.
Oh, sure. Yes, I agree.
Okay, so what is this? So your includes that you are.
So how are my metaphysical commitments incoherent, and yours aren't? That's what I'm trying to understand.
Well, the point that you made before was that A, you do not have to know these things, what these things are.
No.
Right? You do not have to know what the entity is behind the belief.
No, there'd be nothing behind a transcendental category. There's nothing behind it.
There's nothing behind it in terms of authority or in terms of its ability to justify beliefs. But that's not what is meant in.
But you're comparing source with justification earlier, though. That's what I objected to.
Right. And I borrowed that from your language.
You did say to me, yeah, hang on a second. You did say you were quite flimsy with that distinction. So I think we all understand where we're at in this conversation. We don't need to dance too much. Okay? Just to bring it back to reality. You know, we know what we're talking about here. Okay? So we're dancing on a very thin line between ending a conversation because we're just going to accept that we have different precepts, and that's okay. If we're going to carry on with the conversation, we need to just get to that point, all right, and not dance about it. Either you will do an internal criticism of Floyd's position correctly, okay, in which case you may have an answer for his justification or lack of, But if you're going to do an external criticism of his viewpoint, then that is dishonest. So let's not hear that.
I didn't.
Okay, well, I just don't want to hear it.
Your
That's all I'm
contempt is
saying.
duly noted, but is also pushed aside. Now, Floyd made it pretty clear that he didn't understand my point of view, so I'm trying to explain.
No, you just
that if
made it
don't
clear.
care about the conversation,
You just made it clear that you don't
about the
really understand
conversation,
what I
you are
just
free
said.
to leave at any point.
No, that's okay. We can do the same thing if you want. You've been speaking a lot. You have been speaking a lot. I'm only asking for a few minutes, right, to say something. Please don't be condescending to me.
Go ahead.
Okay.
I wasn't condescending.
I was going to ask Floyd a question here, which is quite germane, I feel. So, Floyd, do you feel, from your internal viewpoint, that you do have justification for why you hold reason to be your precept? Or not? Do you just say it's a precept and therefore it doesn't need any justification? Is that your position?
I'm not sure what you're saying there.
Well, you're saying you're starting with a reasoning mind.
Right. Yeah, I can't justify that. I can't justify that without assuming so.
Okay, so that's the presupposition that you're claiming that you're making. Jimmy, would you claim for your worldview that there's a presupposition which contradicts that you're making?
Yeah, of course. I'm a Christian. So while Floyd does not believe, for example, that his brain requires the revelation of God to function properly, mine does.
Right.
In your worldview.
Yeah.
And that's not a transcendental claim of mine, right? But it is for you.
Well, no, it is. Part of your transcendental claim is that your mind can work without regards to the revelation of the Christian God.
No, that's false. That's false.
That's your claim.
So it is possible that the indispensable transcendental category is the revelation of God?
That's something that has to be discovered.
No, that's okay. Again,
so you're asking me. You're asking me whether or not I came to reason if that's a transcendental category.
No, that's not.
See the problem there?
No, that's not what I'm asking. What I was pointing out is that you cannot treat propositions that the very content of which takes them to be indispensable as dispensable, unless you are going to accept that you are negating them. You cannot have it both ways. If you're going to negate that it's indispensable, that's fine. But you cannot say both at the same time, yes, it is dispensable, no, I don't know that it isn't indispensable. That's ridiculous.
No, I don't think that's right at all. Why can't I say I don't know whether it's necessary or not?
Because if you didn't, then by definition it would not exist. It would not be coherent, and it would not be what it is.
No, that's totally false.
Yeah.
I mean, we had this argument even with Ozzy, like I don't know, 6 months ago, 8 months ago, about agnosticism.
Rabbit holes, man.
Like you still haven't learned from.
Wouldn't there be some matter of logical priority? The determination need not be embedded within the statement itself.
I mean, this is the point that I was making earlier about Jesus during the historicity conversation as well. If a being is defined, if the Christian conception of God is that he is self-evident, he has revealed himself to everyone, and in fact that his revelation is a precondition for human rationality, then it's very silly to say that you don't know that that's the case, but it's possibly true. That's simply self-defeating.
A lot of ifs in there. If. Yeah, okay. If, logically, possible, okay. And your point is?
To what degree are humans actually rational?
Well, but it doesn't matter for the point. It doesn't matter for the point of discussion. It doesn't even matter if Christianity is true. What is ridiculous simpliciter, just as of looking at the proposition involved, is that if you define a concept, if you conceive of something as self-evident, as having revealed itself and guaranteed knowledge of its existence and its requisites in the minds of man, and this thing is the triune God whose revelation acts as a precondition for human rationality, you are free to disagree with that, you're free to agree with that, but to remain agnostic about that is simply self-defeating.
Fuck.
Well, strictly speaking, there's
Is that a meaningless
distinction to be made
sentence?
between.
Or?
Well,
I mean, can
made between
Really?
coming ultimately to a decision and axiomatically, I guess you might call it presupposing, right? The logical entailment, some contingency on logically prior.
Yeah, I think Max made it. I think described it the best. I think you're confusing ontology with epistemology. I don't know if that's the case. Ontologically, it's either true or false, but at the epistemic level, I don't know. So yeah, I think you're confusing ontology with epistemology there.
I mean, I don't even understand how that's relevant to the point I just made. The point I just made is that
I think it's the whole point.
Christianity is defined. Real quick. Christianity is defined such that if it is true, it cannot possibly be false, and in fact, it is a precondition of even thinking that it's true in the first place. Just like poisoned out.
Every truth claim holds to that category. So
yeah, that's just
that's part of your worldview, but not mine.
No, it is. Then you reject logic. Then
could I perhaps venture? Perhaps maybe
you're
I
saying
could
if
venture
it's
another
true.
point.
You're saying if it's true, it's necessarily true. If it's false, then it's necessarily false. You're pretty much saying
no.
no.
I wasn't making a point about
that. So maybe but isn't it possible to be also incorrect about one's own brain states or one's own mind states? For example, let's take the notion of what I had for dinner. Sometimes I think yesterday I had steak. I believe, but one time my mom reminded me and said, "No, you had chicken." Oh yeah, that's right. My memory screwed up on me. So it doesn't seem to be wrong to. It doesn't seem to be to me wrong to be agnostic about one's own internal states of affairs, including whether or not one God had at one point given you revelation that you're just suppressing. I mean, Greg Bonson in his dissertation gives a rather interesting example. Imagine a scenario where a mom figures out that her son has committed some kind of wrongdoing, and this is a person she really holds in high regard. So she moves out of this town to forget about it and tries to remove any connection she had with her prior state of affairs. And by doing this, she's kind of made up a newer argument. She kind of made up false memories to make her think that it wasn't her son that caused her to move. And that's a case of self-deception. So it's possible to be wrong about whether or not one is indeed self-deceiving oneself. So I think one can expand agnosticism to also include the state of affairs wherein you're also agnostic about some of your own mental states.
I'd also like to go ahead.
So why couldn't the agnostic also say, well, yeah, it does seem to me the case that I could be suppressing this in unrighteousness.
Well, I guess I'd also like to say that, I guess sort of like ultimate logical entailment doesn't necessarily imply awareness. Like, you said that one has, I guess amongst those who acknowledge knowledge, knowledge is something that one may, have putative knowledge of, but some kind of premise of an ultimate chain of reasoning that arrives at some conclusion, but not necessarily be able to arrive at it and such. Like, for instance, well, say undiscovered mathematics. Like, one's well aware of the premises of Euclidean geometry, but perhaps unable to deduce that the regular polygons constructible with strategy compass or limited to certain kinds of prime factors. Right?
I just think.
So anyway, go ahead.
This point is so much simpler than all that. It's very simply this: if the Christian God is defined this way, it is by definition impossible to be agnostic about him, because to be agnostic about him would remove predicates that are part of the definition. It would be like if I said, well, I don't know that a square has 4 sides, but it's possible that it has 4 sides. No, that's what you mean by the word square. Like, if we're talking about the Christian God, then we are talking about a being who, if existent, is existent such that our very ability to have these questions about him are not possible unless we invoke the very concept that is given by him, right? So again, this is just the best I can describe it. So this is the last time I will do so. I'm simply not intelligent enough to make this any clearer. But if you wish to negate the Christian position, feel free to do so. If you wish to accept it, feel free to do so. But in the case of agnosticism, what you're basically saying is that a God who is known, if existent, is not known. But yet, I'm not making a knowledge claim about his existence. That is self-defeating.
Yeah, I wouldn't bother doing an internal criticism on someone that takes the presupposition that God exists. It's just that simple. It's not worth my time. It's not worth my effort. That kind of people that put that kind of logic forward, they're just really not going to get too far, are they? And that's what this comes down to, right?
Well,
yeah?
it's
P is
a
not
matter
P. Not P is P. Therefore, P. Right? It's so fucking straightforward. It's so circular. It's untrue.
I think a legitimate
self-reference and go ahead.
No, go ahead. My bad.
Self-reference is a result of a number of paradoxical difficulties, like Russell's paradox and such. This kind of self-reference is in effect done by saying that what is it? This God makes I guess it's self-aware, and the proposition is I guess references itself, and that's like claiming that you have knowledge of it, right? So.
Yeah, I mean, I'm willing to say, okay, yeah, I don't. Well, I don't accept your God. So, what you're saying, you're defining this God in such a way that everyone knows this God. So let me try to regurgitate what you said. Your God is defined in such a way that everyone knows this God. So to say I don't know this God, is self-refuting because.
No, that's not what I said.
So
this is so simple. It's so bloody simple. I don't understand how people.
So maybe I could explain your argument.
Well, you can eliminate it by means of an analogy, probably, right?
I did. I used the example of a square. If a square is defined as having 4 sides, you can say squares don't exist. You can say they exist. But the one thing you can not say about squares is that they don't have 4 sides. That's what you mean by the word square.
Correct. And I would say that, like the transcendental tactic to infer, transcendentally that there is this God that's the ground of logic. I think one of the ways that you could perform an internal critique of that is to say that there are other analyses of logic besides the analysis of logic that analyzes these logical absolutes in terms of these sort of conceptual, immaterial laws. I think there's other views of logic which have been put forward by Christians, which construe logic in terms of social constructions, figuralism, fictionalism. I mean, I think the presuppositionalists would have to interact with those analyses of logic in order to ground their transcendental leap into God being a ground of logical absolutes, platonically or conceptually. But the moment you interact with philosophically with other analyses of logic, you're kind of stepping outside the transcendental kind of strictures of argument there. And
but to be fair, I would love to do that, but I think that the conversation has taken the route of Floyd is confused about what I'm trying to point out about the internal inconsistency of agnosticism. cannot explain it better than I already have.
Could you
It's
repeat
very
your
simple.
could you repeat your square analogy again, please?
Yeah, the square analogy was simply that while it's fine to say that something is a square or that something isn't a square, what cannot be said is that a square doesn't have 4 sides. That's a meaningless statement. A square, by definition, has 4 sides. So now if I say it may be a God who cannot be said to simply maybe exist, that is self-defeating.
Yeah, but that presupposes that God is to logic what 4 sides is to a square, and I think other analyses of logic would say that.
Sure, but I don't care about those because I'm not arguing for those.
I know, but that would be an undercutting defeater. That would be an undercutting defeater towards the transcendental leap.
Not at all. Only if it can be shown that those are coherent, which I think it can be shown that they're not.
Well, maybe I could provide another way of illustration via a Morian shift. So the first premise is, if God exists, everyone would necessarily know him. So that's the first premise, and that's what you'd be arguing, Jimmy. In some sense, everyone would already know him. So that's a necessary connection that cannot be disputed. God, in the same way, it's analytically true. It's just like a square has 4 sides. Bachelors are unmarried males or men, that kind of thing. So the only way you have to argue against that is the second premise: God does exist or God doesn't exist. And you can't say, for example, this God may exist. It's only going to follow analytically, one way or another, that such a God exists or he doesn't exist based on some reason, and both these groups would, and I see you're pretty happy from this, that both these groups can indeed say one thing or another. So perhaps one can say, well, it's not the case because I don't know about him. And then you kind of go down that argument or that line of reasoning. And then you could say he does exist because logical categories to say I know or don't know of him depend on him, or that kind of thing. Although I don't think agnosticism could rule it out, because we could still say such a God may exist. I would venture to say, because we could be agnostic about our knowledge or what we in fact do know.
Correct.
In fact, there are Freudian notions of knowledge wherein it's subconscious.
The realization of distant enough entailments is what I mentioned there, right? I mean, for instance, the notion of pi being the ratio between the circumference and diameter of a circle doesn't necessarily make someone give someone knowledge out front. Lindemann's theorem that pi is not the root of any polynomial with integer coefficients.
Right. But it doesn't. So just to correct you, Nadia, he's not saying that it would necessarily be the case that we'd all know what a circle is. We'd all know some higher equations about circles. It just follows that a circle is a perfectly round object, and from there on in, whatever follows necessarily follows. We don't have to know about it. But what does necessarily follow is that all human beings would, in fact, know about God's existence.
See, I don't think that follows, because I mean, I'll explain it in terms of like the faculty of sight.
Right.
I could go on my whole life looking at things and believing I have sight without any kind of knowledge of the way the optic nerve is connected to my eye and to my brain. In the same way, I can have knowledge that I reason and that I make logical inference and all that without even thinking about the fact that it's grounded in God, if it indeed is. And if it is, it would have to be established, at least transcendentally, which is what he's doing. But I'm saying that I don't think you need to have knowledge of the source, the optic nerve, doing whatever it's doing in order to know that I'm seeing things.
Right, that was my point.
Right, and the problem I brought up with that is that you have no room for calling it knowledge at that point. It's simply an arbitrary belief. You can arbitrate. You can arbitrate to put faith in the proposition that.
But you're putting faith in your presupposition.
Well, right, but the distinction is on your position. on your position, there is a difference between the justification of the belief and the source. On my position, there is not. The reason I am justifying...
you can't justify your source.
Well, you don't need to justify the source. I mean, you can.
Yeah, but that's what Jimmy's saying. You're saying you need a justification. Well,
If I have no knowledge,
you can't justify your source.
Correct, that might be the case.
Why can I not justify my source?
Well, that's the question.
Justify the existence of your God.
Well, he'll do it transcendentally, but
well, sure, yeah, I can demonstrate it by the impossibility of the contrary.
Okay, yeah, demonstrate the impossibility of the contrary.
Sure, that's what I've been doing.
No, you haven't. No.
Mostly without God, knowledge is impossible. But I would say, I mean, that depends on what you mean by knowledge.
Why can't you have a God that is just like your God, but cross out Romans 1?
Okay, the issue with that is now what you are doing is using speculation as a standard for.
But you're speculating what your God is.
The basis of my belief on
Yes.
Wait, you are free to maintain that on your.
Say it was the Christian triune.
Jimmy, if you make Rome your authority now, you can avoid this.
If I what?
You need to justify your source without begging the question, and you need to demonstrate the impossibility of the contrary.
Oh, I said I was joking. I was joking, Jimmy. I said, if you could avoid all this now, if you just make Rome your authority.
I would.
Oh, I didn't hear Rome. Okay, that's hilarious.
Yeah. Well, hey, Pope Francis is popular nowadays, isn't he? Yeah. I was going to say that. There's a bit of foundationalism being assumed here. It may not be entirely common ground, and beyond that, I also get up the viewers to send a pizza or whatever it is. Okay. Hopefully not River Flip. Now, do you hold to foundationalism, Jimmy, or something analogous?
I would assume so.
No, I reject foundationalism. I think that foundationalism is the sort of thing that might be the point of view that Floyd is holding to. My understanding was that Floyd was holding to an evolutionary reliabilist view that holds to something much more akin to Reformed epistemology.
I mean, he said he didn't have to hold that, but I would just say, how is God not the transcendental foundation in epistemology?
Okay, I can only answer one question at a time. So what is? Could you rephrase that, Slash?
Because you're eschewing foundationalism, but I'm just asking, how are you not saying that God is the transcendental foundation for your epistemology?
You're asking me how I think that God is not the transcendental foundation for my epistemology?
Because he is. Don't you endorse some form of foundationalism if you think that God is the transcendental foundation for your epistemology?
No, I would say that anyone who thinks that doesn't understand presuppositionalism at all.
Okay. So how is he not the transcendental foundation for your epistemology?
They're not. The foundationalism and transcendentalism are very different. You could have a transcendentalism that is foundationalist in its epistemology, but those are not the same thing.
So how is it not? Like, could you unpack that for me?
Yeah, my understanding is that depending on what kind of foundationalism you're taking up, you're either taking up beliefs that are incorrigible or that are, what are some of the other standards of...
Indubitability, incorrigibility, impossibility, the contrary, logical necessity in some cases. I would
Sure,
think.
logical necessity is another one. Or you could go for Reformed epistemology and just say they're properly basic. Any of those positions ground the source of those beliefs in the person. That is to say, it is precisely because the person is not possibly corrected, or not because it is not possible to correct the person about that belief, that belief can act as foundational to one's position.
Correct.
That is not what the transcendentalist is supposing, because the transcendentalist does not give incorrigibility to the human being. The we should say revelational epistemologists, grounds the incorrigibility in God. It is precisely because God is an infallible source, and God occasionalistically guarantees the knowledge that is in question, that such beliefs can be fundamental to one's worldview, that they can decide all other beliefs.
Correct.
But the incorrigibility is rather irrelevant when being applied to human beings, because we are neither the justification nor the historical cause of the belief. Nor
Correct.
does the cause arise in us for any natural mean apart from revelation.
But wouldn't it be an externalistic justification or a foundationalism? Like the
No, again, I think that the main point of foundationalism is to argue from some kind of merit in the person or some kind of merit in the belief of the person. But that is not what's being argued. What is being argued, rather, is the merit of God's revelational choice, right? So I would say, like, in terms of theology, foundationalism is very anti-Calvinistic. Revelational epistemology is very Calvinistic. Or if you want to say it, you could even say that it's Edwardian or Augustinian, because both of them held to illuminatory views of knowledge and epistemology.
Correct. Like traditionally understood, I agree with you. You're not a foundationalist, but I mean, can we use the word foundation externalistically as you ground it in revelation from God?
I would just prefer to say revelational epistemologist, because I think that's most to the point. The revelational epistemologist is saying that the very foundations of reason, the very indispensable preconditions of reason, from which all of my human behavior comes, is the revelation of God.
Okay, and then when someone asks you how you know that, then do you just, what's your next step after that?
Well, I would say that the justification for belief in the revelation is part of the content of the revelation.
Which is virtuously circular?
Circular, yeah. That's cool. That's
well,
cool.
I really despise the terms.
It's a tough term to
virtually
read.
or viciously circular. I would just say it's circular. Or it's, can I please speak? Can I answer the question, Simon?
I know, I was just talking and you interrupted me. Carry on.
Yeah, well, I'm trying to answer
Simon,
Flash's
please.
question.
No, I mean, he has been talking rather a lot, Nadia.
Well, okay.
Do you have something to add?
Or to jump in. I mean,
Go ahead and add it. I was just trying to answer the question.
Ask him in particular. Go ahead.
I don't know. I feel this hangout has become circular in a way because we're going over ground that we were covering, like 50 minutes ago.
Yeah, I'm kind of bored actually.
Yeah. I think that's kind of rude to say.
Nothing against you, Jimmy. It's all very interesting, and I've definitely learned something extra about your position today, which is cool. But there comes a limit at even my brain.
Could we discuss economics now?
Yeah, that's a good subject.
Oh.
Yeah.
Communism for the win.
Yeah,
I don't mind carrying on with the philosophy. I really don't mind carrying on with the philosophy. But can we get off Jimmy's worldview? Can we get on to somebody else's worldview?
So Max, justify your Reaganomics then.
Oh, yeah. Here's the thing. I've actually given up on democratic-based mixed economy capitalism. I don't think it's a viable system, and I think I'm just going to give up on capitalism in general.
You would endorse Romanotics.
Romanotics. Yeah. Yeah, so that would be where I'm at right now in terms of that. It doesn't really...
Are you...
I'm sorry?
Are you literally endorsing feudalism?
I wouldn't mind... here's the thing, I think the feudal age has gotten a terrible rap from the modern age. It's portrayed as backwards and barbaric, and it really was not as bad as people make it out to be. At least in not that I'd want a feudalistic system, just saying.
Yeah.
Well, if not feudalism, then at least monarchy.
Yeah,
Different.
Says the man who lives under the Queen of England.
Yeah. Same difference, man. Same difference.
So
we may not be serfs anymore.
Right now, I don't know where the
We're
system
all-
I'm leaning. I don't know. I don't really.
We may not be serfs, but we're all villains.
So you're Anakin Skywalker, in other words.
Yeah, right now I think I'm leaning towards some form of anarcho-mutualism, but that's kind of where I'm leaning to at the moment.
Oh, about time you came over to voluntarist sides.
I'm not no, I would disagree with the voluntarists. I classify myself, if I had to classify myself, I think I'd be more of a mutualist because I have a huge skepticism of accumulating interest. I think that interest is pretty much unworkable. I also think other forms of borrowing money are really just cooking at the books and adding to interest. So,
would a compound as opposed to amortized interest? Could you clarify?
Well, by interest, I just mean borrowing money and then being expected to pay back a greater sum of money.
Okay, so you include both amortized and compound interest. Okay.
Yes. I mean, I do share that skepticism. So yeah, that's pretty much where I am at right now. But I can be persuaded in other directions. Anarcho-capitalism, anarcho-capitalism. My problem with that general system is I think capital markets work without recognizing a distinction between intrinsic values and extrinsic values. I think that there is a distinction there, and I don't think free markets can account for it because under free market capital systems, we might have a notion where water is seen as less valuable than Coca. Is seen as being more worthy of, where water is being used for Coca-Cola, which creates a product which takes out all the health benefits of water and kind of takes away our supply of it, which is intrinsically more valuable when you don't add all the artificial sweeteners and crap with it. So that's kind of my major problem with direct capitalist forms of anarchy.
Would you argue that the diuretic caffeine in sodas thwarts the sort of intrinsic purpose of hydration and thereby becomes immoral?
Oh well, I don't think it's I think you can definitely screw up your body with soda or Pepsi, but in moderation, there's nothing wrong with it per se.
Well, in general, like, thwarting something's telos is how one goes about doing natural law morality and such.
Right.
So there's that a diuretic packaged with water is
I'm already
part of the interest.
Yeah, I'm already on the fence about.
Whatever it is.
Yeah, I'm already on the fence about my smoking cigars right now. So please don't also make me throw out caffeine too. But yeah. Well,
yeah.
All right.
At some point, we'll have to resuscitate our discussion regarding telos. But
Right. Yeah, I'm just speaking here about one of my problems with capitalist markets. Although there is somebody who has, there is a mutualist writer I'm interested in reading. He thinks that free markets, once regulated, will take into account what's known as the labor theory of value, and will accommodate such things. So I might be persuaded to accept mutualism. Maybe that some people would consider that a form of voluntarism, but I'd have to investigate that a little further.
Yeah. Well, I'd actually examine the principles. How does it whatever principle your system's actually using, compare it to, say, from each according to their ability to each according to their need. And that's going to get pretty interesting pretty quick.
That could.
We have, changeover coming.
Well, I mean, I guess it could be helpful for helping people get their needed jobs, if need be. I mean,
which would be helpful for that, and
yeah,
sorry,
I
go
mean,
ahead.
yeah, I mean, there are a lot of people who on Google Plus
Yeah.
who have pointed out that they're in need of employment.
Yeah, I'm one of them.
Well, Nadia, to quote Bill Clinton, better blow jobs than no jobs.
I hear that one for sure. Hey, I can do both. Okay. In the meantime,
yeah.
So we continue in the next one. We can feed back to this one. So, go ahead.
No problem. So, Nadia, would you classify yourself as you classified yourself as an anarcho-communist? But there are points where but I've also heard you say that we need a government that's so big everyone in the world could fit under it. Doesn't that kind of clash with the anarcho part of the anarcho-communism?
Not exactly. It's more to emphasize that the anarchism is not enemy, right? There's not some kind of war of all against all. It's rather that there's large-scale cooperation. The governance and civil society and such are not to be separated, and rather that it's supposed to be full, civic and such participation from the whole of everyone, and the economic and civil whatever policy decisions are to be on equal standing as part of the civil society as a whole. So, go ahead.
What do you think of small-scale governments? Small cooperations. I actually do like, as much as I don't like Amish theology, I really do like their setups. It's communitarian. Everyone helps one another out. I mean, you have some. I mean, the biggest problem there is you have some crime that stays within the community, and it's not taken care of by outside sources. But then again, we've never had a nation of Amish people dropping nuclear bombs. So I'm thinking in terms of
Sorry, go ahead.
So in terms of perspective, it's not too bad.
Yeah. Well, the extent you have some kind of subdivision amongst various jurisdictions of the world, people are subject to sort of evolutionary and competitive forces that are actually things to be actually countered. One of the things to do is to defeat the sort of competitive oppositional framework within which nation states and or other kinds of jurisdictions are situated, right? And obviously there's a bit more to this where essentially one will even get like sort of more vicious and crueler and more quote unquote competitive as a result of the evolutionary kinds of considerations that go on.
Yeah, but
a terrible thing. Go ahead.
But I think though once you have although I think once you have small governments and small institutions and small nations, wars don't escalate as high as they can. Yes, sure, they might bring some animosity, but I believe such animosity is usually small scale and never really that big a disaster. I mean, point to the hugest war in the Middle Ages, the Crusades.
That's part of where that evolutionary reasoning cops up, right? That is the course of human history. That starting out as smaller settlements like Shuttle Hoyuk and such were not that large. So, I mean, the answer is that's how we got here in the first place.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, but part of the conservative mind I have is sometimes it's not too bad to retract our footsteps, especially if we've realized at one point we've kind of went wrong.
Well, it has a bit of trouble that it's, not really addressing the problem. It just sort of, it does a little bit of, temporary mitigation, and then the root cause of the issue isn't addressed.
Mm-hmm.
So that's
Nadia,
where that
could you
falls.